Like yours. Call the Board of Supervisors, San Joaquin County meeting of Tuesday, March 22nd, 9:05 to order. Before we begin, we have a moment of silence. I would like to recognize that former Mayor Mike Maciel was killed in a traffic accident. I know many of you knew him, and so if you would remember him and his family in your prayers and thoughts. And then in regards to a moment of silence, prayer or contemplation, please join me. Thank you. Vice Mayor Rickman, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Okay, moving along the agenda, recognitions, presentations. Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. This morning, the Board of Supervisors will be recognizing retiring Chief Deputy District Attorney Ken Puckett for 33 years of service, and Family Justice Center Program Manager Suzanne Yip Schultz for her 30 years of service to San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite them and District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar down to the podium to receive the recognition.
Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, COO, County Council, and Madam Clerk, thank you for the opportunity to be here and acknowledge two of the most spectacular and amazing members I've ever had the privilege of working with in the District Attorney's Office. Together, we represent over 100 years of service to the county, and but it has been a true joy to work with them. Ken Puckett here is the Chief Deputy District Attorney, and that doesn't nearly describe the work that he has done. But he has specialized prosecution division. He heads up all of our family crimes, family violence, child abuse, sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, juvenile and youth offenders. All of those fell under his jurisdiction. And he took them to a whole nother level. He's recognized throughout the state of California as one of the most qualified experts in the area of youthful offenders. He's been recognized as California District Attorney's Office Association, as the outstanding training officer, and the list of accomplishments is endless. But he has successfully prosecuted every case he has been given. Not one of his cases has ever been reversed. He is one of the most ethical and professional attorneys that you could ever hope for. He's brilliant, he's kind, and he's compassionate. He fights every day for victims and gives them a voice in the courtroom. And I can never truly say how grateful I am. He began in the office in June of 1989. He was appointed to his current position in October of 2018. And his goals include evaluating and improving trust between crime victims, law enforcement, and working with the community groups to develop new evidence-based ways of preventing domestic violence. And I can tell you he has been extremely successful in all of those categories. So Ken Puckett, on behalf of the District Attorney's Office, all of the victims that will be here today for your celebration, we want to say thank you for everything you've done for our community.
Thank you, DA.
Next, I have my good friend, Suzanne Schultz, who is the director of the Family Justice Center and the one to build the first ever family justice, and fortunately for us, the best one in the state of California. Suzanne serves as the program manager for the Family Justice Center. She's been a public servant in the criminal justice system since 1985. and has been with our office since 1988. She originally started with the court, wised up, and jumped over with us. Not only does she oversee the family justice, but she built it to a level that we were unmatched in the state. Her door is open to everybody. You do not have to file a crime report. You just have to be somebody in need, somebody who's suffered harm or trauma or crisis, and she is there. You will often see her at 8 p.m. in the evening, working with victims, meeting with them after work, knowing that they can't miss time at their job for the loss of wages. She has delivered services to domestic violence victims, child abuse, sexual assault, elder abuse, stalking, and human trafficking. She has pioneered the first human trafficking division within my office, including 2 women who are previously trafficking victims, who are now our case managers and assisting. She has brought in El Concilio, NAACP, CRLA, Women's Center, Child Abuse Women's Center, and Child Abuse Prevention Council. So many more things. A grocery store, a department store for clothing, housing, opportunities to file legal paperwork, all of it under one roof, so our victims have wraparound services available to them at any time, in any place. She has done more to help victims in our county than anybody I can imagine. She has done more to help and lift people out of trauma and harm and back into health and happiness. Her work is unparalleled to anybody, and it will be greatly missed. But I know that her retirement is something she's really looking forward to, and I wish her all the best. And I thank her on behalf of the District Attorney's Office and all the victims in San Joaquin County that you have changed their life, made them healthy and well, and given them hope. So thank you, my friend.
It's not often that attorneys are speechless, as we all know, but that's really the way I feel right now. I just want to thank the board, our esteemed Board of Supervisors, for this honor, and many of you who I've known for years, and it's just great to be here and have this recognition, and it's really been an honor and a privilege to serve the citizens of San Joaquin County, this wonderful county, for the past 33 years. Thank you.
So I want to thank you so much for the recognition, Tori. I know, Supervisor Miller, you were there during strategic planning. Supervisor Patty, I know that we did a presentation about the Family Justice Center when it was just in its dream phase. And I want to thank you for the support, for your guidance in helping us to better serve our community. We take the resources that you support, our community-based organizations, our county-based organizations, and we put them together to better serve our community. And I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been my privilege to be a public servant for our community, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Before I ask my fellow supervisor comments, I have the clerk of the board read the recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This certificate of recognition is being presented to Ken Puckett, Chief Deputy District Attorney of San Joaquin County, for 33 years of conscientious service to the citizens of San Joaquin County. Your dedication and service to the community is sincerely appreciated. Congratulations and best wishes on your future endeavors. Presented this March 22nd, 2022. We are also presenting the certificate of recognition to Suzanne Yip Schultz, Family Justice Center Program Manager of San Joaquin County, for her 30 years of conscientious service to the citizens of San Joaquin County, and certainly appreciate the dedication and service to your community. Congratulations and best wishes on your future endeavors. Presented this March 22nd, 2022.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Gosh, it's kind of a bittersweet occurrence that we're here, and obviously a well-deserved recognition, but it's a little bit bitter that, and a sour pill that you're going to be leaving. Because in reality, we've all watched and we've seen the impact, and you think oftentimes the district attorney's office might be the hammer of law and justice, But in reality, when you look at how both of you have been instrumental in so many capacities of rescuing, in the salvation of a person's life, in the transformation, giving people that second chance and a gateway and that opportunity, and having participated and listened to, whether it be, terrible recordings of girls that are being rescued from human trafficking, or looking at the smiles on families' faces, and graduates that have gone through rehabilitative programs that both of you have been at the helm of. It's such a positive impact, and I guess we would all hope in our time that what we do is measured by the positive impact we have in people's lives, and both of you have been incredible assets to San Joaquin County and the lives of so many people that we can go on and on about it, but we thank you, and sadly, you're going to ride off in the sunset, but I know that you'll still stay close by and be a positive influence in our community, so thank you so much.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. You two have just been a blessing to our county, to all the communities and all the residents. Suzanne, I can't imagine how the Justice Center would have gotten off the ground without your unbelievable passion for making it happen. And the number of individuals, but the ripple effect, the number of families that the two of you have provided just literally a lifeline to. I know that you take a lot of pride in the work you've done. I'm honored to have even had a small role in supporting your work over the years. But the two of you, you've just been incredible leaders in this county. And you are frankly, you're going to be impossible to replace. I know there will be others that will step up, but for you guys to have been on the forefront, the cutting edge of making it happen, we won't see folks like you for a while. So thank you so much for everything you've done, but all good wishes for your retirement. You have both really earned them, so enjoy. Thank you.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, both of you, just thank you for your commitment to our community the last 30 years. You're both special in your own way. I wish you the best in retirement, and can't thank you enough for what you've done for the citizens of our county. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And Ken Susan, thank you for 30-plus years of service. That is phenomenal. And thank you for your care and compassion to our victims and bringing justice to those who deserve it and protecting our community. Working with child victims or human trafficking, you see the worst of society on a daily and weekly basis. And I know that's not easy, and I know a lot of people wouldn't be able to do it, and you guys do it on a daily basis, so thank you very much. I know, Susan, I was privileged to be in a lot of different meetings with human trafficking, and what Supervisor Patty mentioned. If you have never heard, the tapes of I think it was a Motel 6, I believe it was, that 911 call, that female, and actually listen to a 911 call and this woman crying for help and knowing the suspect is, don't know when that person's going to come back, it moves you, and it just shows, there is a real need for funding for human trafficking and prosecution of human trafficking, and of course for child abuse also. So again, thank you both for all your years of service. Enjoy your retirement. You earned it. Now it's time for yourself and your family. So thanks again. God bless you both.
With all those comments, which are all true, one of the things that I think about, because in your jobs, you didn't work 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. Obviously, you put a lot of extra time in to devote to the individuals that you represented and protected. I don't know when you found time to sleep, but the reality is you put your whole heart and soul into it. And when I say that, and Supervisor Miller, obviously, you are going to be hard to replace because of your dedication, your commitment. I think if there was an opportunity to actually count the number of individuals that you helped, that you protected, that you represented, it would be hundreds, if not thousands. And I know you did it, out of the goodness of your heart and because you're committed. But oftentimes we don't realize the impact that we have when we go through our careers or our life. And so I just want to tell you that it isn't, and the irreplaceability is obviously always a constant thought when we have somebody like yourselves who leave, who've done so much for our county and our residents. But on the other side of it, you have to think in terms of what you've built from the ground up, that you've created, that others will come behind you and build upon to make even better. And that's the real challenge, is having individuals like both of you who are leaders, who have a vision, who are willing to take, risks, et cetera, and move forward and then accomplish those goals. The word legacy is bannered around a lot, but I know neither one of you ever intended, but you have a legacy that you've left behind that others will follow and build upon, and your role models and certainly your efforts will bear fruit by those who come behind you and those that you've already dealt with who will pass that message on and have the compassion and the foresight and the willingness to participate in whatever capacity. So I want to thank both of you for the great job you've done. And as has been said, really enjoy your retirement. Having been there a couple of times, it is a great opportunity. And I know neither one of you will be sitting watching TV during the day. You'll be doing something which I'm sure will be very rewarding. So I want to congratulate both of you, Ken and Suzanne. And let me provide you with your certificates, and maybe Tim, our famous photographer, can. Okay, moving on, we are moving to the public comment. Public comments on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors are not listed on the agenda, and any matters listed on the minutes, appointments, consent agenda, or closed session may be completed either by chambers verbally or in writing using the methods below, which is most of you have filled out the cards already. Please, no personal attacks. Persons wishing to address the board in person may complete the card, which has been done. Anybody else out there would like to speak, please get a card and turn it in to the clerk of the board. They're located in the back wall. This form will also be obtained from the Board of Supervisors. Completion of public comment card is voluntary. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Person wishing to address the board may submit their public comments of 250 words or less by completing the online public comment form. And there is a website in our agenda to pursue that. So, starting off with the first one, Christina Gilbert.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. I'm Christina Gilbert, Director of the San Joaquin Children's Alliance. Last week, the Record published an article on mental health impacts in our community, interviewing a handful of leaders, highlighting the different areas of impact. We know that this isn't just a regional issue. Leaders from the state and federal government recognize the impact as well. 2 years into the pandemic, our children are in pain. Rates of anxiety and depression have shot up so quickly that several national leaders, including the U.S. Surgeon General, have issued urgent public health advisories. School-based therapists report long waiting lists and an increase in fighting and behavioral issues. Emergency room doctors say they are overwhelmed by the number of children coming in trying to harm themselves. Locally, the interview highlighted the impacts to mental health professionals in the field now, connecting with Cassie Lowe from Child Abuse Prevention Council. Tony Vartan, Director of Behavioral Health, shared potential steps to mitigate those impacts. And the work of Health Force Partners was highlighted, showing that this has been a challenge for a long time in our community. Nora Hanna from the County Office of Education reported on a disturbing uptick of alcohol, marijuana, and e-cigarette usage reported from the 1719 Healthy Kids survey, which was before the pandemic. And CEO of San Joaquin General Hospital, David Culberson, quote, said he is having difficulty placing behavioral health patients in long-term facilities because of a lack of staffing. We're seeing a dramatic increase in behavioral health needs in our community. We have been in a crisis for a long time. The state says it's going to address this issue, but it's important to acknowledge two things. The state and the county are both starting from a major place of deficit. California has among the worst track records in the nation when it comes to California mental health. A 2018 report from the Commonwealth found that the state is 48th out of 50th in terms of percentage of children 3 to 17 who receive the mental health care they need. And a 2020 report published by Children Now, before the first shutdown, gave the state a D for children's behavioral health. Quote, the state administration is working on a plan now, but acknowledges they are still mainly in phase 1 of 3 phases, which is expected to take 5 years to roll out. 5 years. We don't have 5 years. Investing now to meet the need is required to head off what many see is an oncoming explosion of drug use, which will fuel crime, homelessness, and more severe mental health issues. We must act now, and we ask the board to lean into the conversations taking place at the Children and Youth Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben Rodriguez.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Ruben Rodriguez, the president of the San Joaquin County Correctional Officers Association, and it is my honor and privilege to serve in that role and also represent the hardworking correctional officers and correctional sergeants in the Sheriff's Office in this county. And I'm here to speak just a little bit on consent item number 17, which is going before you today on the agenda for the adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding with San Joaquin County Correctional Association for the 36-month period of April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2025. And I just want to share some thoughts. Had a lot of questions from my members that asked, how did this happen? And there's quite a few reasons for that. First and foremost, based on your leadership and the direction that you gave staff, the hard work and cooperation and collaboration by the CAO's office, Jay Wilverding, appreciate it. HR, Human Resources, Brandy Hopkins and her team. We had a quite different experience this round with negotiations, and I appreciate that. We got a lot of work done in a very short span of time, which is historic. So I just wanted to make that a public comment. History being made that for our unit, our contract will begin right at the expiration of our previous contract, which is huge for us due to the level of short staffing that we currently experience. It is our belief, along with HR, that These moves will help us to attract, hire, and retain resilient, viable staff to add to our ranks and be able to continue to provide a great service to our community. And so I just want to say thank you very much, and we look forward to the positivity this will bring for our community. Thank you.
President Rodriguez, just a quick comment to you.
Yes, sir.
It takes two sides to reach agreement. And I want to thank you, and you and I have had several conversations over the years, and I want to thank you certainly for your commitment to your members who have a tremendously difficult job. But I also want to thank you for your professionalism and the way that you've approached this negotiation. And so I just want to pass on that this board and the residents of San Joaquin County greatly appreciate what you and your members do on a daily basis. And so as far as the contract itself, obviously both sides agreed. And I'm glad that we were able to do something to certainly assist in regards to recruitment and retention for correctional officers in this county. So again, thank you and thank your members for everything that they do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It looks like Mike Souza.
I was going to speak on item 6.1. Do I speak now or speak later?
Either way, it's your choice.
Okay, I can wait till after the staff.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. Bob Bentz?
Howdy, sports fans. You guys know me. Funny thing, I'm standing here today. I want to thank you. I know you don't get to hear that very often, but near as I can tell, you're the highest level of government I have any access to. Even though I've received the highest award in the nation with a federal agency, all the doors are closed. I've called the governor's office repeatedly in recent weeks. Every bit of information they provided me was worthless. The county government is functioning. I'm here today in hopes that perhaps I can communicate to you that you need to tell the state and the Fed that the emergency is long gone and it's time that we start serving the public. Somehow they've completely lost the link to the rest of us. And so you guys are the guys who are actually functioning. Curiously, I met with Tori and Ms. Schultz a while back regarding an elder abuse, financial thing. Some Jamaicans who were talking my stepdad out of money. Ultimately, they got 30 grand out of him, but with the help of the DA's office, we actually stopped the nonsense and saved about $300,000. I really don't know what to say other than you guys are doing a job, and the feds and the state are not. I have a lifetime fishing license. I haven't gotten anybody from the Department of Fish and Game to call me back in 2 years. What in the hell is going on? I don't know what else to say. I'll just leave it at that. It's a damn shame that the people who are collecting a paycheck, sitting on their butt at home, don't understand that the role of government in this so-called service economy is to serve. At any rate, thank you for listening, and I hope you're able to communicate into some of the cracks and crevices above you the message that it's time to get back to work. If they haven't been on the job in the last 2 years, we don't need them. Let's let them go.
Thank you. Dr. Troy Brown?
Good morning, Chair Wynn and Board of Supervisors. It's great to see you all. I like the timer here. I can get one of those at our office. So I'm here with Christina Gilbert today. Again, my name is Troy Brown. I'm the San Joaquin County Superintendent of Schools, and here on behalf of the Children and Youth Task Force as well today. I've been able to serve our community for a number of years in education. Much of it was in South County, in Tracy, in that time. And since I've come to the County Office of Education, been able to serve the entire county and the community. And I feel blessed that I have that opportunity every day to come to work and do so. As we know, the pandemic, I'm not going to go into data on that, but it's caused a lot of issues in education with our youth and the number of things going on. And Christina just spoke to some of those a minute ago. In 2018, I joined the Children and Youth Task Force. And early on, I noticed we probably need some more educational voices at that table. And so as we've come on this side of the pandemic, whatever that means, and working on some of the healing and things that are going on, that need to go on, I have felt one of our roles as a county superintendent is to involve more of our educational partners in the Children and Youth Task Force. Sometimes when I was in Tracy, we didn't always hear about some of those things going on, and so we are really trying to involve the whole group. As I'm out visiting schools, it is 100% of the principals I've talked to have shared stories about their kids, and whether it's K-8, K-5, K-12, 9-12, whatever it is, they are sharing very similar stories about some of the trauma, some of the harm, some of the things that are going on with our youth, some of the things that kids have picked up habits on social media or other programming while they've been home during that time. And so the ask is, I think the community can come together to help solve some of these issues and to help our youth. And so what greater place than the Children and Youth Task Force to do this? There's already an entity set up to help work on this. Two of the initiatives that they're working on right now are mental health and workforce development, which are very important for our youth and what's going on. And so we are excited, the County Office of Education, to be a part of that Children and Youth Task Force, but we're also excited to pull more people in. As a community, we believe that we can help our youth, and it takes a whole community, and there's a venue already set up to do this. And so I'm here today to just show my support for the Children and Youth Task Force and what we're trying to do to help students. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Angela May.
Momentarily before this meeting started, I sent you all an email regarding a tweet that was actually on Twitter caused by the Center for Disease Control. And in that email, I essentially put you on notice, and I'm notifying the public of this notice. Because in that tweet from the CDC, they not only admitted that the PCR swabs currently being used for diagnostic testing for SARS-CoV-2, which is actually still not yet isolated in a single lab in this entire globe, but they have admitted that those PCR swab test samples are actually going to be retained. And when further questioned about that information, there is nothing in any contract that I have found in this county that promises the Fourth Amendment protections to every citizen. And that is where I have a problem. I have looked over the Fulgent information that you all have essentially rubber stamped, and that Mr. Miles has failed to properly review for both constitutionality and national security protections. And I have found nothing that actually protects the Fourth Amendment violations that are occurring through these contracts. There is no promise and there's no security to retain this DNA information. As you know, we have federally protected DNA CODIS databases that are being used. Our prisoners are entered into that database. Every person that is a suspected criminal with DNA samples taken, their information is put in there. Amongst government employees, oftentimes federal employees, their DNA may be taken for identification purposes. Now, every person in this nation has their PCR swab sampling being sent to companies like Fulgent not just for diagnostic SARS-CoV-2 fraudulent testing, but their DNA is now being kept in a database that you have no control over. Not only do you not have control, but a corporate agency hired by our government has that control. So you have openly allowed the CDC to database every citizen who has been PCR'd. By the way, how many of you have had the PCR swab testing? How many of you have openly consented to that DNA being kept in violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, not just ours? This is not only a grave violation of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights of every citizen, but even non-citizens alike. People around the world are watching this county right now because you have the position to say no more. Why? Because Fulgent has openly entered into fraudulent contracts with you. Simply rubber stamping the money is not good enough anymore. This local emergency is what is holding the pennies in the purse and is what's strangling the community to continue to be held into this local state of emergency, and their money and their tax dollars are what is being gambled here. Their lives are not negotiable, their constitutional rights even more so. So yes, I am putting you on notice. That contract is fraudulent, and we demand that it be canceled and terminated permanently. No more language and no more playing with words. It's over.
And then District Attorney Salazar.
Chairman, she just stepped out. She'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Ms. May, I've got 2 forms for you. Did you plan on speaking later? Okay, thank you. Oh, that's okay, we'll wait. Thank you. Don McGinnis, is that correct?
Thank you. I'm going to speak after Mr. Mike Souza speaks, and then I'll know more. Thank you very much.
Alex Alferos.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm a constituent in Wynn's district, and I call for a future agenda item in an upcoming meeting calling for a third-party forensic financial audit of San Joaquin County's COVID state of emergency spending practices. In the name of accountability and transparency, we need this now. Fulgent named me in a response to an email I sent. How Fulgent are using, Fulgent is using COVID tests for DNA sequencing in labs in communist China. They're being sent to communist China. I guess I won't be visiting communist China anytime soon. Thank God. But this goes to question. Why does a representative tell me I'm irresponsible? And if that one person aspires to be a congressman, maybe he ought to listen and do some independent research. Because sometimes we are raising issues, and we pay you to research this and not to rely on staff members or the bureaucracy making these contracts and so forth. And yes, we do need an audit of this Fulgent contract. Not this contract, there was other money that went to the Fulgent. And thank God I didn't participate in the COVID testing experiment. I kind of knew something was going on at the beginning of this testing thing. Thank God I never did that. But how many people were fooled into taking the COVID test, not knowing, without their consent and their compliance, that their COVID-19 test will be kept, and now on top of that, a corporate entity tied to communist China and the communist Chinese military has access to the data. And by the way, In 2020, I uncovered an article from Fox News. Dr. Gordon Chang in 2020 mentioned about this, how China was hacking into databases, health databases, and stealing stuff. Folks, you need to be responsible supervisors. When someone sends you an email, do your own research. Don't rely on food genetics.
Denise Aguilar.
Hello, my name is Denise Aguilar. I'm president of San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. This was an article published by 209 Times. Via a public records request that was seeking a $825,000 contract, 209 Times has instead discovered the county has a much larger $2.5 million no-bid Fulgent contract that contains a disturbing confidentiality clause designed to prevent the county from disclosing the price scheduled to the very taxpayers who funded it. The contract has an effective date of April 9th, 2021, yet was not signed until May 12th, 2021 by a deputy county purchasing agent, Patricia Jennings, and then by Sukab Sram, a VP from Fulgent on 6/7/21, which is nearly 2 months after the effective date of the contract. The contract empowers Fulgent with highly unusual, disturbing unilateral power. The lab reserves the right to alter the fees within 14 calendar days notice to the client. An unsigned August 31st, 2021 addendum obtained by 209 Times appears to have confidentiality raise the price of COVID rapid antigen testing from $44.99 to $55. At the 55,600 test target set by the original contract, that pushes this $2.5 million confidential no-bid contract into that could exceed $3 million. This appears to be separate from the $825,000 Fulgent contract that county supervisors approved 5-0 on February 22nd, and then capriciously terminated the exact contract 1 week later. The county has so far refused to provide the public a copy of the $825,000 contract or confirm to the public if this in fact is even terminated. Fulgent Genetics crisis communications consultant Nancy Sterling has casted a bizarre shadow on the March 2nd, 2022 statement to 209 Times. Please don't categorize the status as cancellation or termination despite the language used in the hearing. Of course, you will confirm that with the county. So this brings me to my questions. Why did a deputy purchasing agent have the sole power to enter into a secretive $2.5 million no-bid contract with Fulgent Genetics? Is it because of the never-ending state of emergency? Why is the county entering into contracts that include confidentiality agreements where the county agrees that the pricing structure will be kept secretive from the very same public who is paying for it? There are a lot of political races going on now that need funding, and Fulgent Genetics is making millions from no-bid contracts. Is there any remote possibility of a connection, or is that just a conspiracy theory? Can we get a copy of the $825,000 contract that the board felt was so necessary on February 22nd that you prudent elected officials voted 5-0 to approve, but 1 week later on March 1st, you directed Greg Dietrich to terminate the contract because the board suddenly realized paying $5,000 a week times 5 sites for doing 0 testing was not good business? Are we to believe the contract was good 1 week and bad the second? We're just trying to follow along. With this information, we are respectfully requesting a forensic audit of all spending under the state of emergency.
Looks like Isai. That's Mendez.
Hi, my name is Isai. Just to let you know, me and my mom are watching you.
Layla Ford.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Vaccines are not safe. Please listen to this video.
Not be the first time. If it happened, that a vaccine that looked good in initial safety actually made people worse. It was the history of the respiratory syncytial virus vaccine in children, which paradoxically made the children worse. One of the HIV vaccines that we tested several years ago actually made individuals more likely to get infected.
That was a video. That's his word.
Could you raise the microphone, please?
Sorry?
Could you raise the microphone?
Yeah, that video was from Anthony Fauci, who, I don't know why anyone listens to him, but he's directly saying that vaccines can actually make you sick. So just to let you guys know, she wanted to share that with you today.
Thank you. Thank you. Ryder Ford.
Good morning, board members. Today my question is directed toward Dr. Park. Dr. Park, since you are in charge of our community's distribution of the COVID vaccine, do you require that each medical professional distributes the vaccine to give informed consent? My mom went to Rite Aid and asked for the vaccine insert, the COVID vaccine, and it was blank. The lady told my mom to go in line. My question to you, Dr. Park, isn't that legal? It is definitely not ethical. After my research, I found it is in direct violation of the Medical Board and Joint Commission. So whose responsibility is it? Who's responsible for the illness and life-altering disabilities that are rapidly multiplying in numbers every day? I have here the first 38 pages of the vaccine disclosures, and are you aware that the last 8 pages are actual vaccine reactions? Are you aware that on page 32, death is listed as a side effect? Do you ensure that all participants in this mass science experiment are made aware of the risk that they could die? Who will help those injured or help those that lost their mother, father, brother, sister, and so on? You can go to GoFundMe, type in COVID vaccine reaction, and see hundreds of thousands permanently disabled due to the shot. Who will help them? Anyone who suffers an injury in our county is on your hands, Dr. Park. Your hands, the hands and the board, and all the medical professionals who continue to follow along in this human science experiment. I'm so thankful we choose God over government, and no amount of fear propaganda will ever change that. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Ford. Rochelle Cole.
Good morning. So today I'm here requesting for an updated information on the lawsuit against the state. Mr. Nguyen, about 2 months ago, you said that you had received over 200 pages of information from the state, yet we haven't seen or heard anything about that. Are you guys aware that Stanislaus County has actually receded its state of emergency? Maybe it's because their health officer is actually a virologist who is qualified to review the findings and data. This brings me to my next point. Dr. Park, each meeting you quote numbers and data with no listed sources. And in fact, you have stated several times that your data is not from our county. So please, can you explain to me how you can make informed choices about our rights to be free based on the data that isn't even correlated to our county? And no disrespect to you, Dr. Park, as a medical professional, but again, your job title is pediatrician, so your specialty is children, not viruses. I want to thank the members who have finally stopped promoting the vaccine clinics and testing on their social media. That fear propaganda had gone on way too long. However, it has now spread into the churches, which we now see are offering $50 gift cards in lieu of a vaccination. Where does that money come from? I definitely never agreed to use bribery to coerce anyone, so who did? I still see PCR testing taking place. Are you guys aware that that method has been recalled by the CDC since July of last year, which was finalized December 31st, 2001? And I'd like for you to listen, just so that you can hear for yourself.
No, not the rapid test, just the original PCR test.
This is the CDC.
The original, okay. Regarding that, on July 21st, 2021, the CDC Laboratory Outreach Communication System, LOCS, issued a laboratory alert to clinical laboratory professionals about CDC's decision to retire the use of the CDC's 2019 novel coronavirus real-time RT-PCR diagnostic panel after December 31st, 2021.
So again, anyone using or promoting the PCR is in direct violation of the CDC. And an update on vaccine reactions, just in case if you're unaware, according to VAERS, there are now 1,183,492 reactions, which is actually probably about 1%, because most people who are having reactions are being gaslighted by their doctors, as I speak to people every day who are dealing with that. And there are over 2 million, oh, I'm done. All right. Thank you for your time. I got cut off.
Tory River Salazar.
Morning, and thank you for the opportunity. Christina Gilbert with the San Joaquin Children's Alliance asked me to make a few comments in regards to what we're seeing in our youth here in San Joaquin County. It's a heartbreaking reality that suicides in children under the age of 18 have doubled in our county since the pandemic started. And also what has increased, and is at an alarming rate, is the high risk of narcotics by our youth, particularly pills that are often laced with fentanyl and have lethal consequences. This high-risk narcotic attempts are further examples of, in my mind, attempted suicides by our youth, because it's showing us children are in despair and in trauma. And it's also showing us that they're raising their voice and telling us that they need us to come and they need us to assist. By assisting children in early and often means they will not come into the criminal justice system, which is always a goal of ours. But more importantly, they will not come into the morgue, which is even more tragic. We can do this. I appreciate the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors' continuous commitment and have funded many opportunities for my office as well as other offices and our nonprofits and community-based organizations to do this work. Your support is unmatched by other Board of Supervisors throughout the state, but we must continue to do so. We must continue to use every tool and resource we have to ensure the safety and well-being of our children and their mental health by providing services and funding opportunities to empower more of our nonprofits, our schools, and our community about what is happening to our youth. And that includes education, opportunities, places and safe spots for children to go when they are in crisis with mental health, when they're struggling with addiction, and when they're contemplating suicide. Also equally important, we need to empower our community with a media campaign to educate family members on what mental health looks like and what high-risk narcotics use involves. In particular, that pills can and do kill our children often. And furthermore, we must use every tool and legislative remedy we have and every prosecution tool to ensure those who sell narcotics to our children are prosecuted to the full extent of the law and held accountable. I think together, by looking at this mission statement of the San Joaquin Children's Alliance to bring health and wellness to our children, by attacking it from every angle and every lane, we can do it. I thank you for your support.
Thank you. Jim Shoemaker.
Good morning, Board. As a resident of San Joaquin County and under the approval of the Board of Supervisors, when we go to get our COVID test, our DNA was given to Fulgent Genetics. The company once stated on their very own website, "We may store, process, transmit personal information in locations around the world, including locations outside of this country or jurisdiction where you are located. Such countries or jurisdictions may have data protection laws that are less protective than the laws of the jurisdiction in which we reside. If you do not want your information transferred, processed, or maintained outside the country or jurisdiction where you are located, you should not use our services." The issue still remains. The San Joaquin Board of Supervisors sitting here today approved the selling of our DNA to this company. This board's attitude towards this public's concerns regarding Fulgent Genetics really bothers me in the sense of what we are doing and whether we're protecting the citizens of our county and the citizens of this nation. Why did taxpayers need a $825,000 no-bid contract 1 week, but not then suddenly not the next week? The answer is we never needed it. Just like we didn't need the $2.5 million Fulgent contract. This fraudulent state of emergency is being used as a tool to commit even more fraud. Why was a public entity signing an agreement that has a confidentiality clause? Who authorized this? Who thought it was a good business practice to allow Fulgent to raise the test kit prices from $44 to $55 without anyone's approval? How many other bad contracts has the county entered that we don't know about? If a deputy purchasing agent can sign off on a $2.5 million contract, can she sign off on a $5 or $10 million contract? Are there any limits during this emergency scam at all? Did the board know about the $2.5 million Fulgent contract or not? The public is requesting a third-party forensic audit of all county no-bid contracts. Will one of you have the courage to make a motion and call for this? This is a national security issue. We all have to be aware as patriotic Americans that there's other interests around this world that want to take advantage of us and our citizens. So I ask you, please step up, be responsible for what our bureaucrats that are working for you and us are doing. Thank you.
Ashley Herzik. Ashley Herzik.
Hello. First, I want to thank our educators, San Joaquin County Office of Ed people. I am an educator as well, for standing up for our children's mental health. It is a very stressful time, so I appreciate that they came out. I also want to do some follow-up regarding the Fulgent contracts. You know, a lot of people might think we're conspiracy theorists, but there's a lot of data out there if you do your research. New York Times on October 22nd, 2021, had an article titled "U.S. Warns Efforts by China to Collect Genetic Data." So basically that reported, New York Times reported that Chinese companies are collecting genetic data from around the world as part of an effort to be the world's largest biodatabase. Okay, so then we move on to November 30th, 2021. Alex Villanueva, LA County Sheriff, demanded that his officers not be tested using Fulgent because that county had also entered into a contract. He had concerns after being contacted by the FBI, according to his letter that was put out. that data was being shared with foreign governments. The Board of Supervisors for LA County was also invited to that, or were also invited to that, and Department of Health for LA County. I don't think they attended. So following that, he wrote a letter after he met with the FBI titled Compromised Fulgent Registration System. LA County Sheriff's Department will not participate in COVID-19 registering or testing with Fulgent Genetics Corp. due to the fact that data obtained is not guaranteed safe and secure from foreign governments and will likely be shared with the Republic of China. I know it sounds crazy, but this is all online. He went on to say that a rushed mandate, emergency orders, caused just a total loss of confidence because people made quick decisions, uninformed decisions. And he was referring to his county board of supervisors in LA and the county Department of Public Health. So following up, if there is a misunderstanding, let's clear it up. San Joaquin County later entered into a contract with Fulgent. It seems like I have questions. Is it normal or acceptable to enter into no-bid contracts? How common is that? Is it normal to terminate a contract 1 week after voting it in? Is the contract terminated? Is it normal for Fulgent to email private board member email addresses? Where is informed consent? Where was the vetting process? Is that it? All right. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Wagner.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here in person so you can see face-to-face the people that irrational COVID policies are still affecting. Thankfully, our children are now free from masks after 2 years, but we're still fighting coercive testing and vaccine policies. We're all aware that the COVID testing is genetically insecure and ineffective. I'm here because I lost my job and I will not allow my genetic information to be used at my workplace, nor will I be discriminated against because of it, and I represent a large group of American citizens like me that believe our rights are not for sale. I wear this shirt with my brothers and sisters who are out of work over illegal and unconstitutional policies. My livelihood is not conditioned on giving up those rights. At the last meeting, you did not vote to end the state of emergency over money. Your constituents are losing trust when you allow our tax dollars to flow into these programs that are not protecting the people but hurting them and violates the Constitution. We do demand a forensic audit of the COVID spending in our county and of all the contracts related. We also ask that you make your voice known about the new bills aimed at destroying our freedoms. I'm not going to list them all, but if you support the forced vaccination of anyone to exist in polite society, then we don't want you to represent us. We will be voting for Americans that take a clear stand. Please represent your county well and publicly reject any policy or bill related to COVID or government overreach, and urge those with the power to do the same. Thank you.
District Attorney Salazar, did you want to talk about the next item?
Chairman, I just recently, the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office secured a decision with the San Joaquin County Superior Court against Alpine Helicopter Services and several of their employee pilots. In 2020, the California Department of Justice and DPR, in partnership with Tim Pelican at the San Joaquin County Ag Commissioner, filed a lawsuit alleging that Alpine violated laws prohibiting pesticide drifts, endangering the public's health and safety. Separately, I filed a lawsuit against the company. The two cases were later consolidated, and a decision was found in our favor here in San Joaquin County, determining that Alpine failed to apply pesticides in accordance with the industry standards. We have a duty to hold accountable those who act with reckless disregard for the safety and health in our community, and responsible applications of pesticides are paramount to protecting our environment while sustaining a vibrant agricultural community. I personally wanted to thank and share my gratitude with the Quality of Life Division Deputy District Attorney Kelly McDaniel, who led this prosecution, as well as Tim Pelican, the San Joaquin County Agricultural Commission, and his office, which really took a leadership role and set the tone for the entire state on how to handle these complex litigations that are really very, very dangerous to our community. His team, as well as his leadership, were critical to the success in this prosecution. And just to give you an example, the decision found that Alpine and several of its employees liable for 5 pesticide drifts. I'm only going to talk about 3. Bolden Island, 5,000 acres. Turner Academy, where aerial application landed on the academy, a special education school in Lodi. When applying to a neighborhood orchard, several staff discovered corrosive pesticides on school buildings, grass fields, playground equipment, picnic benches, and sidewalks. We fully prosecuted this case, as well as Bolden Island, and also our San Joaquin County Regional Sports Complex, when pesticides from 2 aerial applications drifted onto the sports complex in Stockton that serves disadvantaged communities that already experience disproportionate exposure to environmental pollution. In one incident, children and their family were present at the sports complex, playing soccer at the time. People don't always realize how complex these litigations are. They take time, money, and effort, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for continually supporting our Quality of Life Division, giving us the tools and resource to fund this very expensive litigation to its conclusion, and setting the example for the state of California what you do when you have a polluter of this magnitude who risks not only our agricultural value, our agricultural employees, but our children and those who are disadvantaged. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, just a couple things. Mr. Souza and Mr. McGinnis, you wanted to speak later, is that correct? Okay. And Angela May, you wanted to speak later. Okay, thank you. Clerk of the Board, we have some public comments. Could you provide us with them?
We do. Thank you, Chairman. The first public comment is submitted by Abdullah Kurzada, who writes, "Good morning, board members. My name is Abdullah Kurzada, and I have been a staff nurse at San Joaquin General Hospital for the last 5 years. I write this comment today to bring to light an incident that took place on 2/25/22. I was a victim of assault, racism, and discrimination by another SJGH employee who is a contracted. I have taken all necessary steps, short of litigation, to inform the county of this terrible incident to no avail. I have reported it to my chain of command, Human Resources, filled out incident reports, filed an EEO complaint, and participated in the county's investigatory process. To this very day, the perpetrator of this act not only remains employed by SJGH, but he has not in any way been held accountable for his actions. He has been allowed to continue to work every shift since the incident, while I, out of fear, have had to go on a leave with no pay. Despite my efforts, my fellow coworkers and I have been silenced by management. I hope that as a community we can stand up against violence and racism in our workplace. There should be no room for hate and injustice." The next comment was submitted by Matthew Schaefer, who writes, "Good morning, board members. My name is Matthew Schaefer, and I am the representative of the 750-plus nurses working for San Joaquin County. I write out of grave concern and for public accountability of this board, as well as the management you have in place running the departments of this county. On 2/25/22, there was an incident of assault, racism, and discrimination perpetrated by one of your contracted employees against a 5-year SJGH nurse. The victim of this act has done everything expected of an employee in this situation by informing every person in his chain of command and filing reports and complaints. When this bore no fruit, he reached out to me. I have communicated with Human Resources of both the county and SJGH. With inadequate responses, I then sent this incident to each of you, your staff, the county administrator, and county council. Still, nothing has been done. The perpetrator of these acts is a contracted employee, and per his contract, which was signed by this board, he serves at the pleasure of the county, and the contract can be canceled at any time. The employee has violated every policy this county has on workplace safety, violence, and county conduct. However, he has not been held accountable for his actions and has been allowed to continue to be paid out of the county coffers. This board must take immediate and decisive action on this matter. This county's inaction through today speaks to condoning these acts rather than condemning them." The next comment was submitted by Chris Hammer, who writes, "There was an event that took place at the hospital that was just not right, no matter how it's looked at. A CRNA in a higher position pulled a PACU nurse aside during a high-stress situation and verbally called my coworker and close friend a Muslim terrorist. This put an arm around him and held him in a headlock while asking another person to take a picture. Quote, to pose with Abu Zubaydah, end quote. I cannot fathom the third person knew that name, but my friend and coworker told me immediately after the incident the name was a Guantanamo Bay known terrorist. Essentially, the CRNA, who is pretty new here, embarrassed and humiliated a nurse to his core, called him names that are not only hurtful today, but will likely be with this nurse for years. The worst aspect of this ordeal, nothing was done to the CRNA. So is it okay to do what the CRNA did? Is that the message that this board wants to promote and stand behind? What would you feel if this were done to you? Keep in mind this nurse lived in the U.S. during September 11th attacks on the U.S. He is a practicing and devoted Muslim originally from Afghanistan. He is a model U.S. citizen and deserving of racial equality, not hatred. Abdul is the nicest guy you'd ever meet. Please consider the weight and gravity of this specific situation and do what is right. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, why should we leave our families daily to care for others and not feel safe in our work environment? As an immigrant myself, what happened to my colleague friend is very personal because it could have been me. It is very painful and disheartening to know that the county has not done anything to hold the CRNA accountable for his actions. Although racism and violence in any form are unacceptable, I am well aware that it is still very much alive in our society. However, we must all remember that regardless of our color, religion, culture, ethnic backgrounds, we all ultimately share the same hopes and aspirations. I'm begging you all to look beyond color and see things for what they are. The actions of the CRNA against Abdul was completely uncalled for. As a human, where is your empathy? How would you feel if you or any of your loved one was subject to this type of trauma? Regardless of your social status, which I believe some of you may want to protect, you owe it to yourselves and those who look up to you to stand up against racial prejudice and disrespectful attitudes. Your integrity and social rank should be your tools to fight for justice. And as MLK Jr. states, quote, the ultimate measure of a person is not where one stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where one stands in time of challenge and controversy, end quote. Justice, please. Next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, as horrifying as it was to hear the details of a racist and religious attack, both verbal and violent, against my coworker, the lack of action by the county is worse. An individual making the rogue decision to attack another person is human behavior at its worst and in 2022 intolerable. The hospital standing by such an individual against the hospital's own written policies is abhorrent. The hospital is standing by a hateful and dangerous person with a hair trigger set off by a man's name. Not only was my kind and thoughtful friend attacked, but I urge you to remember that a critically ill vented ICU patient who had just undergone surgery was part of this event. A CRNA hands over that patient to the nurse, and attacking this nurse with hateful words and a headlock, there would be no responsible eyes on the patient. Even if we take away the xenophobic part of this attack, how does the hospital management stand by the CRNA who acted so recklessly and unprofessionally? His rage towards this nurse was more consuming than his professional duty to a patient, a client's safety through their recovery. I am also concerned because of the diversity of patients treated by SJGH, and I don't believe a racist should be sedating vulnerable people. The person has learned nothing but that he is permitted to attack. SJGH has re-victimized the victim by not taking action. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I am usually a person who does not speak up because of fear of retaliation, but I can no longer sit back and watch how things are unfolding. With the recent incident that has occurred in our department, I am truly disappointed in our hospital. What has occurred by definition from justice.gov is a hate crime. A hate crime is a crime motivated by bias against race, color, religion, natural origin, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or disability. I no longer feel safe at work because I have family who are Middle Eastern from Afghanistan and who are Muslim. So would I be the next target if this individual found out? Also, as a nurse and an advocate for our patients, I also fear for the safety of our patients who are Middle Eastern, Afghan, and or Muslim. If this individual can do such a thing to a person who is awake and very capable of defending himself, what more can he do to someone who is sedated and helpless? I am hoping corrective action will take place sooner than later against this individual. There should be no tolerance for racism and violence in our hospital. The next comment was submitted anonymously, who writes, "The cost of living is skyrocketing in this country. As a result, county employees are leaving in droves. Why work for the county when Target is paying 20-something an hour? I ask of you, start showing those who work and serve the county who value them. When we are short-staffed, it isn't only the departments that suffer, but the community as well. How can we properly serve the community when we are scrambling for coverage?" The next comment was submitted by Christina Godby, who writes, "I stand by my coworker in fighting against racism, religious discrimination, and assault in our working environment. I'm appalled at the lack of seriousness county has taken against the accused and the lack of respect not given to my coworker when reporting the incident in February. Let me tell you about my coworker. He is a person who enters PACU, greets everyone with good morning, and immediately asks if we need help. A team player, to say the least. He jumps whenever he is needed and never complains no matter what kind of day he's having. This is how the day in question is etched in my mind. This day my coworker, my friend, was quiet and was visibly upset, but he still worked and was still put in an uncomfortable, hostile working environment. The accused was still working, bringing in patients into our department like nothing happened. How is this right? How does someone who displayed an aggressive behavior towards a coworker still be able to work and make money? How has this not immediately addressed? This needs to be taken seriously. We need to make people accountable for any harm placed by another coworker." The next comment was submitted anonymously, who writes, "I am deeply saddened that my coworker was a victim of racial discrimination and assault at our very own workplace. This incident alone should have been addressed by our department heads and prompted a proper investigation from the very beginning to hold accountability towards the perpetrator. But instead, we feel as a collective that our coworker, who was the victim of being silenced for speaking out about his experience. Our department heads have done nothing to address the situation except prevent my coworker and I from sharing this incident to others. Currently, this perpetrator has not been put on leave for his racist and violent actions. I, along with my colleagues, stand by our coworker. He has not returned to work at our workplace since the incident, and it is unfortunate that his livelihood is being affected when he is the one who was treated unfairly. We urge those who hold power to please look into this. We need to do better and stand by those who did nothing wrong." The next comment was submitted by Janice, who writes, "Supervisor Kathy Miller, do you represent the same values as your assistant, Camille Zapata? I encourage everyone to look at Camille Zapata's social media accounts. Camille Zapata's open hostility to men and especially white males is sexist and racist. Camille Zapata calling Israel an apartheid state is anti-Semitic, racist, and xenophobic. I demand an investigation into Camille Zapata's apparent racist, sexist, and xenophobic behavior. Do we really want someone who harbors these horrible views as a county employee and representing an elected official? So Supervisor Miller, do you agree with Camille Zapata? Were you aware of her racist, sexist, and xenophobic views? Hate has no place in San Joaquin County, and I demand an investigation into her hateful views." The next comment was submitted anonymously, who writes, "I'm an employee and have interactions with the accused CRNA. We have seen in our department that we are discriminated and also put in situations that are not acceptable behaviors by our peers. This should be known throughout the hospital and not be tolerated. Physically touching and with the intent to harm them emotionally through racial slurs is not accepted in the department. This should be handled properly by the hospital, and if not, the employees who are able to show how the working environment. We suffer from short staff every day, and now we are going to be exposed to this type of employee." The next comment was submitted by Jeff Larson, who writes, "Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm a member of the San Joaquin Liberty Coalition, and I'm writing today to request you stop the fraud that you have perpetrated for the past few years. We are no longer in a state of emergency and no longer need public services to hold us hostage and expose our children to poison. Maggie Parks and Mr. Dietrich need to be replaced immediately based on negligence. I was there when he was asked of evidence, and his response was lame and generic. You still are not listening to your constituents on this matter. If you think we are a broken record, well, how do you think we feel getting nothing but lip service week after week, and yet using COVID funding on airports and approving no bid contracts for $2.5 million for Flugent just to start threatening to charge people $100 for testing if they don't have insurance? So you get people to believe the testing is good, give it free, and then require their jobs to need a negative test to return, and now charge them because you didn't do your homework on who got in our info. Shame on all of you. If you look around the city, I see more people living normal and sick of this tyranny. End this nonsense now, please. The next comment was submitted by Kelly Mertz, who writes, "Good morning. I have addressed this board on numerous occasions related to working conditions for registered nurses at San Joaquin General Hospital. Today, I am writing to express my dismay in the anesthesia department, the surgery department, human resources, SJGH administration, and this board for allowing a contracted employee to verbally harass and physically assault a member of our nursing staff due to his ethnicity. This is a contracted employee who does not have civil service rights, yet he has been allowed to continue to work in the same department as his victim. Our nurses deserve to work in a safe and inclusive environment, no matter what their ethnicity. The county has absolutely no jurisdiction in allowing this disgusting and offensive behavior from a contracted employee. As nurses, we all stand up for one another and will not stop speaking out until we get justice for our coworker. Kathy Mertz, RN." The next comment was submitted by Angela Westenhaver, who writes, "I am a San Joaquin resident and member of the San Joaquin Liberty Coalition. I am writing today that the only orders pertaining to COVID-19 the county adopts will be to end the state of emergency for our county. Stand up and buy your constituents by doing away with not only the state of emergency, but all vaccine testing, tracking, tracing, ID passports, etc. No smart programs of Newsom's. No contracts with Flugent and other companies collecting undisclosed data on us without consent. We deserve an audit for data on them now. The fact that the renewal of teleconferencing is on the agenda today is not hopeful this is ending soon. It's the opposite. Don't renew teleconferencing. Show us this is ending by your actions. End all of this now. Thank you for your time." The next comment was submitted by Larry, who writes, "Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for standing strong and representing the residents of San Joaquin County. I am proud to have you as my representative in the 5th District." The next comment was submitted by Kevin Escalon, resident, who writes, "As a 5th District resident, I want to tell Supervisor Rickman how much appreciated I have for his honest and factual dialogue. It is reassuring that there are still politicians out there that actually care for the people they represent." The next comment was submitted by Aubrey Borba, who writes, "Thank you to Rep. Robert Rickman and Tom Patty for asking the hard questions regarding the local emergencies that remain in place. It was definitely embarrassing to watch OES and County Council not know the answers to basic questions regarding what services are covered under which emergency act and how Stanislaus can lift their emergency but San Joaquin can't, especially on an agenda item that was to be discussed. Since last meeting, Stanislaus has lifted their health emergency as well. But yet here we are still under both, and it was made very clear by the majority of the board and the administrator this is all about money. OES wants to view this like an insurance policy. Great analogy, except that if I make a claim to my insurance that is false, that is insurance fraud. So if the numbers are down, we are not even meeting testing site contracted minimums, there is enough preventative and treatment medicine, and COVID isn't filling the hospitals, then that sounds like insurance fraud to me. I think the people of this county should know exactly where all this money is going, what it is being used for, what services are being reimbursed at 100%, what services are covered under which local emergency, and also what and if any bonuses were given to anyone on the board or county administrator for following suit and continuing to enforce an emergency when there is not one." The next comment is submitted by William, who writes, "Board, I'm a community member and member of San Joaquin County Coalition. We want answers to the questions you all refuse to acknowledge in regards to Fulgent Genetics. By avoiding and refusing to comment, you implicate yourselves even more. 1, why did a deputy purchasing agent have the sole power to enter into a secretive $2.5 million no-bid contract with Fulgent Genetics? Is it because of the never-ending state of emergency? 2, Why is the county entering into contracts that include confidential agreements where the county agrees that the pricing structure will be kept secretive from the very same people who is paying for it? Has the contract been terminated? What is it this week? We want a public comment on where our county stands. Do you all not think it's important to research? Or did you research in what's the best interest for your own pockets? Some of us can't be at the meeting. This does not mean we are not paying attention. Do you all think the public is stupid? It's unfortunate that the so-called educated and so uneducated, you have all done more damage to our county than good. You should all resign. It's time San Joaquin County cleans house. The next comment was submitted by Katie Galvin, who writes, "Good morning, supervisors. We've asked for over a year that the local health emergency be ended, and it has fallen on deaf ears. As your cooperation and obligation in ending this local health emergency does not appear to be forthcoming, you are leaving your constituents with little recourse other than looking into the board's role as an entity and as individuals into continuing the fraudulent COVID theater and narrative. We have on record a member of the board admitting that ending the emergency would mean loss of funds. Continuing the emergency under false pretenses is fraud. Fraud is a felony and punishable by prison time. The board appears to be well aware of the shady and frankly criminal dealings with Fulgent Genetics, but appears to be turning a blind eye. You signed a contract agreeing to hide it, cleanse it from the very taxpayers that elected you, and pay your salaries. Why put you in these seats? We put you in these seats, and we will hold you personally accountable. We are not giving up. We will keep digging, and your complacency and corruption will be brought to light." The next comment was submitted by Araceli Flores, who writes, "BOS, good morning. I'm a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I have written you all several times and have spoken at several meetings. 3 years now into the pandemic, are you really still asleep to reality? I suggest you turn off the TV, stop looking at the dollar signs, and do what is morally right. If all this fraudulent money was not attached to all this BS, would you still go along? Why are we still using the PCR testing in our county? Why are we entering into questionable testing with new companies? It's all over the internet. The PCR tests are fraudulent and harvesting DNA. Fulgent Genetics, along with other companies, are fraud and harvesting DNA. No matter how you package it, it is fraud and a violation of the people you are supposed to represent. Are you waiting for CNN to tell you what to think? We want a copy of the $825,000 contract that the board felt was so necessary on February 22nd that your prudent elected officials voted 5-0 to approve. But just 1 week later, on March 1st, you directed Greg Dietrich to terminate the contract because the board suddenly realized that paying $5,000 a week times 5 sites for doing even 0 testing was not good business. Are we to believe the contract was good 1 week and bad the second? We are just trying to follow along." And Chairman, when that concludes the public comments, I do have comments for later discussion items.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, moving on to the next item.
Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. Just real brief, it was too late to put in a proclamation request, but I also wanted to note, and I'm sure all of us would agree, the month of March is Women's History Month. And as on one of the websites it says is how it's talked about, and we must all agree it's dedicated to reflect on the often overlooked contributions of women to the United States history, from Abigail Adams, Susan B. Anthony, Sojourner Truth, to Rosa Parks. The timeline of women's history and the milestone stretches back to the founding of the United States, and it's safe to say that women, none of us would be here. So thank you, and in honor of Women's Month, I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the minutes for February 22nd and March 1st. Any additions, revisions, changes from the board? Public? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you. We have no appointments to boards or commissions from the vice chair. Moving to discussion. Our presentation by State Supplemental for County Assessors Program Project Funding. Our Assessor, Mr. Bethridis.
Good morning, members of the board, Chairman Wind, Steve Bestelaritas, San Joaquin County Assessor, Recorder County Clerk. Today, on behalf of our employees and our department, I would like to thank you all for making this moment possible today. In 2019, this board approved what we refer to as SCAP funding. It's a supplemental funding for State of California matching funds for some projects on behalf of the Assessor's Office. Your actions put into motion department projects that we're going to just briefly review today. And the conditions of funding for these projects were that it would make an enhancement on the property tax rolls and the monies that we collect, or the assessments that we made. I just want to take a quick moment to share our accomplishments. The first one was the megabyte desktop procedures project that we completed. 14 different modules, which are operational components of every one of our jobs on the assessor side. This project was cost was $125,000, and we in turn made this product available at no cost to all the other megabyte counties upon their request. Number two, to make us more efficient, to prevent future calamities, such as the case of the 2011 flood. That is our office. We used this slide in a presentation on our floor. We digitized all our property record files. That project was $850,000. Creating a paperless system integrated with our megabyte software program. The project was originally projected at 18 to 24 months over 3 budgetary cycles. Due to the COVID and the subsequent closure of our vendor for a few months, the project was completed in 27 months, under budget, and is currently 90% complete. And that's what our files look like. This projected completion date of this project is June of this year, and to date, approximately 201,000 files and $9.5 million images. The funds also accommodated the GIS information system parcel layer that was at a cost of $125,000. Completion date was 12 to 18 months, delivered on time and on budget. This project represents the future of our department. We were of the first counties in the state of California to implement this newest version of GIS, and we have scheduled a subsequent two board presentations, one on the 5th of April to demonstrate where we are today, and one on the 19th of April to demonstrate where we're going to be. The final presentation, which is what we're here to do, is a redesign of our Assessor Recorder website. The main subject of today's presentation, this was at a cost of $125,000. COVID, this happened right smack dab in the middle of COVID. It impacted our delivery. We are at budget. And at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to Jake McGowan, who is principal of Rolling Orange, and he will complete this presentation today. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, and thanks to the board for affording us this time to share our project with you. We truly appreciate our partnership with Steve and his team, Karen, Teresa, Wakar, and their wonderful staff. We always say that the most successful projects are the result of strong client relationships, and that was certainly the case in this instance. We'd also like to thank the county's Information Systems Division, who provided us assistance and guidance throughout the process. Successful projects also typically start with a focused set of strategic goals, and that was certainly the case here. These are the goals that Steve and his team shared with us when we started this project. And our mission for this project was what we call digital transformation. In other words, translating the world-class customer assistance and access to services your public gets in in-person visit to the office and making it happen on the web. The project kicked off, as Steve mentioned, in November 2019 and went live in January 2022. This is a picture of the previous website. Wasn't a bad-looking website, but there were several deficiencies that we found when we initially engaged with the group, mostly having to do with ease of use for the public. But also a big factor was the staff's inability to quickly update content on the website due to an old software product. And as a result, the information on the site was difficult to find and often either out of date or incomplete. Here's what the new website looks like. We created it to fix a lot of the issues that we surfaced in the initial stages of our engagement. And an important aspect of the redesign was to make sure it looked good and worked great on all modern devices, whether it be a laptop, an iPad, or even a smartphone. And for this purpose, we implemented what we call responsive design framework that refactors the web page elements so it is optimized for the user's device. Site statistics show that up to 50% of all site traffic comes in from mobile devices, and we needed to make sure that we address this large and growing audience with a redesign. Scannability was another important aspect to the design system. With the previous site, we noticed that many of the pages looked identical to one another and that it was hard to pick out important calls to action. With the redesigned site, we looked at each page to make sure we were giving clear calls to action highlighted on each page. As you can see here, there are blue and green boxes highlighted on each page. These areas call out the most important information and make it easy for users to find exactly what they need as quickly as possible. Site features and functionality, I've already mentioned a few of these, but of course we wanted to optimize for mobile and all other devices. We wanted to enhance the navigation system to make it easier for users to find what they need on the website. We also implemented a powerful and more useful search functionality. Allows you to find things much quicker on the website. An extensive and easy to use forms library. A lot of the interactions with the office, of course, involve downloadable forms, so we made those easy to find. And the addition of news and important dates features. Clear calls to action and contact information throughout the site, as I previously mentioned. And most importantly, perhaps, is a modern content management system that allows for easier and more frequent site updates. What we really want to help Steve and his team do is digitize government services and make them more accessible to the public. And we're going to switch gears here and move into a live demo of the website. And Nicole, if you can help me by clicking on that left photo, the live website will come up. There we go. It's showing a little dark on the screen, but there's a bold new look to the website. Nicole, if you go to the top right and you see that little magnifying glass on the top, you could click that. That exposes our search functionality, so you can do a wildcard search with the form or have access to the top searches on the site if you can click that away with the X. And roll over those menu items on the top. You'll see the drawer navigation, which exposes all the important pages on the website, making it much easier for users to find what they need. And then finally, if you could click in the carousel area, we have information for homeowners, for business owners. We have information about the mission and vision of the team, and also access to vital records, birth and marriage and death certificates. Now, if you can scroll down, it's a little intro. There are the popular tasks that I was telling you about earlier that are highlighted on the left. So many of the use cases for this website can be clicked directly to from these highlighted features. And if you could scroll down a little bit further, Nicole. So the county just started, through the Assessor Recorder County Clerk's Office, just started a new service for passports. And you can see that there was a news release about that. It's the second link on the left. If you can click that. There's a press release here. Again, this was a feature that was not very well supported with the previous website, but you can generate press releases for new services. And if you click on password services in that link, thank you. This is the detail for password services. So everything you need to know about acquiring a passport through the county, you can find the information on this page. Again, if you can scroll down, passport fees, and a little further, please. Just real quick. You can see the fees, different services. You can also get a sense of the paperwork that you need to bring in order to make the transaction. And again, if you can scroll back up towards the top, you can actually click on this link and book an appointment. Just fill out this simple form, hit register, and you'll have an appointment booked. You'll get an email, and you're halfway through the transaction right there. Nicole, if you could go back to the slide presentation, please. I could sum this up pretty quickly. Again, we'd just like to thank you for the time you've given us today to share our project with you. In addition to working with Steve and his team, we also have 2 active projects with other departments in the county, Behavioral Health Services and the San Joaquin County Employee Retirements Association. We're really proud of the collaborative relationship we built with Steve and his team, and we look forward to continued partnership with the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Besfries?
Yes, Chairman.
Any following comments?
No, thank you. So we just wanted to.
Any questions for the board?
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd have to just take a moment and reflect. I wasn't on the board when you were selected, but I think that decision, well, some were complaining and some people wanted things that may have been, I think, stationary. I'd like to compliment how progressive you've been since you took over the office. And there was some scrutiny, there was complaint, and there was all sorts of, somewhat controversy. But the work you've put in, the board at the time and a couple of the members now, made a very wise decision bringing you on board because you've been very progressive and creative. And I have to tell you that this is evidenced and proven by not only the actions you've taken to modernize and to conjoin with the treasurer and the assessor and the appraiser's offices all together, which was Herculean to get done, but judging by your picture from the old website and the picture of the current website, the amount of hours and the work and the labor you must have put in, you've definitely, it's definitely reflective that there's some effort you put in to make this happen, and congratulations. Great job. Well done.
I'm grateful to the board for the decisions that started in 2019 in providing us the services for our IS department that fueled this. This was done in July, just prior to this, and that was the spark that ignited us. So we are grateful to the board for having faith and confidence in our abilities, and we enjoyed the support of the board and will continue delivering. Thank you.
Well done.
Vice Chair Rickman.
I didn't have my hand raised, but...
Well, you're on. I got your picture right there. I'm looking right at you.
No, I don't have it on my screen. But since
all right.
You did call me. I just want to say thank you for a great job and for updating. I mean, this is the first picture I've seen of the flood and what that can do to paper and these records that everybody depends on, and the Herculean task that you partook in is extraordinary, and to get it done in that amount of time. So, appreciate you and your staff for a great job, and continue to look forward to hearing some of the other great things that you guys are doing down there.
One quick question. I know there was another element of this in regards to the Historical Society and the museum, as far as records going back to 1800s. I'm assuming that was, well, I know it was part and parcel to this program, but how are we finished with that yet?
Breaking news. The digitization and the restoration has been completed. We now are selecting the appropriate books to store them, and it is our desire to come before the board and ceremoniously hand off these new refurbished books to the museum and let the board really see the impact they're making on this county for the next 500 years. So that one's on schedule, and hopefully in a couple months we'll be coming before you.
I don't think most of our residents realize, the historical data that is stored at the museum at Mickey Grove, and also the condition of those records, which was deteriorating, almost on a monthly basis. So I think by digitizing those and refurbishing those, you're right, it's going to benefit, because I can't tell you how many attorneys I've talked to have gone back in our records, especially on our water rights, et cetera, and really saved the day, for lack of a better term, with the courts. So I thank you for that. And as Supervisor Patty talks about, I thank you for the vision. And I guess one of the things that I see in the county generally with our other departments also is that I think you and others have really paved the way for the electronic advancement of the county and our record-keeping systems and our application processes and all those things. So great job, and again, I look forward to the next phase in regards to that. So I saw Supervisor Villaputa for a second, disappeared. I think I saw maybe Supervisor Miller. All I have right now is a picture of Vice Chair Rickman. So I will assume that we have a electronic malfunction. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, apparently ISD thinks that I'm logged in as Supervisor Rickman, and there's been sort of a shuffling of the deck, and so we apologize to you. It makes it awfully hard as the chair. I just want to thank you especially for this update. So often as a board, we approve projects or initiatives and we provide funding, and the public hears about them when they're launched, and then we don't get any feedback. Or there's just a very small little blurb somewhere out there that says a project's been completed. So I want to thank you for this, because this is all really important stuff that goes on behalf of our constituents. And I want to thank you for taking the initiative to actually come in and updating us, so that by doing this, we are also updating the public, so that they know that these various line items that were approved to, modernize a department that really plays a critical role in this county, that they're being finished and they're being done properly, and we are seeing those positive results. So thank you. And also, I really appreciate the fact that you mention your team, and that you talk about it's an effort of your entire department, and this doesn't just happen by one person or one consulting contract. This really happens with an entire department getting a hold of the vision and moving forward together. So I appreciate you acknowledging that very much.
Thank you. And to that note, I get to dream and they get to get the work done. So that is with an underscore. It's because of them and all our employees that we're able to deliver this.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, I've got, Vice Chair, that must be you. You must be Rickman. You're Rickman today.
We're logged in.
All right. Well, I do have Supervisor Villaputa on my screen now, so I assume it's yours.
Chair. Appreciate it. Mr. Restorers, I want to say
good work in keeping this, keeping up with the ideas and the innovations and trying to make it better for everyone, especially with this passport deal. So you and your team are doing a great job, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Moving to the next item. CEO Wilverding. This is in regards to the oral report on public agency retirement services and pension rate stabilization program.
Thank you, Chair Wynn. Good morning, members of the board. As many of us are aware, the county's $1.6 billion unfunded pension liability is the biggest liability and drag on the county's balance sheet today. In an attempt to address this, we've been contributing an additional 5% of the employer's share to an in-house reserve, and last year we contributed an additional $55 million to S.J. Sarah from our year-end savings. All of this has still left us at only 67% funded ratio, which is far short of the ballpark 80% target that most counties use. There's an additional tool available to us which can help us close this funding gap while at the same time providing financial control and flexibility to the county. And it's called a 115 Pension Trust. And here to discuss the 115 Pension Trust and how it can benefit our organization is Mitch Barker from PARS. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Barker. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Chair Wynn, members of the board, supervisors, it's a sincere pleasure to be in front of you today. About a year ago, I moved from Orange County to Amador County. I'm a whole lot happier. I'm a whole lot closer to you, too. So thank you for the opportunity. Also want to say thank you to Jay and also Sandy and Brenda for helping us get to today. Again, my name is Mitch Barker. I'm the Executive Vice President with PARS. I've been there for 18 years. Also joining me today is Mike Graves. Mike's a former supervisor with San Benito County and also past president of CSAC. So he helps us stay educated as to county issues and so forth, and we appreciate that. Also joining me is Mike Wynn of Highmark Capital, and Mike's our investment management partner. So that's our team in front of you on the slide. So today, it's all about education. I'm here to give you a short presentation, approximately 10 minutes, and it's to share information about this 115 trust concept with the board and certainly answer all your questions. There are 3 companies working together to bring any and every agency the 115 trust. PARS, we're known as trust administrators. We do the record keeping, the accounting, plan compliance as it relates to the IRS, GASB and state government code. We monitor money coming in, and we process disbursements when it's time to take money out. And we're sort of the quarterback of the team. Our trustee is U.S. Bank. They are the custodian of the assets and hold the money in the trust and provide oversight protection. And then third is Highmark Capital, represented by Mike, and they invest the money according to a risk tolerance level that any agency feels appropriate for them. They have an active management style. They can either use mutual funds that have the chance to outperform their benchmark, or they can use index funds. So we have it both ways. They also have an open architecture platform, which means they can choose from any of the 14,000 funds out there that meet the needs of our agencies. And they choose that down to a group of 100 and figure out which 15 to 20 get into your portfolio. I think it's important to know where we've been and who we're working with, and we're certainly very proud of our market in terms of the counties. Mike's helped us introduce us to a lot of these. 32 counties are using PARS to pre-fund either OPEB or pension or both. 22 of those are focused on pension, which is the topic here today. So again, 260 agencies pre-funding pension. 22 of those are counties, and you see those in front of you on that slide. So let's focus on the specifics, which is the pension rate stabilization program. Let's look back in time a little bit and come up with 2 things that I think are important milestones. Number 1, GASB, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, in 2015 said Unfunded liabilities can't be buried in the footnotes anymore. They're a line item on the balance sheet. So they're a big deal that agencies are certainly focusing on, especially counties, because of their size. And then mid-slide there to the right, you see that the county lowered their discount rate from 7.25 to 7. Discount rate's an actuarial term. I think in terms of layman words, it's what the expected rate of return is going forward. So the idea is this will come down over time because the capital markets are saying 7.25 is too hard to achieve long term. Let's go to 7, and it eventually will go lower. As you may have heard, CalPERS just lowered theirs from 7 to 6.8. John Bartell, the leading actuary in the state that's highly respected, is predicting 6.2 as the future discount rate for most retirement systems in California. As Jay mentioned, your numbers previously, $4.9 billion total OPEB liability in terms of the county's portion. Assets set aside to pay for that benefit, $3.3 billion. Therefore, the net pension liability, $1.6 billion, represents that 67% funded ratio. So that's on the lower side of the agencies we see, which is in a range of 60 to 80. So if the midpoint is 70, you're below that midpoint. As Jay indicated, most agencies are shooting for the high side, around that 80% mark. So a couple of key things that everyone looks at annually, which is what's the employer contribution amount? Last year it was $210 million. This year it's $224 million. So just from one year to the next, it's grown $14 million. And this is the trend that we see and the actuaries see, is that growth in that contribution rate. So why pre-fund pension obligations? Pre-fund is simply meaning setting aside in a reserve account inside our trust. And we've got about 14 reasons why we think this makes sense. I'm only going to give you my best 4 today to keep this brief. First is local control over the assets, meaning you decide how much you put in, when you put it in, how much you take out, and when you take it out. And most importantly, what's the risk tolerance level? We have strategies from as little as 15% equity, better known as conservative, and on up to scale, 5 different levels. We can also do a custom strategy, as you'll see. Here's the one restriction. The money in the trust can only be used for pension obligations. That's very important, and that's a requirement of GASB, and we certainly follow that requirement. So keeping the money local gives you control of the timing use of the money and also what's the risk on the investment side. Also, the whole goal is to stabilize the pension process because you've got a retirement system, had a great year last year, the previous year not as good. So it's had this kind of volatile nature, and that's been the way it is with retirement systems because most of the asset allocations are heavy on the equity side. On the other hand, you've got the Treasury, as we will see, not earning too much. So what's in between? That's us, and that's the PARS Trust. And our goal is to stabilize this process, allowing you to put money aside, choose a risk tolerance level that's appropriate for the county and your goals, but have access to it, which leads to number 3. It is a rainy day fund. Money can be used at any time. If you had a tough budget year and you needed that money to help make the payment to SJ Sarah, you may do that. If you say it's time to make an additional payment to SJ Sarah down the road, you may do that. So the money is there to be used when the county determines it's appropriate. But again, the one restriction is can only be used for pension. And then finally, diversification. Here's the opportunity to earn a greater rate of return than the Treasury because we're able to follow a different municipal government code section that allows us to diversify the investments in a prudent manner. And that's important. So again, the idea is to set the money aside in a trust and spread the risk. So graphically, which sometimes is more helpful than words, the idea would be to transfer money, we call it pre-funding, over into the pension trust. Again, the 2 ways that you can use the money underneath the cylinder are reimburse the county for pension-related expenses or to pay the retirement system SJ Sarah when you feel appropriate. One key thing on the slide is bottom right. No setup costs, no minimums. So if the county said, you know, this is a good idea right now, let's go forward, but money isn't showing up for 3 months, 6 months, whatever the length of time is, we don't charge any fees until you actually put assets in the trust. So we tried to make this as user-friendly as possible. We have a simple but flexible investment approach. Our portfolio manager would get input from the county as to what the target rate of return is, when they think they might need the money. Most folks are shooting around the 5-year mark on pension because they see their costs going up. They don't quite know what's coming in terms of discount rate from in the future. So they're shooting around that 5-year mark, and that allows them to pick a risk tolerance level that's appropriate. So in the middle, we've got 5 risk tolerance levels, also called pools or portfolios. One of those might be appropriate for the county. If you were to put in more than $5 million, then we can go to the box at the bottom of the middle of the slide, which is a custom strategy. And I will tell you, most counties have gone with a custom strategy because there's a lot of input from the CA's office, the auditor controller, and the treasurer. And we're trying to build something that's best for the county. So we can do a custom strategy. But in the end, number 3 is really important. Dedicated portfolio manager that the county will get to know, that will visit when appropriate, and build an investment policy that's specific to your amount of money. And I think that document is worth its weight in gold. It's roughly 5 pages. I live in Orange County. What happened in Orange County? 1994. Filed for bankruptcy. Got too aggressive. Invested arguably in some things that shouldn't have been invested in. So one of the things in our investment policy statement is what asset classes are prohibited. Not surprisingly, derivatives like the Orange County treasurer invested in, commodities, raw land, precious metals, all those risky things can't go there. So it's a 5-page document that's built with the portfolio manager and staff to get to what's appropriate for the county. I wanted to show you our returns over the last 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. These are through December 31st. We report them quarterly. We'll obviously have some new returns coming out in about a month after the end of the first quarter. As you see there, there's 5 risk tolerance levels going from conservative all the way up to capital appreciation. We also, at the request of staff, included S.J. Sarah's returns and also the Treasury. So S.J. Sarah, you see their returns through 12/31, 13.6. So that would fall in between our strategy at the top and the next one down. And then you see the returns over 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. Now, if you can consider what the Treasury has earned over the same 1, 3, 5, and 10-year periods of time, I do want to make one footnote. This is adjusted by 3 months. We didn't perfectly have the returns as of 12/31, so these are as of 3/31, but they're still 1, 3, 5, and 10-year returns. So you can see leaving the money in the Treasury doesn't earn a lot compared to diversified strategies, but then again, the Treasury is restricted by government policy. It has to follow those guidelines. So the idea would be to take some of the money out of the Treasury and choose one of the 5 risk tolerance levels above that's commensurate with county's goals. We want to share our fee schedule. There in the middle there is no setup fees as mentioned. Once there are assets in the trust, our PARS trust administration fee starts at 25 basis points and goes down. And then the investment management / trustee fee schedule starts at 35 basis points, also known as 0.35%. And that goes down every $5 million that's contributed into the trust. So my last slide gives you the reasons why I think this makes sense to take this step. Number 1, smooths out pension rate volatility. That's real key. There's nothing flat today. It's a volatile time period, especially in the investment world like we've seen in the last month. Number 2, offers a hedge against inflation. We all know inflation's running very high right now, and the Fed's talking about raising the interest rates. You need a financial toolbox to deal with all those things that are coming down the road, and this is one of the tools in your financial toolbox, in our opinion. So in essence, I'm asking you today to prepare today for tomorrow's pension realities. and we don't know exactly what those are, but giving you tools to deal with them will give you the best chance to prepare. So that's my formal presentation. I'm available for questions, as is Mike.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. Style of management, I've often seen if we have a pension fund and it has a dedicated manager, sometimes perhaps to error or to the benefit, the manager likes to just ride it out. It's because in the long term, they find there'll be very many fluctuations. However, I always find it concerning that if things are crashing, what stopgap do we have? What type of margins do we, where do we, have a absolute sell, and then, you're selling at this point, you're buying back it when it gets lower, and then you've got more room for the advancement and recovery. So I'm just kind of curious what philosophy, when asking that in the past, I'm told, and I've been on many boards, and we have investors that come in for our managing our funds, and it's always let's just ride out the storm, and in the long run, you'll be fine. Please answer.
Yeah, let me give you a little feedback from what I've seen historically, and then Mike can give you some feedback from a technical standpoint because he's a CFA. So, for instance, March 2020, when the COVID situation began, market went down roughly 30% in 1 month. So it was a very tough time. We obviously have a lot of clients in the 115 Trust. We got a lot of phone calls. What do? Do we buy? Do we sell? Do we stand pat? 95% of agencies eventually stood pat. A few moved up in risk tolerance level because they saw it as a buying opportunity. A few moved down in risk tolerance level because they couldn't handle the volatility. And only a couple actually got out of the market and went to cash because, again, they couldn't handle the volatility. But as you know, in April, things took off again and the market came back. So it really paid off to stand pat and stay the course. And that's what we've seen historically, even after 2008, 2009, the Great Recession. But in terms of what the options are, let me give it to Mike and he can share with you.
Good morning, all. I just wanted to comment on that question. So part of the goal would be upfront determining your kind of strategic asset allocation. And as the slide said, let's say a balanced portfolio might underweight or overweight. So it might go between 40 and 60%, let's say, equities. But the idea would be that we would kind of set up those broad parameters up front. But yes, Highmark Capital, the investment manager for the program, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Union Bank of California, would do some underweighting or overweighting based on current assessment of the marketplace. And so, for example, last year we had moved away from maybe some of the really growth stocks that we see, the technology, because they were selling at a premium in our mind. And we rebalanced a little bit towards more traditional value stocks, which has helped us over the last year for ourselves and our clients. And so that is part of the process that we would be engaging with you. But it would be, again, within ranges versus we're all or none, right? So it might be, well, we might take some money off the table, but there's no certainty in the markets, and we wouldn't want to necessarily jump completely out or completely in.
Okay.
Does that help you out?
It does. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I think my question really goes to our CAO. We have set aside, we have been pre-funding, we have been making additional payments. I shouldn't say pre-funding. We've been making additional payments on our pension obligation. And that's part of why our unfunded liability, our position has improved. And I know that we have also set aside reserves to continue doing that. So my question is, first of all, how much do we have in those reserves? And would those funds remain in the reserves, which I understand are then invested through our Treasury, or would a percentage of those be transferred into this new plan? So that's my first question.
Okay, let me see if I can, it was a multi-part question,
yes,
Supervisor Miller. Let me see if I can get it in order. So what we've been doing, we did last year was we kicked in an additional, I believe it was $55 million straight over to S.J. Sarah to be invested. One of the reasons that the unfunded liability amount has been improving, if you look at the PARS, the worksheet that was presented earlier, the market's done better and the returns have done better. So the best way to plug the unfunding gap in the marketplace is to actually have the market help you out. We'd have to put in, I think, for every point of improvement, $240 million worth of excess. So by that standard, the $55 million wasn't huge. But as Mitch was saying, the middle gap, the gap in the middle, we have either we can give it over to S.J. Sarah, as we did, and we can also put it in the Treasury, as we've also been doing. And I don't have that number off the top of my head. I know I have staff in here that could give you that information. But as you saw, it's earning roughly 1% if you wanted to average over the last 5 years. That gives us the flexibility. If we wanted to take it out of the Treasury, and as Mitch said, smooth out our pension liability, we can do that. If we said, oh, it was a bad year, or, you know, our budget's tight, or we had some reason where we needed to kick in extra dollars to meet the employer contribution, we can still do that, but we're only earning just a very minuscule amount. This would give us the ability to match or exceed what we're making over in the S.J. Sarah, and we would have the ability and the flexibility to be able to do with it what we needed. As Mitch said, if we wanted to kick in an additional amount, like the $55 million we contributed last year, then we could do that. If we wanted to contribute less than that, if we wanted to match some of the employer's share because we had a tight budget year, we could also use it for that and not just let it sit in the Treasury at roughly 1%.
Okay, so I think I understand then that the money we've set aside for reserves could be transferred into this 115, correct? So my last question is, how much is there that we would be thinking about transferring?
Well, through the chair, I can answer the question as far as how much we have in reserves. So for the unfunded pension reserve, we have $58.2 million right now. So of that, we would come back to the board and decide together of how much of that we would want to. I think your other question, Supervisor Miller, is you were asking, would we continue the additional? Because this is just what we have in reserve. And so the additional 5% that we've been putting in the budget, we would have to discuss that as well. You know, what do we want to keep that and then use some of this to put in the trust? But we'll decide.
And so is there more of a benefit in terms of, say, tax-wise for either making additional payments to S.J. Sarah versus putting it into this?
It's my understanding there's no difference tax-wise. As long as we leave the money in the trust and we don't use it for any other purposes, it's treated exactly the same.
Correct. Supervisor Miller, we have a IRS approval called the private letter ruling, and that makes sure that the earnings off the trust are in fact tax exempt since it's outside of the Treasury. That was important to get.
Okay, great. So I can see the benefit of this because with S.J. Sarah, it's important to note that they have to always keep in mind that they have to be paying out benefits. And so their investment strategy has to be based on maintaining that ability. So at times, perhaps they're a little more conservative than we would think. Gee, why aren't we in there just going for it and earning all of this extra equities? But they have to be paying out benefits, and they're significant. So I can see the benefit in doing this because you could have a slightly, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems as though you could have a slightly more aggressive investment strategy, which would then provide for those funds to continue making the additional contributions to S.J. Sarah.
That's exactly right. If the group decided that a higher risk tolerance level was appropriate for the money in our trust, we could invest in that level.
Okay, so from my standpoint, having sat on the S.J. Sarah board for almost 8 years, I am very much in support of making investments. I like that they're restricted to pension because that's what I feel those dollars should go to. Everybody here knows I feel very strongly that obligations for pensions that are made to our employees and retirees are really bordering on a sacred obligation. People are basing their lives on those promises. And so my top priority is always going to be to make sure that SJ Sarah has the funding that it needs to weather any storm and continue paying out promised benefits. So from my standpoint, this seems like a smart and prudent way for the county to be able to earn more on those dollars instead of just sitting there earning 1%, which is not a whole lot better than burying it in a coffee can in the backyard. I see this as a positive and really increasing the county's ability to fund these obligations going forward. So that's my 2 cents to the board. And thank you for the presentation. It's very clear, and I think it explained the situation quite well. And thank you to our CAO and your staff for doing the research on this and continuing to look for additional strategies so that the county can be in a better position. This does go on our balance sheet, so this impacts our ability to borrow, to do all kinds of other things on behalf of our constituents. And so it's important that this unfunded liability gets reduced and we get closer to that 80% funding ratio.
I would agree.
Supervisor Miller, just a couple of things I wanted to point out and add to the last part of your earlier question is, as far as an amount, if you noticed on the one table, had we put 50 of the 55 million that we funded SJ Sarah last year into a 115 pension trust like we're talking here, the management fee, the aggregate management fee was only 20 basis points because the 50 million balance is the highest amount that you need to have to get their lowest fee. And that would probably be our most appropriate deposit because, I mean, that's almost next to nothing in order to set this thing up.
Yeah, it is. I'm impressed with how low the fees are.
Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And no, I just want to confirm that I agree with Supervisor Miller. And she asked most of the questions or addressed most of my concerns. The only thing that I would ask to UCAO is to work with the Chief Executive Officer, Joanna Schick from SJ Sarah, on some of the recommendations if this board approves or if this board goes forward. So if you could meet with her, sure. That would be my request. And last thing is just confirm that when we're talking about pre-funding, putting money in, that the money is just for the pension, that we can't remove it for, not like the state, No,
we can't.
We're not going to do the state of California thing and put it in one box. The next thing you know, it's for somebody's dry cleaning or something like that. Right. Okay. That's just what
we're unable to do that, Supervisor.
No, I just wanted to make sure, put it on record. So thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chair.
Okay. Just a quick question, Jay, in regards to the reserve, the $58 million we currently have. Is that in a separate account or is that in our general account?
It's in a special account within the general fund. Sure.
So would we have had in the past or currently have the ability to invest separately from the rest of our funds?
Not as long as it's in the Treasury.
Okay. All right.
Because it's pooled. All of our investments are pooled.
Okay. All right. That answers that question. In regards to the, and I would agree with Supervisor Miller in regards to the potential flexibility we would have. And I guess one of the things, at least the numbers that you provide, is that, we used to be at 60 or 61%, and we're at 67. So we are making headway in regards to, the funding line, potential. The other part of it is for example, with the volatility of the economy currently and inflation at our doorstep, and the Fed now talking about raising rates maybe 6 times this year, with this fund being separate, we would be more nimble in regards to addressing the potential up or down in regards to the economy and certainly to the investment strategy? Is that essentially what you're providing, is that ability to be more I want to say decisive, but quicker in decision making, because it sits there and based upon what's happening and I guess the projections of your team as to what would be best? Because you talked about, when COVID hit, you got a lot of telephone calls as to should we sell, should we buy, et cetera. So what you're telling us is that this particular vehicle for investment would be much more applicable to the volatility of inflation and certainly investment strategies as a whole. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. The dedicated portfolio manager focusing on your account, and he will monitor this thing on a monthly basis. As Mike mentions, they also rebalance periodically as well. And I would suggest we have quarterly meetings once we get this thing started so that we have a short window of time to come back and keep the county informed as to how things are going, what risk tolerance level we're at, what the recommendations are, and most importantly, what's happening in the market. Because, we're not at a loss for a lot of things going on that are affecting it right now. So there'll be a short range of accountability here, and we'll stay focused.
Well, I think that the thing that I find most attractive is in regards to this particular 115, this fund, is you talk about, and who knows what's going to happen in the future with our economy, but I know our pension costs, our contributions continue to rise. And so if we set these monies aside, and especially when our revenues, tax revenues, all these revenues go down, then we will have the ability to make those additional payments by this money that's been provided for that particular type of rise or drop, et cetera, which is important because, I know a lot of public agencies that are really challenged in regards to pay their annual premiums.
Right.
Because, some are approaching 58, 60, maybe 70%, which is phenomenal compared to what it was 5 or 10 years ago. And the other part of it is as opposed to the reserve, it seems that from my vantage point, I would feel much more secure knowing that I have this money set aside for any potential future, especially the downturn in our tax revenues to offset the increased costs, which I believe are going to be inevitable. So these are all things that I think are positive.
That's exactly why it was built, for this purpose right here, to help you prepare for whatever comes down the road. If times continue to be good, leave the money there. If there's a downturn in the economy or have a tough budget year or an emergency, then you can go get the funds to help fill the gap for pension only.
Right. Yeah, and that's the key.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Mike Graves with the PARS team here. If San Joaquin County decides to go forward with this, the customization part is purely, we fully understand that you're responsible and worry about this money and worry about this obligation. You can establish the oversight committee as the majority of the board determines. That is to say, you can assign CAO, Treasury, Assessor. There could be a subcommittee of the board to review this. When we come review the ongoing activity as you're talking about and how you're doing, that committee takes place. Of our 22 counties, they do it in a variety of ways. Some designate it to the CAO, some have board members active, some have Treasury. It's a variety of ways. That's why ours is so attractive, is that it is customized how the board wants to go forward. And those meetings take place in a variety of ways, in person and so on. So I just wanted to expand on that. It's local control completely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Any other questions, comments? Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, CAO Wilverdine, question for you. We have, and this segues over perhaps, but we have, and correct me if I'm wrong, the name of a fund, but is it there's a teeter fund that we have? It's the penalties that the county has accumulated for for properties and fines and such, and I believe that number is somewhere around $40 million.
That's called the Tax Resource Fund, and I believe it's in excess of 60 million. I would need the auditor to be able to verify that, but that's probably a good estimate.
And am I correct in saying that that's penalty dollars? That's things that the county has accumulated over quite a long period of time?
It is. It's probably inception to date since the county went on teeter back in 1994. And what it is it's an accumulation of redemption roll, the costs, fees, and penalties that are associated with redeeming properties that are in default, in tax default.
Well, and we can have a discussion later as the board as it relates to those funds, but I'm just curious if there's a mechanism that you could present to the board where we could use those dollars and part of this investment portfolio and maybe have those dollars earmarked that may not necessarily go and be automatically absorbed into the unfunded pension, but we could use those dollars as an enhanced investment portfolio to help us gain momentum on the unfunded pension.
That may be possible. I would have to look into that.
Okay. Might be a good idea for us to consider so we can gain some momentum on that unfunded pension.
It's still sitting there 1% if that's where you're going with that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not earning much anyways. So that's something, again, maybe for a future discussion.
We do have to be cautious because we do a teeter analysis every year, and there's requirements, and I'm getting a little sketchy now. I've been out of my auditor role for a year. It's 1% of the total apportionment or a certain percentage of the defaulted properties that we have to leave a minimum. We can't just go and I don't know what that number is. It's probably somewhere around $30 or $35 million. So when I say there's 60 in there, it doesn't mean that 60 is excess money. It just means that's the balance. And, if we were going to draw it down for another purpose, we'd still have to leave. And I would like to leave, and I think the county has had in its calculation, a cushion on top of the minimum requirement. But there's probably I know there is some excess, maybe 10, 20, $25 million in there that we might be able to look at.
Okay. Please review and bring back to the board for consideration.
Sure.
Thank you.
Supervisor
Thank you,
Miller.
Chair.
Supervisor Miller?
Yeah, I just want to remind the board, and I think this is great to point this out, there may be actually some other funds elsewhere in our reserve accounts that we may want to do this, but it's important that as a policy decision, this board understands that once it gets transferred into this, yes, it can earn more money, but it can only be used for pensions then. So it does reduce our flexibility a little bit in the sense that those reserves are no longer available to cover other budget gaps. So I would also appreciate, as part of this going forward, seeing that analysis.
Sure.
But I want to make sure that the board understands that just from a policy standpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to accept this oral report.
So moved.
Second, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller, have you voted?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item in regards to the COVID-19 discussion. Mr. Diederich.
Good morning, Supervisor Wynn, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO Wilverding, and County Council Mark Miles. Dr. Park is enjoying a much-deserved family vacation, so I will be presenting the COVID update to the Board of Supervisors this morning. As of yesterday's EMS report, there were only a total of 25 COVID-positive patients in our acute care hospitals, representing just 4% of total inpatient bed utilization. And licensed occupancy is at 65%, with only 5 COVID positive patients in the ICU, which are running at 93% of licensed capacity. These are hospital numbers not seen in nearly a year and represent a 14% drop from last week and a 79% drop from this date last month. Our county's testing positivity rate has declined to 2.2%, and this compares to a statewide average of 1.3%. Keep in mind these are only reported tests and do not include a significant volume of at-home or other rapid antigen testing that is being performed. Our rate of testing stands at a rate of 349 per 100,000 on average, and that represents about 2,700 PCR tests administered per day in the county, approximately where we were in early July before the Delta wave. Our case rate has also declined to 5 per 100,000. This compares to over 250 per 100,000 at the height of the Omicron surge in January. If we were still under the statewide tier system that was sunset back on June 15th of last year, these are numbers that would place San Joaquin County into Tier 3 or orange, representing moderate community transmission. We've not been at that level since last July, after first moving there in early June prior to the lifting of the tier system. We continue to make incremental progress toward COVID vaccinations, including boosters, and I'm especially pleased with the vaccination rate achieved in our lowest health equity quartile on the right side of the left image. Overall, 61.6% of the county's vaccine-eligible population has completed their primary vaccination series. This, however, places San Joaquin County 31st out of the 58 counties in California. The line, the graphic on the right, the state bar line that is shown there represents the primary vaccination series. So of the age groups, we're only exceeding the statewide average in the 65 plus range. Late last week, both Pfizer and Moderna each announced they have formally requested authorization from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for booster doses of their COVID-19 mRNA vaccines. Pfizer is seeking authorization for an additional booster dose for adults over age 65, and Moderna is seeking to amend its emergency use authorization to allow a fourth dose of COVID-19 vaccines for adults 18 years and older. The FDA is anticipated to convene its vaccine and related biological products advisory committee in April to review the request and consider recommendations for boosters in 2022. However, a specific date for this meeting has not yet been set. Vaccines still remain public health's primary measure to prevent hospitalization and deaths due to COVID, especially in older adults or those with comorbid health conditions. As you can see from this map of U.S. counties updated through March 17th, overall levels of community transmission of COVID are at low levels per the recently revised CDC definition. However, there is discussion of a new BA.2 variant with significant outbreaks currently occurring in Germany, South Korea, Hong Kong, and mainland China. There's some limited discussion at CDPH about there potentially being a new surge, but as of this point, what we're really seeing are this new variant becoming the predominant strain being found, but not yet an overall increase in infection rates within California. On Thursday, March 17th, the Federal Health and Resources and Services Administration sent this notification to COVID testing vendors who have been claiming against a federal testing fund if clients lacked insurance coverage. This is an impact of the Biden administration's $15.6 billion request for additional COVID-19 relief funding that is currently stalled in Congress. And the federal government plans to begin significantly cutting the purchasing of therapeutic treatments available to the states. And this drawdown, which began yesterday, includes monoclonal antibodies that have been shown to work effectively against the Omicron variant. This has resulted in our primary testing partner, HR Support, requiring a $100 testing fee for individuals who lack insurance. Additionally, due to extremely low daily volumes at many fixed testing sites, commonly less than 20 tests per day is being administered, several HR support sites will be closing effective March 24th, including those located at Franklin, Chavez, and Edison High Schools in Stockton. We are working to keep 2 central testing sites open in Stockton, including at Delta Community College and Stagg High School. And I want to thank HR Support for their longstanding partnership with the county on both testing and vaccinations. This slide shows the current status of the testing sites as found on SJ Ready. My understanding is that the 2 OptumServe sites, Lodi and at San Joaquin General Hospital, which are funded via a state contract, at present will not be requiring a testing fee for those lacking insurance coverage. However, as these sites statewide are operating at only 12% of capacity, there is discussion of reducing the hours of operation, though I understand both the OptumServe and the SNAP Nurse Van state contracts have been extended through June 30th of this year. This slide shows additional mobile testing and vaccine events being held over the balance of March, and there are no anticipated fees for either of these services for these events. Please also note that rapid antigen test kits are available for free from the federal government by accessing the covidtest.gov site as listed on this slide. This is not currently being impacted by the congressional impasse regarding additional COVID emergency funding. The state of California is still providing antigen test kits to schools, child care providers, and certain healthcare facilities. Additionally, public health via the Mohawk received approximately 37,000 antigen tests last Friday, and per CDPH guidelines, we'll be distributing to our healthcare coalition partners, including our community clinics and our testing partners, as well as utilizing for COVID outbreaks. OptumServe will also be adding antigen testing to their testing sites. This slide lists 3 of the events that have occurred since our last Board of Supervisors update, including the ending of the school masking requirement effective the end of the day, March 11th. The California Assembly voting to not rescind the governor's emergency powers, and an upcoming change to mega events and no longer requiring vaccine verification or proof of negative test. And these would be for indoor events with more than 1,000 participants or outdoor events with greater than 10,000 participants. This becomes effective April 1st. This is my final slide, and I want to use it to discuss the implementation of a federal test to treat program that is being rolled out to the states. The United States government has announced a Test to Treat initiative to facilitate rapid access to free treatment for COVID-19. Beginning on March 7th, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services began distributing oral antivirals, Paxlovid and Molnupiravir, directly to federally qualified health centers, pharmacy-based clinics, and long-term care facilities. This new initiative will not replace the existing direct allocation system of therapeutics to California or the development of other test to treat strategies within the state of California. And California will be still continue to receive an allocation of antivirals that have been being distributed by our EMS medical health operational area coordination system. All qualified healthcare providers can prescribe these therapeutics to patients who are at increased risk of developing severe COVID-19. Health and Human Services plans to create a web page for patients to locate test to treat facilities, with plans to launch later this month. At this time, the federally managed test to treat program will focus on federal retail pharmacy therapeutic partners, long-term care pharmacy partners, and associated sites. So these are basically some of the CVS and other brick and mortars that were participating early on in other COVID relief under the federal government. Local health jurisdictions will be responsible for vetting test-to-treat facilities in their jurisdictions. Once vetted and identified, test-to-treat facilities can be labeled and uploaded to the Health Partner Ordering Portal that will appear on the Health and Human Services Test-to-Treat Locator page. There are still many operational and logistical issues to work out. As most testing sites, there is not a qualified medical provider there that can write a patient prescription, and currently most testing sites are not distributors of the medications, and thus a patient would still need to go to a retail pharmacy that has the medication in stock. Over time, certain sites may be able to use a standing order under a medical provider's license to have a prescriber on site, as well as potentially have actual stock of the pharmaceuticals there to directly dispense. Chair Nguyen, this concludes my presentation this morning. I'll be happy to address any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? In regards to the treatment side, it appears that if you're exposed, there is nothing that's effective to assist you with any prevention of the virus itself. Is that correct?
So in the final slide, it listed the therapies that are there. Some of those are the infusion therapies that are generally done in the pre-hospital setting. But what we're specifically talking about here for the test or treat would be the oral antivirals. 2 of them have emergency use authorization since about the 3rd week in December. Paxlovid is the one that is more efficacious for Omicron. However, a molnupiravir, which has about a 30% of efficacy, is being prescribed because it has been more widely available. But the goal for the test or treat is to rapidly get these to individuals. So with the state program, what I mentioned for the last several months, EMS, our medical health operational area coordinator, has been receiving our allocation and then distributing those to various CVS, Walgreens, and hospital-based pharmacies. This is being expanded. So that program will still be in place, but the federal program is working to get more quick access, because once you turn positive and is that an antigen test or confirmed with the PCR lab test, but once you turn positive and you have other indications that you will most likely progress to severe COVID because you are aged or have a comorbidity, the goal is to get a prescription, and as mentioned, any licensed physician can authorize that prescription, but then it's finding which pharmacy has it in stock, and as reported at our last board meeting, there is more and more available now. So it is becoming more widely dispersed, but the goal is to quickly identify COVID positive individuals that might be at higher risk for severe COVID, getting them that prescription and getting that 5-day course of oral treatment in their hands as quickly as possible to prevent decomposition and hospitalization.
So if someone tests positive, they need to get a prescription to receive these therapeutics, correct?
Correct. This is an FDA emergency use authorized pharmacy product, so it requires a physician prescription, and as I mentioned, there are some hurdles there. Ultimately, would there be a standing order under some licensed physicians, the EMS medical director, the local health officer, the state health officer, and a standing order for the prescription? That needs to be worked out, but ultimately, this is a prescription which requires a prescription from a licensed provider. Beyond that, I once said these are not benign, but there are certain drug-to-drug interactions, drug-to-allergy interactions, and these would be contraindicated for certain individuals that might be on say a blood thinner or a medicine for congestive heart failure. So it needs to have some license review that the prescription it should be authorized for a specific individual.
Then you mentioned the availability of the actual treatment itself. If, for example, I tested positive and I went to my doctor and my doctor prescribed the medication, I mean, obviously they normally go to a particular pharmacy where I live, but let's say they didn't have it. How would I then, as a person, just a regular person, would I then have to call around, or is there something on either the state website or our website that would give an individual indication where that particular prescription would be available?
So I'm not sure if it's the FDA or the CDC website, but there is a website, and I don't know if we link to it directly from SJ Ready, but it's basically a therapeutics locator. And it would tell you, not quite in real time, but a good estimate of what pharmacy brick and mortars within our county or basically in the nation based upon zip code potentially have stock. When I mentioned the initial partners for the federal test to treat program, I called out the federal qualified health centers. So we have 3 of those in our county, community medical centers, the San Joaquin County clinics, and Golden Valley. those will eventually be locations. Some of these commonly, I don't know about San Joaquin County clinics, but commonly a lot of the FQs have on-site pharmacies. So if you were a Medicaid beneficiary, which is predominantly served by these FQHCs, if you test positive there, they obviously have a provider there that could write the prescription. Some of these federal qualified clinic partners will eventually have pharmaceuticals right there on site to dispense like they do for other therapeutics.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Hey, public comment? Angela May, your turn.
Okay, first I want to speak as lifelong respiratory disease patient. I just heard the most lengthy, and excuse me for this term and excuse my French, I just heard the most biggest bullshit that I've heard in a long time, in this whole time period of over 2 years. The number one thing that was not on that slide is other respiratory therapeutics that are actually FDA approved, licensed, and have a reputational experience with patients. I present to you, and excuse my patronizing, an inhaler. There are no inhalers listed on that list. There are no cough suppressants, anti-vomiting aids such as promethazine. There's nothing such as dexamethasone. How about Advair? How about albuterol? How about, I don't know, anti-replication or protease inhibitors that assist in preventing viral replication that are, yes, off-label use, but there's over 100 studies currently being used for them actively in our nation that are FDA approved, that are actually listed in many journals right now. As a respiratory sufferer, I can tell you right now, I'm frankly sick and tired of being treated like I'm spreading some kind of plague every time I need to use my damn inhaler. That's disgusting, and that is how people are being treated in this county. Now, what I did see in that list is that they're pushing these clinical trial experiments in the same way that they're pushing your Mickey Grove Zoo to be a clinical location for your animals, okay? Gee, I'm so happy to be a human experiment to test mRNA vaccines so that we can now effectively give them to our zoo animals. Sarcasm is intentional here because yes, we are experimenting now on our zoo. I don't see an FDA-approved application to use our zoo as a clinical location. I don't see an authorized clinician for using a clinical experiment zoologist at that location. I don't see the proper licensing applications for that location to be used. I also don't see the safety fact sheets for the chemicals in these injections and the exposure sheets. Did you know Zoetis LLC actually has a hotline for exposure illness for any of the workers if they are actually exposed to any chemicals given to the animals in any of the products that they are using, including these clinical experiments that are now going to be offered to the animals? I'm saying no to the animals. Why? Because, granted, I may be human, but the mRNA vaccine trials on animals, they all died. Now we're going to go backwards and we're going to say, well, hey, it's effective. You're alive. You're all standing here. We're all standing here. It's okay, right? Now we can go back to using it on animals again because, oh, it's safe, right? Have you even read the safety sheets? Have you read the Cal-EPA pages? Have you read the MSDS fact sheets on exposure illness? Mr. Dietrich, by that look, I'm guessing you haven't because I can tell you I have every single one of them. Exposure illness is very serious, and we need to start treating that as a very serious illness because whether you like it or not, there are over 2 million adverse events. There are over 25,000 deaths documented, and according to our Department of Defense records that are now on court records across this nation, over 200,000 deaths are actually documented by Department of Defense, and even that number is only a minuscule number. None of those numbers are in your presentations, and that's a disgrace to not include those facts. I myself have almost 40 people, 37 to be exact, that I've lost because of vaccine injuries and deaths. You're not talking about that, and that is the elephant in the room that you should all be ashamed of. Thank you.
Anyone else? Clerk of the board, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The first public comment was submitted by Claudia, who writes, BOS, did you know all the animals died in the COVID vax trials? COVID, cold and flu were labeled as COVID to bring in the vax. The vax was brought in to depopulate the world. It's easier to control a smaller group of people. They admitted placebos along with the poison shots because we couldn't all drop dead at once. Did you know all this can be found online? CNN won't report it. The next comment, Chairman, when contains two expletives that I'm going to skip when I read this. It was submitted by Robert, who writes, Board, morning. I'm a concerned member of San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I'm a father, a husband, and a patriot. Have you not had enough of being puppets? It's quite pathetic that we are still playing this expletive game. Real people's lives are at stake. Have you had to worry about losing your job? Have you had to choose to sacrifice a family member to the poison shots? Have you questioned the force behind all this? The why? Come on, wake the expletive up already. I'm going to assume you all got the jobs since you all promoted them. Got the jabs since you all promoted them. Stop with all the COVID scam in your county already. I was just following orders will not save anyone from what is coming. Playing being stupid won't save you, and your corrupt buddies locally can't and won't save you. This is much bigger. Have you noticed how many in government are stepping away? There's a reason why. Do your county a favor and resign now. Let's go, Brandon. And that concludes the public comments for this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, could you share your conversation with Director Dietrich?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask Director Dietrich if he has any information to share. We had a lot of public comment this morning about Fulgent, the mining of DNA, and any type of response we might have, something we do know or anything we need to look into further that you could share with us.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, through the chair, and County Council Mark Miles to let me know if I go too far astray. My understanding is most of this dust up with Fulgent is a result of Sheriff Villanueva in LA County. That's where it really came to becoming in the national press. LA County, their Board of Supervisors is seeking to enforce a vaccine mandate with staff. Obviously, that's not anything local. We're not doing that anything with our county staff. However, there's about 4,000 Sheriff Office employees who are unvaccinated, and the board is going through a change in their ordinance to remove the appointing authority ability from the sheriff to the HR director in the county, which will allow the HR director to effectively fire these unvaccinated staff if the Board of Supervisors in LA County wants to go that length. Fulgent has been the testing vendor in LA County for LA County staff for quite some time, predating any engagement San Joaquin County had with them. Fulgent still maintains federal, state, county commercial contracts for their PCR testing. So I think that's really the nexus of it. There is some dialogue that the day after Thanksgiving there was an FBI briefing. I think there's been some back and forth. Ultimately, Fulgent is suing Sheriff Villanueva for defamation. County Council in LA County is refusing to provide legal services for Villanueva because it was outside the course and scope of his employment. So that's kind of how we got here, with a lot of this being in the newspaper. But the PCR testing that is done, what is extracted from the sample is RNA, not DNA, and it's RNA of the COVID virus itself. When you order a test, that's basically like a prescription. It's a physician order. I just can't show up at Quest and ask to have a Chem 7 because I'm curious. It has to be a physician order. What is ordered is a COVID-19 assay, a PCR test. For them to do anything additional with that sample would be unlawful. Concepts that I've heard in the press having to do with HIPAA laws not applying. Fulgent Lab is a HIPAA-covered entity, which means they have federal requirements as well as state requirements to protect identifiable patient-level information. Even if that information was sent offshore, those laws still apply. If the concept is that they have business dealings with China, I would just comment. I have I have a smartphone. Smartphone vendors have a lot of dealings with China, and I imagine by an extension of that argument, all of our metadata is shared with China as well. But that's regardless. My duty is to mitigate the effects of COVID in the county. We're doing that with vaccines, testing, and we're at now. I've been asked not to respond to certain comments being either going through our PIO group or not. But I understand there's a lot of concerns about Fulgent and how we got there. But if the board wants me to be transparent here or later, I can articulate how we got here.
Thank you. And you had mentioned an FBI letter from Sheriff Villanova and Fulgent suing the sheriff for defamation, and it's my understanding that the FBI has also alerted Fulgent that no such letter or report of any type of collaboration with China is accurate. There was no letter given, there was no verification, there was no concern actually from the FBI to Fulgent, and there's no documentation, there's no record, and exactly to the contrary, FBI has basically debunked that story.
All I have is what's available in the public space as well. What I understand is that briefing was requested by the FBI to, in general, talk about cybersecurity or other potential breaches for awareness. What I saw was Fulgent might have been listed as a concern, but I've never seen anything about disclosure or selling or offshoring DNA information. It's been spun, but I did make a call to the FBI field office in Sacramento and discuss some of this, and they really had no additional comment and no desire to have a briefing with us.
Can you share, if we have a testing site that we have and they're doing tests and they're finding negatives, positives, what's the protocol? So a swab is taken, a test is administered, the process, and it's going to be red light, green light, whatever the process might be. What's the protocol after that swab and the sample has been taken?
So two types of tests. One of those are the rapid antivirals, which is a CLIA wave test, which is not run in the lab. These are the 15-minute ones that you probably have had. Same type of thing, a swab, a different type of swab or a different length in your nasal cavity. But then it's basically, depending upon the test, put into a card, and a reagent is put on there, and it looks kind of like a pregnancy test. It's called a lateral flow assay, and then the fluid will flow across the test strip, and then a strip if you're positive or negative. Obviously, those are basically disposed of. They're on site, if you will. The ones that go to the lab, they'll be acquired generally in the field. That swab would then be pasted in basically, not a test tube, but it's a device with a viral transport media, which is some liquid on the bottom of it, and then it's capped. It's labeled with a barcode to identify, what patient sample it is. It's shipped to a lab. Same thing, Fulgent. There are literally hundreds of labs throughout the United States that are authorized to run these samples. Dozens of emergency youth PCR assays. I know there was comment about the CDC's assay being removed very early on in the pandemic. The CDC had they were the first PCR assay to be approved with emergency youth authorization. Obviously, after that, after 2 years now, there's been a lot of advancement. That initial emergency assay has been discontinued because there are now better assays on the market. But to your point, after the swab is placed in the viral transport media, it's taken to the lab. Then it basically goes through a multi-stage process. There's basically an RNA extraction. Then if these are like in automated equipment where you might have 100 samples and pipettes move and basically take it to an analyzer. A PCR, it's a percutaneous chain reaction. What it basically does is via hot and cold cycles amplifies the RNA up to a detectable level. You've heard about cycle thresholds, and that's basically we cut off at 32 cycle thresholds, which means if you get above that, you lead to false positives or such. But then after that, I don't think at the lab, for the most part, there might be some surveillance ones where some of those samples might be maintained, specifically when we might do whole genome sequencing, which basically, yeah, you're positive for COVID, but is it the Omicron variant? Is it another variant? But these are not maintained long term. And like I said, I know of no vendor that is basically doing post-processing for some other medical diagnosis that wasn't ordered. And the test that is ordered is a COVID-19 lab assay.
When is the DNA sequencing completed?
Again, it's not DNA, it's RNA, but it's the RNA of the virus, and that's basically, our public health lab has onboarded not too long ago whole genome sequencing, but it is done throughout the state, and for certain ones. So, not to get too far astray, but there's been other people talking about how the newer variants you can't find. Well, we're not looking for just one genetic marker. We're looking for commonly 4 or more. And in some of these newer variants, if 3 are positive and one's dropped out, it's assumed it's the variant. That sample or a subset of those samples might go on to whole genome sequencing to confirm that. There are several municipalities that also do wastewater surveillance and looking for prevalence rates in sewage. And a lot of those are kind of pre-indicators of, because that is going towards that whole genome sequencing. COVID's in the wastewater. Is it Omicron? Is it BA2? Is it some other sample?
And just out of curiosity, can we put together maybe an audit or review of the exact protocols so we can release to the public so that they see that there isn't DNA sequencing, that there isn't a transfer or download of a file that goes over to, or nor are we sending samples over to China as the culprit here is what we're hearing is happening, some sort of partnership with Fulgent. Now, and then further to that point, is there any, once we buy a test from this company Fulgent, do they have their own lab technicians here, let's say at San Joaquin County, operating the test, and they now own those test samples, Fulgent themselves? Because since we're hearing that Fulgent is in cooperation and selling this data or sharing this data with China, where is it that when we buy the test from Fulgent, we get the Fulgent technicians that come along and retain the samples for this sharing?
So I could probably write up what should happen, but I can't prove a negative. But 2 things with Fulgent, as with every other vendor. We have 2 items or engagements with Fulgent. One started about a year ago, and these were home-based test kits. So back a year ago, January of 2021, a large surge, a desire to increase testing, access to testing, delays in testing. We had purchased home-based test kits, and these were basically ones that Public Health redistributed to some of our municipal and CBO testing partners, as well as made available to individuals at higher risk of COVID. They were pre-positioned in these to these vendors or ultimately to individuals' homes. And if they became symptomatic or had exposure, I had the test kit there in my medicine cabinet, if you will. I could self-swab it. And when I say self-swab, that was kind of novel back then, because prior to that, most of the PCR tests had to be administered by a licensed medical professional or under the direct supervision of such.
Hired by Fulgent? A Fulgent technician there to do it?
No. So these our initial engagement were these home-based test kits that we distributed. The individual could do it at their house. I do not believe it had to be video monitored at all. Basically then follows the instruction, puts it in the viral transport media, seals it up, puts it in a prepaid FedEx envelope, goes to the Fulgent's testing site, which is in Temple City in Southern California, and then is run. Similar to a lot of the other PCR tests, I mentioned our testing rate was about 350 per 100,000, and I mentioned in my update that's about 2,700 tests per day. Not all of those are Fulgent or HR support. There are a variety of other vendors operating, either coordinating with the county or third parties doing things within our county or within the healthcare space within our county. All of those go back to a lab one way or another, but as I mentioned, should be processed as I described, and should be destroyed. So that was the first engagement of Fulgent, and the desire was really to pre-position these tests to cut down on some of the lab time and the turnaround time. Then in July or August of this last year, because of the Delta and its desire to further expand access to testing, as well as to support the safe reopening of schools, we entered a second agreement with Fulgent under Purchasing Agents Authority. It was under $200,000, and that allowed us to set up 5 physical locations that were generally at high schools. I mentioned at that point in time. We basically funded a setup fee, and then similar, and I really want to call out HR support. I don't have a fiscal contract with HR support for testing, for the PCR testing. They've always been able to basically have the volume to bill third-party insurances or bill that federal pool that I mentioned. Now that their test sites are below 20 a day, it's no longer fiscally viable to them. But I never had to directly pay Fulgent for their PCR testing. I do have some contract with them where we have provided rapid antigen tests to them free, and are paying them for them to administer. And that's 2 things. That way I get a rapid antigen test, a preliminary positive backed up by a PCR test for confirmation. And given that Omicron, it manifests much quicker some of the prior variants. But we stood up that second PO with Fulgent in the July-August timeframe to expand testing to 5 testing sites, to expand testing as well as I mentioned to support the safe reopening of schools. That was the PO, if you will, that came up to this board's consideration in late February to extend the term of that contract, and then also add giving them rapid antigen tests, similar that we're doing with Fulgent, or primarily with HR support currently, and then funding them their extra labor effort to administer those tests. Given that those antigen tests are provided free, they have no ability to compliantly bill a third party for them.
Okay, so for the sake of time, and I know that Supervisor Miller might, cry foul in a moment if I'm over 10 minutes, and please alert me, I can revisit this. But on this line, so we did send tests that went to Fulgent Laboratory, and they would have maintained that test, whatever their protocol. I'd like to get a verification of their protocol and procedure, what they did and how they can attest to what was done with the samples that were sent to them on site, their location. If we can get a review and a verification from them.
I will coordinate that through County Counsel's office.
All right, great. And the public should know. I mean, this is a narrative and there's a concern out there, and I am not verifying the integrity of Fulgent. I am not negating any of the concerns. I'm simply asking so we have some clarity, so we cut through to what actually is or isn't happening with the test, the samples, and anything else. Now, since there was 2 phases, there was the early testing that went to Fulgent, and then there was what you're talking about is the rapid testing. Was that administered by Fulgent staff, or was that administered by local staff from our hospital or nurses or independent contractors? And what happened to those samples at a rapid test? You're negative, positive, and you got the results right away.
I would not qualify that as medical waste, but that would have been disposed on site. But truly, all of the early at-home test kits or anything that was PCR goes to a licensed lab. And for Fulgent, their licensed lab is in Temple City, California.
Okay, so if you could just, in conclusion, thank you, Chair, for asking what my conversation with Director Dietrich was, and I think he's adequately answered my question this time. But just to close that loop, if we could perhaps create just a little review on the policy and protocol of Fulgent and address that very true and very real public concern, because you see many letters and many people coming up asking and expressing their concern. So let's see what there is if we look under the sheets and covers and identify what is or isn't the policy protocol.
And as I mentioned, I'll coordinate through the County Counsel's office because I don't want to bring any liability to the county on this.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
On a follow-up on that, just quick question. You had mentioned January of 21 when we brought Fulgent, and then I think that was on the 5th, and then on the 26th, it actually came to the board for approval. Is that correct?
So in December of 2020, at the request of the board about what more can we do, what more do you need, Public Health, Dr. Park and myself came at the very first meeting, January 5th of 2021, with an oral presentation. That is available online in Minute Trucker, the county's website. Listed several things we wanted to do. One of them mentioned $2.5 million for PCR testing, and it did mention Fulgent. It had several other items on there for expansion of needs within public health, EMS, but that PowerPoint is online. I did review that meeting, the video. It was followed up by a report by John Solis on I think the RAD card, and then there was some dialogue that we needed to come back to the board to actually execute because some of these dollar amounts were above purchasing agents' authority. We came back with a item on January 26th. That listed these basically following up from the oral report, putting it more concretely of what we're asking for, listing, and it's a several-page item, but it is on the January 26th agenda that is online. Doesn't specifically mention Fulgent there, but it does mention the $2.5 million that we had requested. So via that action, there was actually that was approved by the board on a 5-0 vote. There is a budget adjustment. That budget adjustment basically increased the appropriations or the spending authority of public health. There was no direct offset to that. Basically, it allowed us to spend more money, and the funding sources for this is some of the vast amounts of COVID-related grants that public health has received over the last 2 years. So it's not a general fund request. For invoices received by public health through February 22nd of this year, we've paid a total of $1,240,283 to Fulgent. These are under two items. The first one was those home-based test kits. We purchased a total of $1,179,706. And then the second one is for those Fulgent testing sites. Through invoices received through February 22nd, we've paid $60,577. After the last board meeting where I was directed to terminate the contract, we met with Fulgent. The terms of the contract were a 30-day out clause. Given, as I mentioned with HR support, we haven't paid them. We have a retainer under that PO that was issued in the July-August timeframe that basically says retrospectively for tests you were not able to get funded from by either billing a third-party insurance or that federal grant program, we would fund them, we'd pay for those tests. And there was also a minimum of 650 tests per site per week, and then a retainer fee if they drop below that. So really where I'm going is after the Omicron surge has let go, and as I mentioned, certain sites are running 20 tests a day. We have some liability to pay some of that retainer at this point. But after the board meeting, Dr. Park and my assistant director, Matt Garber, we coordinated with county councils, my assistant county council, a communication, but I wanted to have a dialogue with them, and Dr. Park and Matt Garber reached out to them and coordinated a wind down, and rather than paying them 30 days of additional services, we funded them for additional 2 weeks for them to have closed down and find other opportunities for them to relocate their staff to other entities that might still require this testing. So the physical testing at all of the 5 Fulgent sites ceased as of the 17th of this month. All of the test kits that we had still in stock, which is on the order of 3,100, have been redistributed to CBO partners. So at this point in time, we have no go-forward relationship with Fulgent. The contract self-terminates after tests have not been ordered for 30 days. But going forward, we have no additional fiscal liability with Fulgent. So I know there's been some back and forth about pause versus terminate, but effectively, we have no go-forward relationship with Fulgent on a fiscal basis or a testing basis.
Okay. And one last thing. You mentioned the payment or that came from CARES funds. Is that correct?
It could be EOC CARES. I did provide a report to the CEO sometime late last year, but in aggregate, little north of 50 million of COVID response grants, state, federal, ELC CARES, but it was not the CARES money that was closed out. I know the CEO's office, even though at the last minute I think there was a one-year extension, we closed out the county's CARES Act money by the end of calendar 2020. So obviously our engagement with Fulgent was in 2021. So it was not the CARES Act money that the county received, but ELC CARES Act or other COVID-related grants specifically granted to public health.
Okay, thank you. And one last question in regards to the sole source. I know in the discussions we had, we were asking that public health take immediate action. Was there a lot of availability of these types of firms to conduct the type of testing that we were asking for?
What time frame are you? 2 weeks ago when we were directed to terminate, or 14 months ago when we stood at Fulgent?
14 months ago.
I want to say back then the aspect of a PCR test at home, not monitored or administered by a healthcare professional, was novel. You know, again, I want to thank HR support. They rapidly expanded. They provided, I think, at the high mark, probably 14 physical testing sites within our county, and I never really had to pay them a dime for it. But they were, you know, they couldn't expand anymore at that point in time, and that initial contract with Fulgent was really to pre-position these kits at home such that I'm not waiting in line, not being turned away, not being able to get an appointment, and providing these test kits to the most vulnerable individuals such that they you know, had more direct access to them versus they might not have a car and get to a physical testing site.
Okay, so there's a sense of urgency, obviously, to get this done. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Diedrich, thank you for providing all this information. 14 months ago, we were responding to literally frantic parents who were bombarding our offices saying, I can't get my kids back to school. I'm being forced to stand in lines with very sick people. I can't get tested. That's what this board was responding to. And when folks come in and question our reliance on the information that you provide us with, I'm going to direct them to the video from this meeting, because you clearly understand and know exactly what the history of this testing process and the various contracts that we've entered into. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your calm, your expertise, your vast knowledge and memory of what's gone on, and your patience. We do rely on the information you give us because it's good information. And I, for one, greatly appreciate it. I know I'm not out of line in saying that the board really does appreciate not only all that you and your team do, but your leadership during this pandemic. It's been very difficult, very stressful, extremely complicated in terms of the requirements versus the resources. And you've done a really outstanding job. So thank you very much. I appreciate your report from today.
Thank you very much for that kind comment, Supervisor Miller. One other aspect, I know it mentioned a no-bid contract and confidentiality clauses. I can't say these are trade secrets, but I wasn't involved in that, but I think these were basically their list rates and maybe discount a little bit from their list rates back at that point in time. It's common in a lot of insurance contracts to have rates held secret, if you will, just because of competitive advantage. But really where I'm going is every year we bring our fee structures to this board. Those, the methodology for arriving at those fees were audited a couple years ago by the Auditor Controller's Office, so they're based on our cost. I would comment that in May of last year when we brought our public health lab fees, there's 3 line items in that lab fee listing for COVID-19 PCR assays. Our cost is $98, so this is substantially cheaper than that.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Nguyen.
Yes.
I apologize. I received a third public comment for this item during the discussion. If
Sure,
you'd
go
like me to
ahead.
read it. This was submitted by John, who writes, Board, hi, I'm a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I'm beyond concerned that you all continue to play into this scam. I feel bad for all those who have fallen victim to this psychological war. There is a short list of headlines that the compromised institutions will not share. Number 1, CDC removes 24% of child COVID-19 deaths, blames coding error. 2, the CDC quietly updates data on child COVID deaths. 3, 70 members of the Pfizer Investments Board are members of the Chinese Communist Party. 4, millennial age group 25 to 44 experienced an 84% increase in excess mortality. 5, stroke rates are increasing among young people. Here's what you need to know. 6, exclusive, Embalmer reveals 93% of cases died from the vaccine. 7, vaccine-delivered AIDS epidemic. Also, the good doctors who are fighting this fraud, doctors that are risking everything, have spoken out on what test one can request from their doctors to find out how the poison jabs are hearing them. They are also urging that the vaxxed have an AIDS test done. And that concludes the public comments for this item.
Good, thank you. You know, I know Supervisor or Vice Chair Rickman and myself have read extensively, and I'm sure the other supervisors have also. We could literally speak for hours about the studies that have been done. We've done this in the past, et cetera. And so, you know, the thought that somehow we're clueless or we don't involve in this, and like I say, I think we've all been engaged. We could talk about this for days. I did ask, I represent San Joaquin County on the urban counties, which are the 14 largest counties in California. And I brought the subject up to my fellow counties. Los Angeles County was not present at that particular meeting. And I just asked them, I said, so what do you hear about Fulgent? What do you hear about testing, et cetera? They all said nothing, absolutely nothing. Now, I don't know whether we're special or whatever, but as far as a topic, it is pretty much focused here, and that's fine. But I think we've tried to address it as best we can. And I apologize to the audience because I know there's a lot here, and we will move forward. First, we'll do consent items. Anyone wanting to? Any consent items?
I just have a quick question on item 44, not to pull it, just a quick question.
Which one?
Item 44.
44, okay.
Is that okay to go, Chair?
Supervisor Miller?
No,
Nothing?
none for me.
Okay. Supervisor Villapudra?
None, sir. Thank you.
Okay. And we already had the conversation in regards to the correctional officers, so I'm going to pull that one. So, Vice Chair Rickman, item 44.
Thank you, Chair. This will be real quick. And just confirm the RAD card. That's available April 1st, correct? That's pretty much my, I didn't mean for you guys to walk all the way down here.
That's okay.
It's April 1st, right?
That is correct, given the approval.
Okay, and I just want to let everybody know, it's a very popular program. It is back on April 1st, so if you haven't done so, please download on the App Store, Google Pay. If you don't know, I mean, you can buy, download, say, for example, $50, $75, $100, and we'll match it that amount. So you're getting double your money, which you can in turn go to businesses that are on the app and help them out. You know, like I said, and we just got done talking about COVID. You know, the small businesses were the biggest hit during this whole last 2 years, and a lot of them are still recuperating. So please, if you haven't done so, it's a great deal for you. It's a great deal for businesses. Thank you, staff. And thank to this board putting another, I think, approximately $2 million into this program, and it affects the whole entire county and all the cities, unincorporated areas. So great job.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say, Chair. So thank you.
Thank you. And if anybody needs any help, any small businesses need any help, refer them to our office. We will be available to help, and we have all of the resources available for them.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the RAD card. I think everybody in the county loves it. So if we can help in South Stockton. Those are
Absolutely.
yeah,
It's already,
Wonderful. And if I
we're
can-
already working on a campaign to get to those businesses, and we've got staff ready to go to start
Great, I'm
marketing and working.
ready to
with
help
them.
out if needed. Let me know.
We will. Thank you.
Their skills are outstanding. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, with that, I need a motion and second for the consent calendar.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Please vote. And consent adopted 5-0. Moving on to the discussion in regards to receive report and provide direction on staff regarding City of Stockton Development Project Application Environmental Impact Report for Mariposa Industrial Park. Good afternoon, Dr. Wong. Wong.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. David Kwong, your Community Development Director. With me is Jennifer Jolly, our Deputy Director of Planning. And I wanted to provide the board an update on the City of Stockton project that's being processed by private development. I'm going to start the presentation here. As you can see, it is a City of Stockton project, and the applicant for this project is Greenlaw Development LLC. And where I want to start with is giving you an overall project description of this project. It is a private project. It's about 203 acres, and we're going to have some arrows kind of zooming into the site in a bit here. It's about 3.6 million square feet of logistic warehousing. It's actually about 1,100 truck parking spaces surrounding the entire site, and now getting the site plan as well. But there's really 200 truck parking spaces adjacent to the Marfagoa community, and it terminates at the end on the western edge or western end of Mariposa Road and Clark Drive. And again, also it's adjacent to the Marfagoa community. So I'm going to start zooming in here. As you can kind of see, the site's outlined in red. It is along Mariposa Road to the northeast. Then it's again east of 99, and then two roads terminate to the west of this site. Again, Clark Drive and Marfagoa. There's a little bit more of a blow up of the site's actually outlined in both red and yellow here. And that arrow, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. The blue radius are 1,000-foot radius sites, distance from the site itself. As you can see, a lot of this is in the City of Stockton in terms of the adjacencies. And to some greater degree, you have some industrial surrounding it, as you can see the rooftops there. Zooming in a little further, this is basically Marfagoa Road, and you see that there are a number of agricultural, rural, residential type of properties. There's probably about 45 to 50 residential structures and uses along Marfagoa. And these folks have animals as part of their rural residential community. The arrow points to basically the closest residential use adjacent to the site, where there likely to be a sound wall / berm. And then as I zoom in further, I wanted to identify the closest residential use from that wall to that residential structure. And from there, you can tell it's basically 35 feet to the closest residential structure. This is the conceptual site plan, which I believe actually will be the actual site plan, because they are also processing a subdivision map that has all the access easements and parcel layouts consistent with this conceptual site plan. And then you can kind of see Marfagoa right here to the west of the sites, and that's the general scale of those buildings. Those two buildings are roughly 1 million square feet each. The application as being processed through the city is basically under the IL or industrial limited or light zoning will allow for buildings to go up to approximately 60 feet. I wanted to note that what's important is here is the 200 parking spaces that are north-south oriented that are immediately adjacent to the wall. These will be for trucks. These are not car parking spaces. The car parking spaces are along here. As you can tell, the scale of those parking spaces are lower. And so from the standpoint of this being logistical warehousing, those are actual truck parking spaces that are not just to be used to be parked there. They're going to be going in and out and possibly as they move forward with the process and identifying the user, a 24/7 type of operation as well. And why that's important is I participated in the notice of preparation of their draft environmental impact report process. I've commented on their draft environmental impact report, and then I received their final environmental impact report on February 28th of this year. And subsequently, the city's Plan Commission did have a hearing on it on March 10th, and they have met the minimum CEQA requirements of the 10-day notice. So we had 10 days in which to respond, so I wrote another letter for the City of Stockton's Plan Commission for them to consider. At this point, the City of Stockton's Plan Commission has approved or recommended approval of the pre-zoning and the annexation application. It will subsequently go to LAFCO. And I am still concerned at this point in regard to the issues. I have actually offered to sit down with both the staff and the applicant. Whoever they want to bring, I would like to similarly bring as well. So the issues we have are still air quality and particularly PM10 and diesel particulate matter, noise and vibration, traffic impacts to county roads. We work with Public Works, our Public Works folks on these issues, and the emergency vehicle access issues through Marfago and Clark. And then, of course, any kind of environmental justice issues, particularly given that you have these kinds of air quality emissions and diesel particulate matter with that close proximity and adjacency to the Marfago community. So these are the key issues. I've commented to the extent that I don't agree with their analysis, and they have moved forward regardless. Again, I've offered to sit down with them if they wish to do so. My understanding is they are tentatively scheduled for a city council hearing on April 16th that will allow the board one more board hearing, April 5th, should you decide to take up further action. At this point, these are still the key issues. And what I'm asking in terms of recommendation to the board is obviously to receive this report, but also direct me to attend city council meeting if that's the board's desire to represent the county's concerns and the lack of adequate analysis in regard to those issues I've spoken about, and or also provide any written comments signed by staff and or the board or chair if the board decides to do so, and then to continue participating in the secret process where you have a little bit of time before and 30 days after should the city council deem it appropriate to approve the project. Once the city council, assuming the city council does approve the project and they file their notice of determination, there will be a 30-day statute of limitation in which to bring secret litigation. I'm not suggesting that. I just want to make sure the board's aware of that. So from our perspective and from my perspective, we're concerned how this affects the Marfago community because it did not, in my view, in my opinion, and in my analysis, adequately address the issues I identified in the EIR. And that really concludes my presentation, board, and I'm open to any questions. I think the applicant for the project is here as well, and just in case he wants to speak.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. Director Kwong, I just want to thank you for bringing this forward and bringing it to the board's attention because it's going to affect that community. And like you said, the air quality and the traffic impact is going to be enormous. So I strongly recommend you attend the meeting with the board's support for the city council. And anything you can do to maybe set up some meetings, I can reach out also and help out because, you know, all these with the noise impacts going to affect that community. And they're very upset about it. And there's got to be some better measures to help this community with noise impact. And I mean, we're talking 200 to 500 trucks parking up against that fence, and that 35 feet from their residence is going to be a problem. So yeah, anything we can do to try to make this a better fit for this community would be great. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I would agree with Supervisor Villaputa. This is his district. He represents it very well. And these are viable concerns. I appreciate your recommendation to be present and engaged all the way through. And also the heads up. There are some things that not all projects are a go. We are pro-business, but we have to make sure we maintain the quality of life. And we don't want to sacrifice one to the benefit of another. So thank you for the recommendations and the oversight. And again, I support Supervisor Villaputa's idea.
Thank you, Supervisor. If I can, I think part of my concern originally stemmed from if we can sit down and look at the analysis, go through my points of concerns, that there might be some level of modification to address the project. And I've offered to sit down, but my offer was not taken up. So from that perspective, it becomes a situation where I can only continue to express my concerns. So I'm still, again, more than willing to sit down and talk about the analysis.
So, and a quick follow-up question to that point. Let's say the city council, not saying they were, assuming they would, let's say the city council gives a green light to proceed. What mechanism do we have to assure that these measures are being addressed and that there's, you know, some level of cooperation and perhaps even an amendment?
We would, if the city council approves it, they are the final land use authority and decision maker. I would sometime between now and April 16th or after April 16th, depending on city council, I may come back to the board and ask to go in closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I understand about your concerns with the air quality, but lighting is also going to be an issue there with houses that close. If it's a 24/7 facility, and there are a lot of things that can be done to mitigate both of those issues. So I would agree, continue to engage with the city and stress that this is not us being obstructionists. This is about us trying to find some reasonable solutions so that the project can go forward with full support, which is always better in the end. And we are just trying to represent the folks that live out there. We're not trying to stop the project. So I agree. For now, the best solution is for you to continue to engage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of quick questions. What's the total investment for this particular project from the developer?
The applicant can probably better answer, but what I've seen in the millions of square feet that I've worked on, typically for every 50 acres, there's about 1 million square feet, and that's usually about a $100 million building. So you take that times about 3.6, so you've got about $400 million in terms of investment as a ballpark.
And how many houses are affected that are located next to this facility?
So along the lineal length of Marfagoa, a lot less on Clark Drive, there's about 45, 50 homes that stretch about, from what I can tell, roughly half a mile to 3/4 of a mile.
And are they on ranch type lots?
Yeah, or even bigger, 1 to 3 acre type sites, and then again with animals and stuff like that. And I think part of my biggest concern is identifying the truck parking spaces immediately to the west. And I couldn't even go to the point of asking them for a buffer or a site change or modification without that analysis behind it. It'd be me speculating without doing an analysis. And that's where my original concern stemmed from. And I believe to this day they have not been responsive to it.
Okay, thank you. So is the applicant here? Yes. Mr. Souza, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mike Souza. I'm with Souza Realty and Development, and I am the project manager for Green Law Development. Thank you for bringing this forward and letting me address you today. We've been working on this project for about 2 years, and we've had a number of engagements with the community to try to make sure that we understand what their concerns are and address their concerns. That started with the original hearing for the notice preparation. We've had one-on-one contact with each of the neighbors. We had a public meeting before the Planning Commission with the neighbors, and we'll have another public meeting before the City Council. And when I say public meeting, we send notices to the neighbors and ask them to join us in an informational meeting, or we provide them with information. We had 2 people attend our first meeting that we had before the Planning Commission. We're sending more notices out for the second meeting. Because it's a disadvantaged unincorporated community, the LAFCO rules state that we have to offer to them if they want to be annexed into the city. So that was the first outreach that we had with them, was to personally ask each one of them if they wanted to be annexed to the city. And overwhelmingly, the response was no, they didn't want to be annexed into the city. So we didn't include them in the annexation application. The other overwhelming response that we got is that they didn't want any access to the site from Marfago and Clark Road. So there's no access to the site from Clark and Marfago Road. There's only an emergency vehicle access only. So that'll be a gated access that will only be able to be opened by police or fire if they can't get to the site from Mariposa Road. So the main access to the site will come from Mariposa Road. So we've had outreach with the neighbors, and we've done everything we can to address the neighbors' concerns, the main concerns that they've put forward to us. Certainly, we'd be happy to sit down with the county. What you saw was a conceptual site plan. We will come back when we have users with definitive site plans that can address these issues. Because we also heard from the neighbors and just practically wanted to make sure that we had proper buffers. In the EIR, when the noise study came back, they said a 10-foot sound wall is sufficient to mitigate the noise. We said, you know what, let's include in there a berm. So maybe if we had a 10-foot berm that was landscaped, that would be a better buffer and provide better noise attenuation. So we have that as an option to provide buffer in the project. So we've tried to be very cognizant of the neighbors that are there. We've reached out to them, and we've tried to address all of their concerns. I think you will see the issues that were brought up to the county. If you looked at your staff report and saw the responses, all of those issues were addressed, perhaps not to Director Kwan's satisfaction, but they were all addressed. They were all studied. A health risk assessment was done. All of those impacts and analyses were analyzed by the Stockton Planning Commission and will be analyzed by the Stockton City Council when they make their final decision as well, to make sure that all the impacts were properly identified and properly mitigated. So with that, that's the information that we have to present to you now. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
As I asked Director Kwong, what's the investment of this project? Do you have any idea?
I think Director Kwan's number was accurate. One of the things that we are asking for is the ability to go to 100-foot height. So it would be higher than the 60-foot height. With that, you have to set back at least the height of the building, so the setback would be at least 100 feet. But the reason why we're asking that is because the users that are showing interest to this site are users that are using a lot of robotics in what they're doing with distribution and fulfillment centers. So that's going to be a higher investment in the inside of the building, so it could be as much as $500–600 million worth of investment because of the improvements they'll be putting inside. Of course, that also means more jobs and higher paying jobs and more skilled jobs that will be attracting there, and a higher tax base as well that will go to both the county and the city.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? None? Thank you.
I don't have anything from Mr.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I have Director Kwong in front of me now. I'm just when are you going to be able to meet? When do you have time?
Never.
As early as next week's fine with me.
Okay, I'd like to sit in on the meeting if I could.
Yeah.
That'd be great. We're good, thank
Of
you.
course, the city of Stockton will have to be involved in that as well.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. I would rather have them and the remote consultant as well. And if possible, through the chair, if they would like to bring their attorney, I would like to bring county counsel's office as well.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wishing to speak in support of this project? Yes. Mr. McInnes.
Mr. McGinnis, I live in the area. I also pretty much went door to door also. There's two things that puzzle me. Maybe you can edify me this. Why can't this be a county project instead of a city of Stockton project? Oh, okay. Second item you can edify me on. Okay. Is there a rule, law someplace that says when a community is surrounded on three sides by city property that it can be automatically incorporated into the city? Is there a rule about that?
Well, are those the only two questions you have? Or do you have others?
Two questions.
Okay.
One, why can't it be a county project? Two, is there a rule, law, something that says that once an area of housing gets surrounded on three sides by incorporated city property, then it also can be incorporated into the city?
Okay. Although there are three members on this board that are on LAFCO, I'll defer to the Community Development Director to answer that question.
The site's currently in unincorporated county, and what they have, thank you, Chair, and through the Chair, what the applicant has done is they've asked for pre-zoning into the city, and then subsequently annexation because they would like the services that come with the city. So the water, the sewer, and other types of facilities, and they will then meet city standards. So it's the applicant's desire at this point, as far as we understand, to actually want to apply to be in the city in order to receive the services.
So you're saying that unless we apply to be with the city, we're not still in the county?
So you're in the county, and then you're subject to existing county general plan designation and existing county zoning, and would take the person who typically owns or controls a site to apply within the county, but they would still need services. And so from their aspect, they're actually asking for services as opposed to doing it on well and septic.
So a person would have to actually ask for the services from the city before they could be incorporated to the city?
That's correct. And the city would decide in conjunction with LAFCO as to whether they'll be receiving the services or not.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay. Any, Mr. Putti, did you want to make a comment? Or what I need actually is a adoption of the report.
I just want to thank Director Kwong and his staff again for following up on this and staying on top of it and looking out for the community.
So I'll ask County Council, we're receiving the report. Should we go ahead and make a motion and second on this, or? Okay, thank you. I need a motion and second.
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
Please vote. All right, adopted 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board.
All right, moving on to the next item. This is a update regarding the Golden State Logistics Hub pre-application for general plan text amendment number PA-2100188, general plan map amendment number PA-2100189, and zone reclassification, etc.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. And speaking of logistics, so you can probably tell I'm not Brian Millar. He unfortunately had a family death and notified us over the weekend, and so he couldn't be here today. Otherwise, he would be. But I'm going to go through the presentation with Jennifer here. What we are really asking for, because this is a project of such size and scale in a relatively ag land type area, that we wanted to give the board a early review of this project, and then ask for any kind of input and direction from the board that you may have for us regarding this project, as there are probably a lot of issues, there are a lot of issues that we want to work through. Definitely to the extent that we've been hearing from the board that we need to look at impacts from adjacent jurisdictions and vice versa. This is one of those things that we want to make sure the board is hearing, and we might actually even be back before the final hearing, because we want to keep the board informed and update of this, not only the process, but the project as we move forward. So with that, I'm going to move slides. I think I am.
David, how about Nicole will go ahead and advance the slides for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So this project is currently in the pre-application stage. And what that means is we're working through a lot of identifying the big policy issues. And so we're working with a lot of different departments and agencies, regional agencies, state agencies, to help identify the issues here. And also made an extra effort to identify issues through the community out there as well. So this is a large-scale project, as you can tell. It's 1,573 acres in Southeast County, south of Tracy, primarily in agricultural use at this point. There's a number of different mixed-use type of land uses here, from primarily the logistics hub to some service commercial support uses, related site improvements, and then approximately 70-acre university that wants to relocate from the Bay Area to here. Just going through the pre-application process, this will be a change to the general plan text, meaning it's a change to the policies within the general plan in order to move this project forward in terms of process. And of course, we're looking at a master planning type of tool called specific plan in order to address many of the issues, both land use wise as well as financially. Next slide, please. So the areas outlined in red are the parcels under consideration for the pre-application at this point, and likely to be the application later on. But to the extent, these are the 1,573 acres parcels along, as you can tell, Route 132 in Chrisman. It is a logistics hub. Here are some of the components. Approximately 1,500 acres industrial, and the aspect of it is to really include wholesale and retail distribution, other types of logistics, and also service inbound goods from the port and Stockton throughout the Central Valley. And then, of course, the about 70-acre or 67-acre university that I mentioned is the University of Silicon Andhra at this point, and the proposed number of students, faculty, and the type of training that are intended on proposing at this university. There are some, as I mentioned, also a few acres or 7 acres for support retail, a 3-acre Veterans or Foreign Wars site, and then there are also, of course, all the related infrastructure support necessary to actually develop this entire site. In general, what we see is again, the policy changes to the text of the general plan. There will be actually some map changes to the general plan as well, the rezone, and then a specific plan and a development agreement that the county will negotiate with them in regard to their desires and what the county wants to see in terms of either benefits to the community and or infrastructure related type of requirements or needs. And of course, then there will be a subdivision map that is associated with them. And then, of course, ultimately what happens is there will be a final hearing before Planning Commission and City Council. The way we're approaching it, because of the scale of this nature, is that we would like to come to the board several times before the final hearing as the process moves through, particularly through the environmental process. And then also we'll probably do similarly with the Planning Commission, so they don't see it all at once at the same time. They'll get a progressive picture of the project as it moves forward as well. So here are the key issues that we will be analyzing as we move forward. And to do this, we're going to have a number of different folks and consultants that will be working with us. And that's conversion of ag lands, looking at the compatibility of land uses around there. We'll be looking at what this 1,570 something acres affects in terms of the uses out there, the adjacencies to some of the, in proximities to some of these just kind of similar issues that I discussed earlier. And then, and what's important as we go through the process is, as we go through both the environmental process and the land use process, is should there be changes to address things, or how can we actually mitigate the impacts, things like that. Provision of necessary public services. Is it septic and well? Is it a prepackaged sewer plant? Is it a prepackaged water system, or do we have water sources out there? Do we have a water capacity? We actually will have to do that kind of statutory analysis regardless. And then looking at the policy action of something such as, is this going to set precedent for the county? And that's, we will make our recommendation at the end of the day in terms of bringing those recommendations forward to the board. But it's a board decision in terms of policy and whether this is precedent setting or not. And then looking at how a large scale project like this builds out over time, because it's not going to be done in 1 year. It's probably not going to be done in 5 years. It may be more like a 10, 15-year time frame. And, it needs to be commensurate in terms of as your land uses get built, you have to have the supporting infrastructure as well. So all of those things are needing to be looked at. And equally important is the fiscal impacts to the county in terms of servicing these uses and servicing, putting out the actual infrastructure of public services means there's necessary a fiscal impact to the county, and how does that get served. So for example, Mountain House CSD, or actually Lockford CSD, and a number of different type of entities or communities out there, they're served with those public services, but what is the fiscal impact to the county from that perspective? So we're asking for the board input on these particular items in regard to scope and size of the project. And I've actually spoken about it. I probably don't need to necessarily repeat it and read off the slide as well. But these are all important considerations for staff, and we ask for the board's input along these lines as well, and any kind of expectations you have on staff, any kind of input that you might have for us as well. Next slide, please. And so we are in the process, the beginning process of the environmental analysis. We will be preparing an EIR. There is a consultant team that is going to be addressing all these issues that are going to be what we have identified as some of the significant issues out there. But we will be taking a look at all these particular issues as it moves forward. Slide, please. We are in the pre-application stage, and we've asked for a higher level of community engagement for two reasons. One is the scale of the project and how it might affect a lot of the folks out there. But in addition to that, I believe that since this is very much ag land at this point, that we need to take a look at it from the standpoint of engaging the folks who've traditionally had ag land uses out there as well. So we want to be able to hear from all the folks in and around the area. And then again, we'll have formal hearings at the end. One other request from staff is that this is going to take a significant effort and time from county staff. So what we're asking for in terms of board motion, at least, it make this a full cost recovery project, just similar to Mountain House and other kinds of large projects. I think Mountain House is the best example that I can use in terms of working on a intensive, large-scale, complex project. And so we're asking for board's approval to have cost recovery, and that means, for example, as we need to hire consultants, we believe it's appropriate for the applicant to pay for those consultants so that staff can have the right information to make our right recommendations. At this point, we're even thinking that might be $1 million in application costs for the county alone, and the applicant can speak more to it, but I believe they're in agreement to paying for cost recovery for staff. And includes all those items up there, including market analysis, engineering, legal consultants, and that type of activity. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is to give us, as a staff, any kind of preliminary feedback and direction to work on this project in regard to those issues, and then also direct staff to ensure full cost recovery. We've already received a $250,000 deposit, but we believe, obviously, as I mentioned, that it's going to be significantly more. And so with board's approval, we will continue down the route of doing full cost recovery on this project. That concludes my presentation, and we're here to answer any questions you may have, receive any input, and the applicant and his team is here and asking for the chair to have 10 minutes to do a presentation as well.
Any questions? Presentation, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. My name is David Templador. I'm with Harrison Templador, Hungerford and Guernsey, and I'm privileged to be before you today on behalf of this project. I would start at the outset, and I'm not sure if you're able to get my PowerPoint up. I just want to start at the outset. I want to thank Director Kwong and his staff. Also, Director Kwong mentioned Brian Millar. He is a third-party planner that the project has been funding through the pre-application stage, and we unfortunately also heard the word of the passing of his mother, and so our project team's condolences. I want to recognize that on the record because he's been a great help to us over the last several months. Let me start off, next slide, please. Let me start off by first acknowledging that we do have with us today the principal ownership and development team with us in the audience. And I want to linger on this slide for just a moment. Director Kwong has identified this is an ambitious project. This is an exciting project, one we're excited to share with the county and go on this journey with the county on to try to make sure that we have a good product at the end of the day. But in doing so, your staff report identifies a multitude of issues that the county's been very transparent with us in terms of understanding. We actually made our pre-application in September of last year, and we've been working diligently over the last many months with this assembled team, which includes really what we believe is a top-notch set of consultants and professionals that range everything from civil infrastructure, specialists in wet and dry utilities, individuals that have expertise in areas around economic analysis, market studies, so we understand how this project fits within the fabric of the community and the county as a whole. And then to the questions that Director Kwong, what's the fiscal impact on the county as a whole? So we have Goodwin Consulting that we've engaged. So we've really tried to put together a robust team of individuals that is there to help us understand the issues that are out there, and then importantly, address those issues creatively and responsibly in partnership with your staff, yourselves, and the community. Next slide, please. Just real quick, I know Director Kwong has already kind of walked you through this here. I just want to maybe linger on a moment for some orientation. Obviously, the project is, you're aware of where it's at. You have the 5 freeway to the east, 580 and the 132 to the south. Importantly, this project is in the county. We do not anticipate, we're not requesting, nor would we are interested in annexing into any of the adjacent municipalities. The city of Tracy is approximately 1 mile to the northwest of the kind of the far edge of the property. We do not anticipate obtaining any services or otherwise turning to the city of Tracy for this project. This project would be self-contained, and it would be intended to support itself from an infrastructure perspective. Next slide, please. Here, very quickly, just kind of give an orientation. It's a little bit closer view of it. The colors are representative of the land uses. The primary land use, of course, as Mr. Kwong has already identified, is the logistics land use. The blue that's in the center of the screen is the university site. It's approximately 67 acres. And then we would also have a small commercial project. Just importantly, as we note, and I'll have some slides that I want to show you a little bit later, the notion of this project is it's going to build out over time. The reality is it's probably not 5 or 10 years, it's probably 20 or 30 years to build out. And any project of that magnitude is going to have to start somewhere. And so very much in our design process, we're identifying Chrisman Road, which is currently a STA route. So it's designated for truck routes. That's really going to be the launching pad for this project in terms of its initial phases. And so what I'm going to be showing you, and some of the development team is going to be showing you here in a moment, is what those initial phases would look like, at least in terms of concept, as we're putting together our application. Next slide, please. So here real quick, these are the basic building blocks of the project. And I want to take a moment here and recognize some folks that have been in the audience. I think some of them will be coming up. But obviously, we have the logistics and industrial hub. We also have a number of supporters of the university that are here today, some of which I think will speak to you today. And I'm very excited about, and I appreciate the opportunity to have the veterans of foreign war who are here in the audience with you as well. This project will include a component for the VFW and for the local VFW post. Next slide, please. So priority considerations. A project this magnitude has lots and lots of moving parts, but it also has to have a framing principle. And what you see on the screen, there are really 4 framing principles that we have tried to adhere to as we advance from a pre-application stage to an application stage. Economic development. That's a key component clearly from a project. A project this size has to make economic sense both for the applicants, but also for the county and for the community. And so that's a very, very important part of how we're shaping and looking at this project. Employee and student wellness. This has to be a place that's not just boxes. It has to be a living place. It has to be a place that recognizes the population that will occupy it. And so as a design team and development team, we're very sensitive to, and we're working very hard to try to make sure that those items and those elements of the project are respected and addressed as we move through the planning process. Sustainability, we live in a world where that's just it's a necessary. You see United States Green Building Council, this project team is committed to building a sustainable project. And then lastly, and maybe the kind of most tangibly, most practically, we need to understand we have an efficient transportation infrastructure, recognizing that projects of this nature do generate traffic. They do. This is the reality of it. And we need to make sure that we're thoughtful about it, we're sensitive about it, and that we do it properly, particularly understanding that this is a project, if we're fortunate enough to get this board's approval, we'll have a long, long growth history, and it needs to be done right. We need to recognize best practices and flexibility and how we can make sure that it's an asset to the community and not a detriment. So next slide, please. Very quickly, I've kind of touched on this a little bit. The real magic of this project, the excitement of this project, is its location. It provides profound access to the state's existing transportation infrastructures. Again, 132, 580, the 5, the 99 further to the east. I mean, it really gives an opportunity to access a vast vast portion of the state of California. The Port of Oakland, you've already heard mentioned, the Port of Stockton, that we're standing, obviously, very close to. Those are all within reach of a project of this size and this magnitude. Next slide, please. And again, I not to harken back to the last project, but it's true. Modern logistics is an extremely technical type of project. They require a significant amount of professional expertise, engineering, the rest, to be able to keep these systems running. And so they have a really profound kind of set of job types, skill levels, and the rest. And it's keeping that technology running, maintaining that technology, and advancing that technology is an important part of it. And those are jobs that are created. I would also note that you'll see a slide a little bit in a moment here, that logistics isn't just logistics. A significant portion of every building includes office space. Indeed, in the first phase of the project, we would anticipate upwards of 150,000 square feet of just office space alone, and the jobs that are attendant with that. Slide, please. So what you see here is a very kind of initial concept. As I mentioned, Crispin Road, we see that as a spine road. That's the existing star route. This represents the area just east of Crispin Road. And this is where we see the first phases of the project coming out. I just want to focus on just a couple things to bring to your attention. Notice the orientations of the buildings, kind of north-south. That's very, very intentional. The modern logistics and the way these buildings are put together, there's a lot of intentionality around putting the office components, putting the higher architecture, really putting those on street-facing sides so that the interface with the community as they experience those public streets is not looking at the long sides of the building, it's looking at the short sides of the building, the sides where the offices are, the sides that are more active from a people perspective. And then as you'll see, the bays that you're seeing kind of in the long portion of the building, those are facing each other, they're screened. That's very intentional. It's intended to screen those less savory aspects from a visual perspective to the community and really putting the best and the brightest portions of the project out towards the street. Additionally, as I mentioned before about employee wellness and the rest, one of our the commitments from the development team is to have really, really strong, robust outdoor amenities, including break areas. Oftentimes in projects you'll see that don't have that same intentionality. You'll see kind of break areas, smoking areas right next to the buildings. You get a lot of heat coming off of those structures. This team, the Ridgeline team, who will be the development partner on this project, is very aware of that, and they don't do that. They do what you see on the screen, which is much more amenitized, much more healthy and vibrant places, but where people can truly get away from their job when they take their breaks and their lunches. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide, and I'm going to turn it over to the university aspect of it, transition. But again, VFW Hall. The current VFW post 1537, the gentlemen are here and they can speak to it. They do not have a home. They don't have a permanent home. They're very fortunate, and I think the city's very fortunate to have a leased space for them. As part of this project, the ownership group will be donating 3 acres to the VFW so that they can build a new permanent home for their post. And then Ridgeline, the development partner, is dedicating their design and entitlement services. So really the last mile for the VFW is constructing their building. We want to be partners with them. The stuff that the VFW does, I don't know how much folks kind of do or don't follow that. It's amazing. We've had an opportunity to sit down with them, and it's the amount of community engagement and the service they provide to the community around them is really quite astonishing, and we're very happy to have them as part of this project. Next slide, please. And then final piece, and then I'm going to turn it over to Barbara Maloney, who's with Page Architects. A significant component of this project is the university component. University of Silicon Valley, as David said, is an existing educational institution in the Bay Area. They very much have been searching, and their vision is to do a full 4-year university with liberal arts, but more importantly with hard sciences. The vision for this site is to move their entire operation to the San Joaquin Valley and have a permanent campus that, to use their words, that would live not just for decades, but centuries. And where they want to start with this, and what you're going to see from Barbara here in a moment, is their vision for their overall campus, but importantly, their first phase, which I'm excited to say is a medical school. The very first building, the very first school they want to take out of the ground is a 150,000 square foot medical school. They are already in the process of working on their accreditation, and importantly, and I didn't understand this before they came into the project, having a facility, having the labs, being able to graduate a class is an integral part of actually receiving their final accreditation. And so this project is really instrumental to them to being able to get to that full accreditation and start graduating graduating doctors for this region, for the Central Valley, for the San Joaquin County. So I'm going to do next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Barbara and let her kind of walk you through the university planning exercise and kind of see where we're going, and then I'll come back up.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I just want to spend a couple minutes and share with you some of our initial work on this. My name is Barbara Maloney. I'm with Page Sutherland Page, and we've been really fortunate to become involved in working with the university on this project. So what we've been doing for the last few months is working on a site plan for them, essentially the beginnings of a master plan for the 67-acre project. And what we want to do is make sure that it works in phase one when the first building is there, and that it has a logical way to grow as it grows over time, because like the logistics center, the university is going to take a number of years, potentially decades, to grow to its full build out as well. Next slide. So in working on our concepts for the campus, we've kind of come up with a basic diagram, and I think this is important not just for the university itself, but for how it's going to be interacting with the community at large. Going from right to left, the sort of orange-brown color you see on the right side is the area that we intend to be public serving or public activities. So this is where we would find not only administrative and student service uses, but also performance spaces, amphitheaters, special event spaces that could be booked by the community, by other institutions, by almost anyone in the county who might want to use facilities on this site for various purposes. The center blue portion of the plan is where the primary academic buildings and the academic activities would occur. So the teaching, research, all the other kinds of interactions with faculty, staff, students would be occurring in the blue area. On the right, on the far left, would be potentially in the long term student housing, and then also recreation areas and so on. In fact, they're very excited. They're looking at a cricket field. They've garnered a lot of interest in putting a cricket field out in this area and getting some matches going soon, getting a league going. Next. So we've run through many concepts over the last 3 or 4 months. I won't dwell on any of these in particular. If you want to go to the next one. Right now we're working in more detail on a plan that looks something like this, although in the last few weeks it's already evolved. What you can see basically is moving from Chrisman on the right, coming in, we have administrative uses. There would be an amphitheater, open space areas for special events, for graduation, for community activities, fairs potentially, job fairs. There could be all kinds of things going on in this space. The white buildings that you see are all intended to be academic buildings, and you can see they're linked generally by linear quads and open spaces throughout the area. And on the far right, again, there might be student housing as well as some recreation fields. Next. We've begun to look at the first building. This is about 150,000 square feet. As David mentioned, this can be the medical school. They're also looking at pharmacology and nursing as well in the long run. So we've begun to mass up this building and think about how it should be oriented, how we can optimize views of the mountains to the west and south and north to the aqueduct to other features in the area, so that what is really quite a wonderful site can be fully appreciated from the very first building. Next. And as we do that, we're beginning to talk to them about architecture and what this place wants to look like. One of the things that we're very aware of is the climate and the history of the area and its agricultural heritage. And so there are lots of ways that those can be presented in a more modern format. The building on the bottom, for instance, is at UC Merced. It's part of the which we were involved in. It's the part of the most recent expansion of UC Merced. But as you can see in some of the other areas, want to make sure that we're accommodating the climate here, responding appropriately to that, highly sustainable. If we can do net zero, we'll certainly try to do that as well, and let this be a model of sustainability for the valley. Next. We're also looking at construction, needing to understand we need to be finding cost-effective ways to build out here, low-carbon ways to build out here. Again, thinking very sustainably about how this university can come along and come to fruition. Next. And then finally, I just want to say that because of the rich landscape character of the valley writ large, from the mountains to the rivers and the orchards and everything else, we really want the landscape of the campus to say a lot about the valley, about the area, about the site, and so on, and to celebrate not only orchards and water, but have places of respite, places of quiet, places to study, places to hang out, and places that the community can come and enjoy. This will be a fully open campus. It will be open to the community to come enjoy, jog, walk, and we're hoping to connect it into the more regional system of open space parks and trails as well. So with that, I think, next slide, David.
And I should hasten to add, Barbara and her team, we're incredibly excited to have them participate in this project. They are a nationally, indeed internationally recognized firm that specializes in higher education. As she had mentioned humbly, their firm worked on the UC Merced expansion. They've also done a significant amount of work with medical schools at the University of Texas at Austin. And just we're really excited to have them on the team. The few slides that you see before you today are the culmination of hundreds and hundreds of design elements, hours and hours of meetings with the staff, and we're excited to see where the next evolution of this goes as we move in to the application stage, which brings me to the screen, the slide you see before you. We are at the very beginning. As Director Kwong said, this is at a pre-application stage. The next step that we anticipate is coming in the next 4 to 6 weeks to present to you a formal application for consideration. As you'll see here, we believe, and we're excited to be here. We're glad that Director Kwong recommended this meeting. We want to be engaged with this board, with this community. We welcome staff's recommendation to have additional community outreach, additional touch points with yourselves and others. We think that's important for a project of this magnitude and a project that's going to have that, what we believe is a profoundly positive impact on the community. And so as you see, we're transitioning now into preferred planning, technical studies. We have already started, as Director Kwong has noted, some of the site-specific analysis, things like biological assessments, cultural resource review. We've initiated transportation analysis. And so we will continue to do that as we move forward towards public hearings. But again, we're very much at the beginning of the process. The last slide. So maybe just in closing, Director Kwong has mentioned that staff is looking for feedback from you today on a variety of issues. We are very much looking for that same feedback. You see a portion of our team here in the audience. The rest of them are participating virtually with pens in hand and paper in front of them so they can take notes and understand the issues and the ideas that this board has so that when we move forward with our next step, we can be reflective and responsive to those comments. And so with that, I would say we'd be happy to entertain questions, but we'd even be happier to listen and take some notes. So thank you very much.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that presentation. This is just some questions for you specifically, and I'll withhold my comments till after public comment. But you just sat through the presentation of the previous item that we're dealing with. Supervisor Villapud was district, dealing with warehousing, industrial. And the question comes up, why don't you annex into the city, get it closer to the city and have this annex it into the city, which would be in line with our general plan?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I appreciate it. It's one of the ones that we've engaged as a project team. I won't presuppose the kind of some of the planning questions that Director Kwong and his staff will be looking at, but I think one of the things that we are trying to push forward as a development team is maybe two points. One is trying to put a land use like this as close to the infrastructure that will serve it, which is primarily circulation infrastructure. From the kind of the center of the project site, as where it's currently proposed, is a mile to the nearest state, interstate freeway, and there's no residence between those two things. We recognize that land uses like this are sometimes incompatible. Indeed, the conversation you had in your earlier item lays that bare. And so we're, from our perspective, from a project team's perspective, having that separation from the city of Tracy and from those residential uses, I think, is important. Recognizing that not everybody is excited about seeing industrial right next to their house, and so that's really what we're leaning into. Vice Chair Rickman is trying to understand that, but we do have, and we absolutely will need to address the question about why here. How does that relate to the overall policies of the county? And that's a question we're prepared to engage through the process.
And looking through the paperwork or the agendized item, there was talk about reaching out to, I guess, residents with a certain amount of feet, so on. But what I've seen is that people are aware of the college and the VFW, but little else. Not aware of all the 1,400 acres of industrial that goes behind it. Matter of fact, I was just at a function yesterday, and some folks came up to me and asked me about the college, and I said, well, it's coming to the board, and this is what it consists of. And you mentioned industrial, and they just went, what? We didn't know about that. Even in the Tracy Press article, they didn't really touch on that. So when you're talking about reaching out, are we only reaching out on the college and the VFW and ignoring the rest?
Quite the contrary, Vice Chair. As I said, we're at the very, very beginning of the process. Obviously, we're presenting to this board, which I know members of the public will watch, and so we're engaging the conversation fully and completely. We've not had a community meeting at this point in time. We submitted a pre-application. The county staff circulated that for a referral. And so folks have seen those plans, and I think that's probably what they're reacting to. But we absolutely intend, as you'll note on that last slide that I showed, a community engagement. And that engagement is fulsome. It's going to be about the university. It's going to be about the VFW, but it's also going to be about industrial, because that's the largest land use within the plan. So we're absolutely going to lean into that. We're just at the very beginning of the process, Vice Chair.
One other thing that I've seen in your pre-plan application is you mentioned, it's buried in there, but a residential element. What exactly does that mean? What are you looking at? You're looking at one house, 10 houses, 1,000 houses, 10,000 homes?
None of those things. The application includes a reference to residential, and that's strictly associated with the university, recognizing that to have a fully functioning campus at full build-out, we need to provide opportunities for students to reside on campus, so they have an ideal kind of educational experience on campus. And then we also want to recognize that faculty, to the extent that they're so inclined, that they could also live on campus. And that is the universe of residential that we're contemplating with this project. There is no proposal, and if it was implied in our application that was not intentional, to have residential uses beyond just those educationally associated uses on the university campus.
All right. What about fire protection? Are you looking to detach, or will the project be part of the Tracy Rural Fire District, which it is part now?
The intention is to be part of the Tracy Rural Fire Protection. We did receive comments back from them during our pre-application referral, and they've provided a number of comments and questions they'd like us to address. And so as we move through the process, we'll be engaging them. But the intention, as it sits right now, Vice Chair, is to be part of the Tracy Rural.
All right. And what is this? This is a rumor I've heard from a few sources, and I have no one way to confirm either or. So that's why I'm asking you this. There's a rumor that there's a plan, a public-private partnership with the city of Tracy to turn New Jerusalem Airport into a freight airport.
That is not something I have heard.
Okay, it's just a rumor that I've heard.
I'm going to make a note of that.
That's why we're here today, just so I can
Yeah, that is not something I've heard, Vice Chair, and it's my business to try to listen to those things, although admittedly I'm probably the only person in the room that doesn't have Facebook, so I might have missed it.
It wasn't on, actually, it wasn't on Facebook. If it was on Facebook, you probably, but, and you talk about the college and VFW, and say if the project does go forward, would you build that before you build anything else?
Build which portions of it?
Both, college and the VFW.
Yeah, the intention is that, if we're able to move this project forward and again, get the blessing of this board, is that all three of those components would be first project components, and that's inclusive of a first phase of industrial logistics, the first phase of the university, the 150,000 square foot medical school component that we showed you just a moment ago, and the VFW. The anticipation is that all three of those uses would come out of the ground if we're fortunate enough to get an approval right away.
Okay, because one thing that I've seen throughout the years is exactly what this is. Hey, we're going to supply a college, we're going to do all these things, and then 10, 20 years down the road, you never see it. And it's always, we're going to get to it. Well, we don't have the funds yet, we don't have the money. So, I mean, how are you going to guarantee that doesn't happen?
Yeah, I too am aware, having practiced in the Valley for a very long time, I've seen those projects, and I've had that experience as well. So I don't want to discount your comment because I think it's a very valid comment, Vice Chair. This project, I will tell you, and you'll hear from some of the folks that are supporters of the university, this is real for them. A lot of the projects that I've seen didn't have a university component included. It was build it on the come, and hopefully we can attract somebody. We have a university right now that's in operation, the nonprofit that is that at its genesis has been around for over 2 decades. They've built hospitals in other countries. They have an ability to deliver projects. They have actively been engaged with the medical community in this county so that they can understand and engage that medical community so they can build a building. The question I get from the university is how much quicker can we go? Not, will it be there maybe sometime in the future? They want it, and they want it now, and they're ready to go. And that's the best I can say for right now, Vice Chair, but the indications are strong.
All right, why not, would you guys be willing to separate the projects? Be college and, so they're not dependent on each other? Or is it the college and VFW dependent on the approval of industrial?
I don't know that I completely follow your question. Each one of the applications will have to be filed.
Right, what I'm saying that, say if there's no industrial, will there be a college in VFW? So is one dependent on the other?
I think that, I follow your question now, Vice Chair. I think the reality is that the ability to provide the infrastructure necessary to support a university or VFW in this location they can't support that. And so some measure of logistics becomes an incubator for what's necessary to be able to serve those uses. The university in and of itself couldn't support a package plant. It couldn't support a water treatment facility, but coupled with an industrial
You annexed it to a city, then it would be able to, because you would have the existing resources.
Fair.
And so if you separate the projects and you put, 67 acres within the annexation of the city, property owned by the applicant, I guess, he owned pretty a lot of land out there, so you would have 2 different projects. Would that be a possibility?
I guess the way I would answer that, and I apologize if it doesn't maybe fully answer your question, is that that's not what they're proposing right now.
No, I thought we were
no.
out here and discussing it, right?
Absolutely are. That's not what they're proposing, but I also know that projects evolve over time, and if that became the juncture that happened, that would be a conversation we would have with your staff, my clients, and nothing is off the table. We're at the very beginning, as I said, and we're willing to engage that conversation. If that's the conversation, we're going to be at the table having that conversation.
And my last comment, Chair, in relation to this line of questioning, is one of my concerns, with the college is that I've seen it before. I've heard this before, being with the city. Notre Dame did a mirror, right? That was going to be the next big thing. And Tracy, have a private college.
Yeah.
And where are they now?
Yeah, no, I absolutely. I was not part of that process.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just saying.
No, but I just
have all these different. Hey, we're going to build a college. We're going to build
Yeah.
a college, and they ended up not.
Yeah, and I don't have all the beats of that process, but what I've been told, and I understand that the applicant team that's part of this was engaged in that effort as well. I think you're going to hear from, I don't know if you still hear some folks from the Tracy Consortium for Higher Education that were very engaged in that effort with Notre Dame. That was a leased space. It was a satellite campus.
Right, I'm very familiar. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's just
no.
Just
it's a fair question.
My
Vice Chair.
concerns with you.
It's a fair question. And I guess what I would submit to you is that the concept here, the intention here, is a purpose-built campus for a specific identified university. And my hope and expectation is that if we help them launch that effort, it'll be one that'll be not only successful but sustaining and beneficial to this community for generations.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you, Chair, and I'll reserve additional comments till after the other board members.
Any other questions? I do, following up on Vice Chair Rickman's comments in regards to the university, it does mention in the staff report in regards to vocational training, medical pharmacy, engineering, et cetera, and trade school degree programs. And I don't need a lot of information, but I know in this county we do have, for example, we have apprenticeship programs through our high schools and also adults, and through the California Department of Labor, which has certified these programs. The other area which we're desperately in need of, and our hospitals have joined together, our 7 hospitals, in regards to medical training programs, first focusing on nurses, and now we're focusing on doctor programs and the term is to grow our own, because we are competing with the Bay Area in regards to attracting professionals, and obviously it's very hard for the Central Valley to compete with the Bay Area with the salary and benefits they provide. So to Vice Chair Rickman's question in regards to the immediacy of the university being built, along with the logistics part, which is the revenue generating part, I would agree with him. It's important that we start providing these academic and vocational training facilities as quickly as possible. And I think what he's asking is, which I think we've all seen in the past, is there's all these very nice amenities, so to speak, but they somehow are delayed forever. And so I guess my quick question just simply is, along with Vice Chair Rickman's questions, in regards to the curriculum or the programs that would be available, I'm assuming, like every other program, you would start with, one program and building a program with not only the curriculum, the WASC accreditation, which is very challenging. I've been involved in that in the past. Is there a priority? Has that been established with the university as far as what they would want to cite first?
I can speak to that. So as a threshold, the university currently has a WASC accreditation, and it's currently providing courses and is graduating students in the liberal arts related subject matters. They've recently added a computer science component to their accreditation. To achieve the hard science accreditations and kind of taking that next evolution, they need facilities. Right now, they're in a leased space in the Bay Area, and they don't have the ability to add the facility components necessary to make that next step. So the university's focus, that they've articulated to us, that's reflected in our planning, is to initially start off with the medical school. The accreditation process to get a medical school, I thought entitlements were hard. They pale in comparison to getting a medical school approved. It's a multi-year process, and you have to have a building in place. You have to graduate a class before you get a full formal final accreditation. And so right now the university's focus is getting that first phase building in, getting it outfitted for a medical medical school, getting classes in there so that they can then have that initial class get to their matriculation at the same time as their medical school accreditation, so they kind of finish at the same spot. I am loath to presuppose how long an entitlement process takes for a project of this magnitude, but I will tell you that the university folks who've not been through an entitlement process, I'll be candid, our team is helping them through that process. They would very much like to have a building going vertical as soon as they can get through a building permit process, and so that they're putting students in classrooms, in medical school classrooms in 2025. Is that realistic? I don't know, but that's their goal. That's where they want to be, and that's the first priority they have for the university. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and you might look into a group called Health Force Partners here in the county, which is a collaboration with 7 hospitals that are working towards that goal of graduating as many medical professionals as possible. And we've, in the past, had to coordinate with a school in Elk Grove, which was the closest that we could work with. So that would be important. The last comment in regards, are you familiar with the inland port concept that the state is pushing?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's kind of misleading because we think of inland ports like the Port of Stockton, but it's really, it's grounded in the LA, San Pedro, Long Beach ports, and the interest in the state of California moving freight more expeditiously, and they use the inland port concept from the standpoint of rail and trucks and other amenities. And there are some other technologies that will be available in 10 or 15 years that at least when you build your facilities, you might want to consider the inclusion of those type of transportation freight modules, because as with, for example, back years ago with the NFL stadiums that were brand new being built, they didn't think in terms of autonomous vehicles or Uber, those types of things. So again, I just would ask that you have a vision for the future, because you're talking 20 plus years out, and in 20 or 30 years, the transportation systems that are currently here will be outdated, and the new era will be here, and I would hope that you would plan for that as part of your project. Any other questions? If not, I have some comments from the public.
Thank you very much, Chair and Board. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So I can't quite read, but the last name, it looks like Basaria, all right? Unic? No? Takers? Bosavrai? Okay, all right. The Stephen Saveri, is that correct? You're pointing to someone. Oh, he took off? Okay, thank you. Verna Kendall? We've lost our audience. All right. Okay, Michael Mark. Finally. Okay, thank you.
Hello, supervisors. How are you today? My name is Michael Mark. I am the head of the San Joaquin County Building Trades. We represent 10,000 working families in the construction industry in San Joaquin County. One thing that wasn't talked about today is the amount of local construction jobs that could be created, which the developer hasn't brought something to us being the local building trades. There was a lot of buzzwords earlier today regarding apprenticeship programs, opportunities in the trades, but to create those opportunities, there needs to be some commitments to create and hire locally. One of the items within the supervisor's feedback and discussion shows job creation is an important guideline for the general plan. That's just one thing that wasn't addressed today, is the local construction jobs. For instance, we do have a lot of members that go across the hill every day that live in Tracy, live in San Joaquin County. And for us, I think the developer could possibly step up to do something. We just haven't had those discussions yet. And it's for us, and our point, it's just to have those conversations. But when there's feedback coming from the staff, asking from the supervisors, there should be something from the supervisors saying, these are the people. We're able to have that local dollar circulate within San Joaquin County. When you have a new apprentice that is working within the trades, they're being able to provide for their families, which those are opportunities. We're always talking about those career paths. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate the developer giving 3 acres of land to the VFW. That's huge. But one point, too, is the amount of jobs that veterans, when they exit the military, where do they end up? Usually a lot of them end up in the trades. And we have those programs such as Helmets to Hard Hats that provide those opportunities. So it's trying to figure out a way to, first, this project is very complex, 1,500 plus acres. It's a huge project, 20 plus years. All the supervisors here on the dais will not even be on the dais when this project ends. So you have the power right now to kind of figure out, how do we control the narrative? And for us in the building trades, like I said, we represent 10,000 working families in San Joaquin County. Our thoughts, and everyone always says, shop local, be local. There's opportunities here. That this is a great opportunity, and there could be a commitment from the people bringing this project forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Julie Metz. Do we have a Julie Metz? Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I didn't want to be first. I guess as a resident, I live on Durham Ferry Road, and this project would directly affect us. And a couple of comments that I think you made, one gentleman. One comment that hit me hard, he said, there's no residents. This is 1 mile from the interstate, and there's no residents there. There are residents. We live there. And I feel like this whole project is being masqueraded as the Veterans of Foreign Wars building and the college, but in reality, it's this big trucking hub that's going to affect us. It's going to be right in our backyard. You know, you're excited about the project. Where do you live? Live near this? Yeah, I do.
If you could direct your comments to the board, please.
I'm sorry. That's my feel. I just have to say that we moved to the country to be in the country, and now you're bringing industrial right to us, and you're focusing on the 3 acres and the 64 acres, but the rest is all going to bring truck traffic. As it is, my husband commutes to San Francisco every morning, and it takes him on average 2 hours. This morning it took him over an hour just to get to Livermore. That's 30 miles. And this is going to create more, and there's no infrastructure for this. I'm not saying that, you know, growth is not good. Growth is good, and it's going to happen. We understand that, but the infrastructure has to be built first. And I don't see that happening, and the water supply is not there. The pollution it's going to bring, there's just so many things I think need to be considered before this is passed. I would implore you to really think about this hard and how it affects all of us. And one last thing is that it seems that maybe 1 in every 100 residents, I mean, another gal and I, we went door to door, and the people that live out at the golf course right there, most of them had no idea that this was even proposed. People don't know in Tracy, and I think that it needs to be shared with way more people somehow, other than 2 of us going door to door and trying to tell people, and then them say, you know, anyway, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leanne, is it Stasis? Or Stace? Okay. Oh, Stas, thank you very much. Sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Brickman was 100% right. This project was presented to the citizens of Tracy originally as a land gift for a private university on approximately 67 acres. Well, now that the full scope of this project has been brought to our attention, and we know that it's part and partial to the approval of an approximately 1,500 acre zoning for industrial. I think this gentleman said that it was a prime location. Well, I'm going to call it prime farming ground. And you know what? We're supposed to preserve our farm ground. So this is going to consist of approximately 2 square miles of warehouses, blacktop, thousands of more trucks, cars on each day, Interstate 580, 132, and surrounding 2-lane country roads. More traffic, more air pollution. Not even sure where the water's going to come from. That's a whole nother issue right there, because we're scraping where we are. And every time someone drills a well, what does it do to our water table? Drops it down. Wildlife preservation. You know, you got kit foxes out there. I'm sure there's tons of critters that live out there. What's going to happen to that? But hey, we get a big industrial in my backyard, basically. I'm sure you guys are probably aware of the logistic mess in North Tracy to Banta. We have a logistics mess west in Lammerville, and now we'll have a geometrically bigger logistic mess that will feed from South Tracy. Surely we've learned from our mistakes. The simple math here, university equals less than 5% of this project. Industrial, commercial housing is over 95% of this project. So I don't understand how a resident, or more importantly, a public official, would even think this is a great gift to our county. I'm encouraging you all to vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Raul Hernandez.
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. I would say good morning, but it's no longer morning, so I'll keep my comments. Good, I got a new clock. Just wanted to talk real quick about opportunities, right? And just thinking about the possibilities, even with this development that's going on here, and some of the work that we're doing as building trades, trying to create those pipelines and those career paths in our community, right? We're always being proactive in that sense. I sit on the Workforce Development Board here in San Joaquin County, and through partnerships with them, real quick, I want to talk about a pre-apprenticeship program that we have, that it's a partnership with California Human Development, ourselves, and the San Joaquin County Workforce Development Board. And the last 2 cohorts, has been 22 graduates of that cohort. And it through a partnership through Valueville with 41 different counties. I think, Chair Quinn, you read an article, you got an email regarding the graduation of a Kearns cohort, which was 16 graduates of that program. We've had 22 graduates, okay? And the difference between those 2 outcomes is 21 of those 22 that went through our cohorts are now actually in an accredited apprenticeship program, right? Well, we would love to have numbers of saying 50 graduated from these cohorts and transitioned into these apprenticeship programs. How do we get those numbers? We get those numbers through partnership and collaboratives that we could form with developers such as these, and even through the public entities, of course, in trying to build those jobs and create those opportunities for these individuals segueing into these apprenticeship opportunities. And I would hope that this developer moving forward, because I know we're still in the early stages, would reach out to us and in good faith sit down with us and figure out a way where we could create those pathways. Other logistic developers have come into this area and chosen to partner with us and build those relationships. And in one of those particular logistics centers being built in Tracy, 3 of those graduates from these cohorts that I just talked about are actually apprentices working building those logistics centers in that area, right? So if we're gonna, talk about opportunities, let's start from the get-go, from when the shovel goes in the ground and we dig that first hole, and opportunities there. A lot of times we look at the opportunities after the project is built and whether it's an Amazon or whatever, and those jobs are created, but there's an opportunity before that when the project is actually being built by the construction guys here and gals here in this area, and we hope that the board sees that and shares this with the developers, that if something could come to fruition as far as a partnership, that they should work diligently with us and form that partnership so we create those pipelines to our construction apprenticeship programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, gentleman in the back. If you could state your name, please.
My name is Roger Birdsall. I am the president of the Tracy-San Joaquin Consortium for Higher Education. Just kind of a quick background. We are about 10 individuals in Tracy, very diversified backgrounds, and our interest is bringing higher education to Tracy in the South County. When we heard about this project, obviously we're very excited, because we want to see a 4-year university that's nonprofit and that is located in the South County, hopefully in Tracy area. One of the things that excited us about this project is the medical school. As we all know, there's a shortage of doctors. Keeping the doctors in San Joaquin County has always been an issue, and to have a medical school in the county would be such a huge benefit for all of us. And then, of course, having a nursing school and a pharmacy and so on. So this project, from the educational component of it, we are strongly behind. We would really like to see this go forward. I think it would be a tremendous benefit for the county as a whole to have a university of this size, and it makes sense where it's located as far as the university is concerned. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Gentleman in the back. And if you could state your name, please.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gurneil Beauprai. I am a staffer for Assemblymember Carlos Villaputua, but I want to come here and speak as a resident, particularly in Supervisor Miller's district, for this project. Even though I'm a resident in Stockton for a long time, my family didn't want to live here because of the nature of its schools and the love of its schools, but it's grown quite drastically since then. As Supervisor Wins mentioned, there are a number of high school, trade school programs, but there's been a huge lack as we've seen development in warehouses in our district. There's not enough support for that industry. If anything, that support's coming from a very big billionaire, Jeff Bezos. However, when he wants to build a warehouse, no one bats their eye. They just let him walk in and he gets to build wherever he wants to build. But that's a different matter. We have a family here in Tracy that resides in Tracy that came to this nation with probably just a quarter in his pocket and was a farm worker and built his way up to become a farmer, a landowner in Tracy, and now wants to give back. And I think that's a very powerful story. And this is a very much needed project. There's not many mixed-use projects out there. If anything, developers shy away from the term mixed use because of how complicated it is, but not these developers. They're taking it on heads on, and I applaud that. And this project, I think what's very unique about it, it's going to be housed right next to the Mendota Canal. And if you look at the UC Agriculture National Resource Department, they lack a site, the UC system lacks a site that significantly studies the Mendota Canal. And because of this, we've seen mass seepage of our water that's being sent down south in the canal because they haven't been measuring how to properly maintain this canal. So when we're talking about bringing in an engineering school, a medical school. If you look at San Joaquin Valley, San Joaquin County actually has the worst ratio of doctors to residents. I believe it's 22 physicians for every 100,000 residents. So we need more medical students. We need more engineering students that come and stay in this district. So I really applaud this project. I really hope that we see it go forward. I think Amazon shouldn't be the only one where they have a whole in-house operation where they have engineers in their warehouses. We should have that in our district that's being led by small business owners like the ones that we're seeing here today. So I just want to voice my support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone in the back? Yes, sir. You could please state your name, please.
This is Dr. Conley, and I'm here in support of this project, particularly from the university part of it. Perhaps my knowledge about all the environmental issues, developmental issues, I'm a physician, but I think what our county lacks is due to health disparities, and our county ranks in certain preventive care and general care issues, despite there is a lot of efforts to it. I think in an educational institution, including in a medical college into it, I think tremendously changed the perspective. Particularly, you will able to get the cutting edge research into it. We being very close to Bay Area, getting into Stanford, going to take 3 years in a line for anyone to join in a research. UCSF takes 2 to 2.5 years. I think it is not just about medical college we should think about. It is $5 to $10 billion in annual grant research, private research that is going to come into the county. It's a massive opportunity, but I think the vision is not completely articulated from what the university could do and what university is doing. And I'm also a founding partner or a founding investor in Cal North State, which is Elk Grove Medical School, and which for-profit institution. And I have understood the difficulties being a part and parcel of a for-profit educational enterprise that you're beholden to the shareholders' interest at the cost of students at times. I think so I've decided that I think nonprofit is the right way to go. This university is nonprofit. So adding the education, health impacts, and the research clinical impacts, I do understand the neighbors' issue. I do respect them, and it is they were living there, and someone is going there, so I don't know how to mitigate that. But I think somewhere along, I think there got to be a mutual point that everyone's interests must be preserved. But I think we should be able to get this one going. And I also appreciate Robert Rickman's comments about how university can be guaranteed that it is going to develop, make sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Anyone else? Yes. If you could state your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sri Javi Ganti, and I support this project. University of Silicon Andhra, it is a 501c3 non-profit institution, and we are only 5 years old, and we are WASC accredited. And you all know what it takes to get an accreditation in such a short time. So we are WASC accredited, and I'm really excited about this project because it gives an opportunity to collaborate with the county, the local hospitals, and other businesses also. And also, I personally believe that this will be an investment opportunity to the county. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will turn it back to Director Wong. Yes, I'm sorry.
Apologize, we do have written public comments for this item.
All right, go ahead.
The first one is submitted by Lois Finelli, who writes, Dear Brian, I urge you not to approve the Golden State Logistics Hub to be built. I live in the nearby Park Country Estates. I feel it would be an overload of cars and trucks on Chrisman Road. We purchased our property in a rural area, and we would like to keep it that way. According to the uofsa.edu website, the college that is proposed will only offer music, dance, and language of the Indian culture. I do not feel this is beneficial to all Tracy and San Joaquin County residents. Tracy's infrastructure cannot handle any more of the cars and trucks that this facility would create. We already have cars and trucks backed up at stop signs and freeways at times and a parking lot. Thank you for taking the time to read this very important email. I get the feeling if this proposed passes, there will be a lot of unhappy residents. Again, I urge you to not approve this proposal. Lois Finale. The next comment was submitted by Laura Toasty, who writes, I'm writing you today in reference to the application for Golden State Logistic Hub being built. We live in Park Country Estates. When we moved here 15 years ago, we knew it was a quiet, safe place to raise children. With the growth of Tracy, both industrial and homes from Grantline to Banta to Mountain House, the freeways and cannot handle more traffic and congestion, especially heavy trucks. Our emergency services, medical, and shopping has been overstretched to their limits. There are times now I've slammed on my brakes, vehicles not watching, getting off both 580 and 132, nearly hitting us. This will be taking away much fertile farmland, not to mention the protected land for the animals that will be ran out of their habitat. As a neighbor, ag businesswoman, citizen of San Joaquin County, I am asking you to please consider to deny this requested application. Leave our south side of Tracy as it is. The next comment was submitted by Adam Whipfley, who writes, I am writing you to contest my approval of the Golden State Logistics Hub. Just this morning, 3/21/22 at 8:10 a.m., the intersection of Linney Road and Chrisman Road in front of Jefferson Middle School traffic was completely stopped. I traveled this way every day as I live at the end of Chrisman Road. There's already school traffic there, but what I have noticed recently is an increase of large truck traffic. While waiting at the stoplight, I counted 15 plus big rigs on all sides of the streets. These country roads are not equipped to have this many trucks on them. Nor is it safe for the children attending the school to have all these trucks and hundreds more traveling on Chrisman Road all day. This will be the reality if the Golden State Logistics Hub is approved. Just look at the mess that has been created in the Santos Ranch neighborhood and at Lammersville School since all of the warehouses have been built near them. The city of Tracy and San Joaquin County are becoming so overrun with warehouses and industrial areas. We do not have the roadways to support all of these trucks. We need to preserve what little farmland we have left. If we take away another 1,500 acres, where will all of the animals go? Where will we farm? San Joaquin County is turning into concrete industrial jungle, and we all know how those look after 20 years. Take a look at LA County. The next comment was submitted by Alicia Whipfley, who writes, I'm writing you today to urge you to not approve the Golden State Logistics Hub. This very large project is less than 2 miles from our Park Country Estates neighborhood. There are many houses nearby with children and farm animals that use Chrisman Road daily to ride their horses and or bicycles. San Joaquin County, as well as the city of Tracy, have already dedicated more than necessary farmland to industrial areas. We do not need any more. I believe that the proposed college is just a smoke and mirror show to disguise what is really going to happen with this land. If you look on the uofsa.edu website, it is not a true college that will be beneficial to the city of Tracy or San Joaquin County. Per their website, they only offer music, dance, and language from the Indian culture. How is this beneficial to all residents? Not to mention it will add thousands more cars on Chrisman Road. Tracy has been completely stretched to its limits and does not have the infrastructure to handle any more trucks or cars. The roads are already completely backed up and getting on and off all freeways and highways. The impact this would cause with the loss of farmland and how it would displace hundreds, if not thousands of animals is very concerning. I also have contacted the Sierra Club to see how they could help stop this project. Thank you for taking the time to consider what this resident wants. The next comment was submitted by Julie Metz, who writes, I'm writing in response to the Golden State Logistics Hub and my concerns. I have lived in South Tracy on Durham Ferry Road for 30 plus years and have seen quite a bit of growth during that time and watched our small town become impacted in ways that I personally don't find to be positive. This current proposed project, Golden State Logistics Hub, is something I am 100% opposed to. As things stand with the recent growth of Tracy Hills and Mountain House and the numerous other housing developments, not to mention all of the warehouses, our infrastructure was clearly not considered prior to building. This proposal would impact the south side of Tracy in a very negative way. I think so many things needs to be considered, such as water supply, traffic, added pollution from the truck traffic. We would lose all beautiful countryside and prime agricultural acreage. Also, the added traffic that this would cause would create a bigger living nightmare for commuters, such as my husband, than already exists. In the last 10 years alone, I have watched his daily commute go from 1 hour each way to the Bay Area to almost oftentimes over 3 hours each way to commute to and from work. This is unacceptable. I strongly urge and implore you to consider voting no on this project. It is not good for South Tracy. The next comment was submitted by a current county resident who writes, Ag 40 zoning is to protect land zoned for agriculture use. It was established and set forth because of limitation of situations like this, where land was being purchased for the sole use of commercial, industrial, or building, with no thought on the impact it would have on the county and its people. Placing a transportation hub of any size, let alone 1,500 acres, would be a nightmare for everyone. The impact would be felt throughout both San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County and more. The 580 freeway is already at a standstill. There's no room to invite vehicles to this location. The congestion would be a logistical nightmare. The rise in vehicle accidents, injuries, and deaths would rise at an alarming rate. Stating future expansion to the freeway is not a sound argument, as that takes decades to start. South Chrisman Road is already used as a backroads freeway due to the increased commercial vehicles in town, and it is very dangerous. It is not policed at all, and there's a school there, and the threat to the children is very real. We hope that you will find that removing the protection of Ag 40 zoning would not be in the best interest of San Joaquin County, Tracy, or the surrounding area. The next comment was submitted by Raquel Rocky Johnson, who writes, Tracy, a city surrounded by the fruits of agricultural prosperity. Industrialization has overtaken much of Tracy's precious farmland in recent years. As the city struggles to meet the multifaceted demands of its citizens, farmers, and industrial parties. Our current roadway infrastructure are crumbling under an influx of new residents and industrial transportation. Tracy citizens are forced to commute over the Altamont to afford Tracy's cost of living because Tracy's industrial jobs provided nowhere near a sustainable wage to support Tracy living. Lifelong young Tracyites, like myself, have no choice but to leave Tracy because of the undiversified job market and undeveloped higher education institutions. Another warehouse will only further amplify these issues. I implore the board to consider the ramifications another industrial site will have on Tracy and San Joaquin County as a whole. Like any town, Tracy needs a diversified assortment of available goods and services to healthier support our economy. If we concentrate Tracy's economic market to industrial warehouses, what will happen if the overall industrial market takes a turn for the worse? Tracy will transform into a miniature Rust Belt. Citizens will suffer an economic recession that is preventable. Tracy is in dire need of a more flexible goods and services market technology, agriculture, the arts, you name it. But no more industrial. Enough is enough. I leave the board with one final consideration. No farms equals no food. Agriculture is Tracy's strength and source of pride. I urge the board to maintain Tracy's source of pride and joy, our farms. The next comment is submitted by Steve Little, who writes, I have lived in Tracy since the mid-1980s, most of the time in South Tracy. In the past 10 years, Tracy has grown too much, too fast for the infrastructure to endure. Due to housing development such as Tracy Hills and Mountain House, my 24-mile commute to Livermore now takes anywhere from 1 to 2 hours, depending on traffic. And that is with flexing my start time to avoid the heaviest commute periods, which has the additional problem of traffic gridlocks due to school drop-offs. Availability of water is another concern. We are already facing water shortages and rationing. We can't withstand another drain on our water supply. In addition, most South Tracy residents are on individual or community wells. As our groundwater declines, wells can go dry and our water quality deteriorates. Bringing industrial development to South Tracy will increase crime in our area. We already suffer from delayed responses from an understaffed San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department. I understand some growth is necessary, but infrastructure and our quality of life should not suffer. Keep industrial development confined to existing industrial sites. I urge you to decide against the Golden State Logistics Hub and other proposals for development in the South Tracy area. Thank you, Steve Little. The next comment was submitted by Margot Little, who writes, Tracy needs reasonable planned growth supported by appropriate infrastructure. With the recent addition of several large housing developments and warehouse expansions, Tracy's current infrastructure cannot support existing development, let alone the proposed Golden State Logistics Hub. In addition, industrial development should be confined to existing industrial sites, not expanded into South Tracy. The following current infrastructure issues would get worse with the proposed hub. Roads, commuting into out of Tracy is a nightmare. Two-lane country roads in South Tracy have become dangerous, high-speed thoroughfares. Streets around Jefferson School during to, from commute and Jefferson School pickup drop-off times are clogged. Traffic in the area is not only frustrating, but a danger to Jefferson School staff, students, and residents. City surface streets are congested. Water, already experiencing water shortages and rationing. Safety, crime follows industrial development. The proposed logistics hub will increase crime in South Tracy, putting an even greater strain on an overworked, understaffed San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, whose response times to South Tracy are already long due to the size of their jurisdiction and focus on higher crime areas. I have lived in Tracy for 36 plus years, 22 in South Tracy. I moved to Tracy for its small town feel and agricultural landscape. The quiet simplicity of South Tracy will be destroyed by the proposed Golden State Logistics Hub. Keep industrialization out of South Tracy. Preserve our farmlands and maintain our way of life. Please decline the proposed Golden State Logistics Hub and similar developments in South Tracy. The next comment was submitted by Bruce Metz, who writes, I am taking the time to share my concerns with the proposed Golden State Logistics Hub. I have lived in Tracy since the early 80s and love this area. The home I live in currently was once on the opposite side of town, which is now a Honda dealership. When the mall was built, we moved the home to its current location on West Durham Ferry Road. I am not against some growth, but with Tracy Hills and several other housing developments, along with the warehouse expansion along Mountain House Patterson Roads, Tracy is growing faster than the infrastructure can withstand. I see more and more delays as I commute to the Bay Area each morning, as well as increased truck traffic throughout the day. I moved to South Tracy in 1986 in the hope that the Farmland Preservation Act would keep the natural beauty of the area intact. Allowing these projects now or in the future will certainly impact commutes and our surrounding views of what the valley should look like. So I urge you and the local government to consider not approving this and similar projects in the farming areas and keep the landscape as it should be. The current interstate system needs to be addressed first. The time and fuel wasted as cars sit idle should be the San Joaquin County's first priority. The next comment is submitted by Joy Jessup, who writes, My mother and I, Mariana and Joy Ann Jessup, are writing to voice our opposition to the proposed Golden State Logistics Hub on Chrisman Road. We moved out to the country, Park Country Estates, many years ago, 1986, to get away from this kind of development. This project will negatively impact our quality of life through increased traffic, noise, deterioration of roads, pollution, and displacement of wildlife. Our property values will decrease because of the aforementioned concerns this will bring to our community. Wild animal populations in the now agricultural areas will be displaced. The property that this project will occupy has been agriculture and should remain agriculture. There is enough industrial warehousing in the Tracy area. We do not need or want any more. Increased truck traffic on both 580 and 132 have damaged the 132 Chrisman Road overpass, and we have still see it repaired correctly. Pothole filling is not enough. The on-ramp to 580 from Chrisman Road during peak commuting hours has become dangerous due to the current truck traffic. I can only imagine what it will be like if this project is approved. Please keep this area agricultural. Sincerely, Mary Ann and Joy Ann Jessup. The next comment was submitted by Jackie Manley, who writes, My concern is taking away from farmland off of 11th Street for more warehouses in a college that is for a specific culture. We do not need more warehouses when we have so many built and are currently empty. We do not need a college where we already have Delta College and Las Positas down the road. When will stop lining people's pockets and do something for the people in our city? Our roads are horrible, broken, patched, and need repair. We need retail, restaurants, family things to do. Businesses are going to other cities, and so is our money, because we get nothing. Why is it that way? Our population is over 95,000. When can we get amenities? Amenities for all people, all cultures as a whole. Full-size businesses, not a tiny whatever. So please fix our roads the right way. No patches that cause problems driving, no more warehouses. Use what we've been given. Bring in retail, restaurants, entertainment. Let's make Tracy about families, not lining pockets for stuff we don't need at the time and will cause more traffic with big trucks on our roads and freeways. The next comment was submitted by Melanie Alexander, who writes, I recommend a few key provisions and more extensive details and further examination for this project before considering moving forward. 1, what is the impact of including the 80 acres of open space resource land included in this project? Why not leave it out of the proposal and allow it to remain as is? We will never get this land back. Number 2, the private university campus, commercial development, and Veterans of Foreign Affairs are truly intended to provide more public support and appeal. Do the math. The total of only 77 acres dedicated to these 3 projects are less than 5% of the land for this project. I would suggest there be clear stipulations that these projects are completed within a certain time frame, or it is likely once the mega logistics hub is built, these small projects will be forgotten. Impose strict fines and penalties for not getting these projects done. Shame on the project planners. They did not even put enough thought into where they would put the Veterans of Foreign Affairs. That tells me it is not a valued part of this project. Number 3, this project has a canal running through it and an aqueduct next to it. What safeguards will be implemented to ensure the health and security of these waterways? The next comment was submitted by Jeffrey Alexander, who writes, this is a bad plan that should anyone considering approving it serious doubts. 1, this plan does not appear fully thought through on even basic details. A quick Google search reveals there is already a company with the same name, Golden State Logistics, Logistics Trucking, Harbor Drayage, GSLtrans.com is already taken. 2, there is nothing in the proposal that details the road improvements in the area surrounding the project. This will increase traffic and cause further deterioration of our crumbling roadways. The infrastructure improvements listed are just the basics to get water and drainage to the mega buildings. There is nothing about roadway improvements to the surrounding the areas. This should be an essential element of any project like this. 3, we have a housing crisis already. This project will do nothing to address this important issue. 4, many private for-profit universities have been shown to be expensive for students for jobs, have low graduation rates, and yield poor return on investment. We should clearly examine the proposed university. A quick Google search of University of Silicon Andhra indicates it has only 3 academic programs, Indian dance, music, and language. In my opinion, it's false advertisement in the plan to indicate this planned university will provide vocational training, engineering, businesses, pharmacy, and medical degree programs. The next comment was submitted by Justin Matos, who writes, for somebody who was born and raised in Tracy, I think people should recognize what's really going on in the outskirts of town. You have a man with unlimited money buying up everything saying he is a farmer, but in reality he is a developer. Nobody wants this in our farming community. If this goes through, you are going to run families from their homes. These are places they planned on living out of the rest of their lives. An Indian college, which is useless, and a truck stop, which has no place. We have enough industrial. You will ruin a farming community. Go with the people who have been here for years and generations, not a man who came in and bought everything up to flip it for millions. I could not lay my head on a pillow at night knowing I forced people out for industrial. The next comment was submitted by Glenda Fuller, who writes, I oppose the Golden State Logistics Hub to rezone 1,572 acres along Chrisman Road in Tracy, California. I will be one of 2 properties that will be totally surrounded by this proposal. Chrisman Road is a very busy road. It is one of only 3 off-ramps that leads to Tracy from 580. The truck traffic on this road has increased already by the almond processing plant that is just down the road from my house, and all vehicle traffic has increased over the years. In the plans, I see nothing to suggest road changes will occur to handle new traffic, nor on 580. Vehicle traffic will increase due to the proposed university, also along with many people along this road. This proposal will not only cause me to live next to a university, but will mostly have me living next to an industrial complex of unknown origins. The potential for theft and crime will be increased and the traffic will be increased. This potentially harms my property values. It also will make it more difficult to exit my property onto Chrisman Road. How does Golden State Logistics Hub plan to handle the increased vehicle and foot traffic? Thank you. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, my family has been in this town for 7 generations. We live in ranch on the south side of Tracy. My first concern is more farmland being paved over. How are we supposed to feed this country and beyond without the farmland to do so? I was born and raised in this town that I now raise my children in. I love living in this country. It's all I know and wouldn't want it any other way. I can't imagine these changes being made to the south side of Tracy. Not only the visual changes, but the traffic. At some point, we have to stop paving farmland. Thank you for allowing me a space to voice my thoughts on this. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, I would like to know if any supervisors took gifts, campaign contributions, or received any offers or promises on behalf of Mike Santu. Mike Santu is the largest landowner in Tracy. It is rumored that Tracy Council member Veronica Vargas is or has been on his payroll and pushes his agenda on the Tracy City Council. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, according to Zillow.com, the median home price in Tracy, California is $789,476, a 29.4% increase year over year. 2 large warehouse employers are the Safeway Distribution Center and Amazon Fulfillment Center. As a warehouse associate at Amazon Fulfillment Center, you can delight yourself with a wage of $18 an hour. At the Safeway Distribution Center, you can become a warehouse order selector for $22.35 an hour, all while guaranteeing yourself lifelong crippling back pain and carpal tunnel, worse than your grandma's. The bottom line here is bringing more low-wage warehouse jobs to San Joaquin Valley isn't the answer. The San Joaquin Valley has largely missed out economically from the software industry boom over the last 2 decades by not figuring out how to attract tech companies from the Bay Area. In regards to building a new college, my cousin takes all of his current college classes remotely. Why build a new college when there are multiple options nearby and remote learning has transformed in-person education forever? If we are headed down this path, similar to the City of Industry in Southern California, we can instead change the name of Tracy to the City of Tracy. Building more warehouses will make Tracy less appealing to the incoming residents of Tracy Hills and our local community. Please remind me, who does this measure truly serve? And the last comment was submitted by Rick Stoss, and I believe that Mrs. Stoss read the comment that he submitted word for word. So I just want to note for the record that he also submitted a comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, Director Kwong, I will, 2 things. One is I'll get a motion and a vote from the board in regards to receiving the report, but you also included a recommendation to direct for the recovery of costs for community development. I assume that's still your request?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay. And it talks about $250,000. Has that already been received?
That's the deposit that they placed in, but we're actually asking for full cost recovery as the process moves forward.
Okay. All right. So that's part of your request. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure if or the board's still going to have comments, or you're going right to a motion and a vote.
Well, all we're doing today is we're just receiving the update.
Right, but we're also there's 2 recommendations.
That's what I just said. That
right.
Cost
so
recovery.
Can we still comment, or?
No, go ahead.
I don't want to. I mean, I know other board members haven't, and I want to give them first choice because mine's going to be kind of lengthy.
Well, okay. So you want to make some comments? I don't. Is there? Hold on a second. Let me see. Supervisor Miller, did you want to make a comment before Vice Chair Rickman?
Yes. Thank you. There it goes back on. Actually, the recommendation from staff was to accept the report, but also to provide preliminary feedback and direction. And so I think that's what Supervisor Rickman may have been referring to. I'm completely in support of full cost recovery, and I think we absolutely need to do that. There were a lot of good points brought up here today that I think as this process moves forward with its regular process, knowing that this is very early and not indicating any sort of preliminary approval or anything like that. I think there were good points made by the building trades in terms of outreach to ensure job creation both during and post-construction. So I think that's important. I also think that it was a very legitimate concern that the logistics portion of the project would begin before either of the other two components. And so I would like to explore the possibility of making it a requirement that the more community benefit portions of the project move forward first, recognizing that there's going to be infrastructure needs to serve the whole thing. I also think there needs to be outreach throughout this county, not just in the Tracy area. I think the San Joaquin Partnership, I think the San Joaquin Business Council, I think SJCOG needs to be brought into the process to specifically address things like economic development, the type of post-construction jobs that will be created. We've heard a lot about, frankly, logistics and warehouse jobs don't provide a living wage in the community. I think that needs to be explored, and I think it needs to be looked at in the overall context of this project. Finally, I think I share a lot of the concerns about the loss of ag land in this county. I grew up in Southern California, and I am old enough to remember that when you drove north and west through the San Fernando Valley, when you got to Woodland Hills, there was nothing else after that. Topanga Canyon was wild. There was nothing through Agoura and Calaveras. The Conejo Valley was very, very rural. And when you got north of the Conejo grade into Camarillo and Ventura, you were looking at nothing but ag, and you were looking at citrus groves. I grew up in Santa Barbara. When Santa Barbara itself, north of the city lines, was nothing but lemon groves. It happens fast. And I do have concerns that a project of this size is going to open the door to massive loss of not just the land, but the character of this county. All of that being said, there is no way that you can stop growth and progress, and there have to be places for this county to accommodate the people who live here and work here. But I think it is important that we acknowledge that a project of this size, there will be losses, and it's incumbent on us to make sure that the planning is very thoughtful, that the consequences are mitigated to the very best we can do, and that as many positives are included to offset those losses. So there's going to be, traffic not just on 132 and 580. I-5 is going to see tremendous increases. And as this board has dealt with over the last few years with the issues in Lammersville, there is going to be spillover. Once you put in this amount of logistics, the drivers are going to use surrounding country roads to bypass the traffic. And we have some good examples of that. So all of that needs to be dealt with up front, I believe, before this project moves further. I appreciate this coming to the board early, and I would encourage our staff to continue this level of engagement. The public needs to weigh in, not just in the immediate area. I mean, you know, we see the 1,000-foot ripples. That's not even going to begin to deal with the reality of a project of this size. So while I don't want to say I'm thumbs up or thumbs down today, it's way too early, to be perfectly honest, for me, for that. But I do want to express that I think we need to look at this cautiously and very, very thoughtfully, because this kind of a project, it is going to change San Joaquin County forever. And I have lived through those changes in just my lifetime. It's not like I'm 900 years old. It does happen quickly. I mean, my parents grew up on orange groves in Downey, right in the heart of LA County, and those have been gone for a long time. So I want to be careful about this, and I want to make sure that that we protect a lot of the good things that we have in San Joaquin County, because some of them will be lost. So let's make sure that if they are, that the trade is worthwhile. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. My closing thoughts on this would be, and I appreciate Supervisor Miller's very succinct points. She's always very good at surmising and analyzing, and it's very true. There's some benefits, and you have to look at the cost and the benefit ratio. We've heard from the trades, and they have a very, very valid point. We look at vocational training as a component, but unless we're able to demonstrate that we have local jobs, then you've got people that are going through vocational training programs and they're unable to be employed when projects are here. And how often are projects coming by, especially projects that might span 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 years of development and growth. So, there are points and concerns from the citizens. We've heard written in comments that were sent and submitted with concerns. So I appreciate that this is being done at the early stages so that we can get the feedback and we can mitigate, engage, and see if we could satisfy those concerns as this progresses. And I, again, think this is fantastic because we're here at the beginning stages to further explore, further engage, and satisfy. So I love the fact that we're looking at an educational component of it. Everybody knows that oftentimes you see some of our brightest students, they go away to school, they get an intern project or program, employment opportunity, they've got a relationship with a significant other, and they're gone. So here we have an opportunity to bring talent and retain talent, especially in the medical and some of the sciences that are being discussed. So we're looking at economic growth, opportunity, education and retention of our young, talented, our youth, our future in the community, and opportunity for careers. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this progresses and the support that this board will have to consider as it moves along. But I think we're at a great stage and point to go to that next step, and I support the recommendations by Director Kwong and Assistant Director Ms. Jennifer Jolly, and I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
You want to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Villaputa, and thank you, Chair. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to comment. This is a very important issue, mostly in my district, since we are the fastest growing district here in San Joaquin County. But I just want to correct a couple of things that was said. One of them being from Gurneel in back there is that he was saying that Amazon just got dropped. And I would recommend Gurneal familiarize yourself with the Tracy zoning plan and general plan, and to know that where Amazons are is the Prologis development and the Northeast Industrial. And that was planned for some time as the two industrial areas on the city of Tracy. So saying it was just dropped and for some preferential treatment, I would recommend, again, going back, there's videos, tapes, or whatever, and do your research on that. As for I'm in 5th District, so you can talk to Supervisor Patty on that. As in, for the college and talking about it has to be next to a canal, what about Schulte and Lammers? There's a canal there on the Gateway project, also the Gateway area. So there's another area where a college could go. Matter in fact, Notre Dame Dundermuir, I sat down with Mike Zandu and the president, I believe it was the president of Notre Dame Dundermuir, and talked to them. We talked to them about putting that university right there at Gateway. So there are other areas besides what we're looking at. I have a lot of concerns. And one of them being, I just want to give a shout out to Supervisor Miller. She just took off here right when I'm about to say something good about her. She takes off. And, she articulated very well, and she shared some of the concerns that I do. And, when we were doing the redistricting, myself and the chair was on the state redistricting board, and when we did the county redistricting plan, when we did the surveys, one of the top concerns were preservation of farmland. And that ranked very, very high, not just in Tracy, but throughout San Joaquin County. And that is what residents in our county want to see. As for precedent setting, we've seen here in the city of Tracy or in the 5th District, if you look back in 2018, Measure M, exemption to the growth management ordinance that we have in the city of Tracy, and it was talking about more housing, and that failed by 78%. And that was property owned by, I think some of the property owned by Mr. Sandu. Also on Measure Y, the growth management exemption for workforce housing, it was transit-oriented development, Measure Y in November of 2020. And again, the voters, stated no again with 54.59% of the vote. And some of this, what would have happened, some of the growth transit-oriented development would have occurred on Mr. Sandu's property. And Mr. Sandu owning, God, I don't know how many thousands of acres he owns around Tracy. So you're talking about precedent. This has already been tried twice, not in this magnitude, but getting agricultural land, and it has failed through the voters. If we are going to go forward, we need to include the city of Tracy. We need to include the residents in reaching out, and not after we're already in the process and spending millions of dollars. I don't understand why that the county or the developers can't go out there and speak to the voters or speak to the residents now. Wouldn't that save you time? What if, at least what history has shown, the residents don't really want a huge industrial or more growth or whatever it may be? Shouldn't they be the decision makers except for 5 people on this board or one developer because, they have a plan and they have the money to do it? This wasn't, I'm surprised at why this wasn't, but we received a letter from the city of Tracy, the project planner, and it wasn't in the agendized item, and I think it sheds a light on a lot of the issues that we are facing, or some of the concerns. And I'll just run through this really quick, but this is from January 7th from Brian Miller, the project planner. Excuse me, that's for who it's to. This is from Michael Rogers, at the time the city manager of the city of Tracy. But, a development proposal that will have implication of wide-ranging issues of concern to the city, including but not limited to increased traffic congestion, water supply, wastewater discharge, airport and use planning, economic development, growth-inducing development, and impact to service delivery of public safety services. The city is also very interested in the opportunity for the citizens of Tracy to participate in and comment on the proposed development, and very much would like to learn the county's community outreach strategy. As far as I know, the county's outreach strategy is what, 0? We sent letters, or the developers sent letters. So, I mean, you don't have to ask, answer, but that's, we have to let people know. The land plan, what types of degrees and courses are anticipated to be offered, and at the university, we discussed that. Will the San Joaquin General Plan figure be amended as part of the project? If so, will the project area be designated as urban community or city fringe? We have water, wastewater, and stormwater. What sources of water would supply the project for portable and non-portable uses? If groundwater would be a source of water for the project, what effects would the project's water demand have on the aquifer? And there's a whole list. Give the lack of existing wastewater infrastructure currently serving the project site. How will the wastewater infrastructure be planned for the project? What treatment facilities, conveyance systems, and/or collection systems would be required for the project? What stormwater infrastructure would be required for the project? Where would stormwater be discharged? Public services, transportation networks. And this is one of the huge issues. Everybody on this board knows what I've been dealing with in South County, especially on Hanson Road, which is going to be coming back to this board, which is right next to the Pro Lodges development. Right, we're dealing with the Grant Line Road corridor through Banta because of the Northeast Industrial, and we have a project in place right now, the Banta bypass. We have Paradise Road, we have Bird Road because of trucks. I mean, I can go on and go on and go on, and these are the issues that I'm dealing with. Every single day, we're getting phone calls of complaints about our residents. But you look out there and you talk about Chrisman Road. And yeah, it's a 2-lane roadway. Say you build a million-foot warehouse. I mean, and what I've been told, a million-foot warehouse generates approximately 2,000 big rig trips a day. That means going in and out on a 2-lane roadway. Is that adequate? I don't think so. And then you look at the 132 on Chrisman 132 on and off ramps. I mean, those things need to be repaired. You look at the 132 bridge. You look at the connector ramp from 132 to 580. That's going to need to be updated. What about 580 itself? Then you go back to Bird Road. What about Bird Road? What about Bird, the overcrossing? What about Bird on and off ramps? What about, traffic goes off of Bird, goes down to 33, hits I-5. What about those ramps? What about traffic on there? If you think that it's going to be confined just to that one area, I mean, it's not. It's going to be everywhere, and it's going to affect the city of Tracy. If 580 backs up, and like it does now, say because of a car crash, traffic gets off at Chrisman, or 132 gets off at Chrisman, goes down Chrisman Road, hits Lenny, goes to Lenny to the Crawl Hollow, and it does that big loop, and they get back onto Crawl Hollow, hopefully. So, I mean, it's going to have a huge impact, more of an impact than I think a lot of people realize, and that's going to have to be taken care of, because if not, again, I'll probably be gone at that time after 10 years, but whoever the supervisor in the 5th district is going to be, that's all he's going to be dealing, he or she, all he's going to be dealing with. Environmental issues, let's see here. By combustion engine vehicles result in increase of greenhouse gases, which would not be consistent with the county's stated goal to reduce overall GHG emissions. And it goes on and on, but this is what I want to get at. This is the most important part to me. One of the most important. I shouldn't say the most important. But we have policies and we have rules. If we don't abide by those policies and those rules, then why have them? And that's something I've been very consistent with since on this board. If we have them, we should abide by them. If not, then get rid of them. If we got to make an exception for one, then we should be making an exception for everybody else. The San Joaquin General Plan encourages the majority of growth to occur within incorporated cities and outlines several guiding principles that the project would have the potential to be inconsistent with. How would the project ensure consistency with the following guideline principles from the San Joaquin County General Plan? Maintain clear boundaries, focus new higher density growth within incorporated cities and adjacent areas outside of cities with full urban services, promote infill and redevelopment, including economic development within unincorporated communities, ensure development is compatible with farming operations and minimizing conflicts, ensure development is compatible with plant airport improvements, preserve and enhance the rural small town character and agriculture heritage of unincorporated communities, plan agricultural land use that support large-scale commodity farming, value-added agriculture, and specialized farming practices, preserve agricultural land and rich prime soil for productive farming and rangeland, promote agrotourism of vineyards and farm to attract visitors and create added industries, promote agricultural practices that support the ability of farmers to be productive, viable, and profitable, ensure agriculture and ag-related industries remain the county's strongest economic sector. Additionally, the San Joaquin County General Plan includes several policies that the project would have the potential to be inconsistent with. How will the project ensure consistency with the following practices? LU 1.1, compact growth and development. LU 1.3, building intensity and population density. 1.5, clear boundary. 1.7, farmland. 1.8, support for alternative transportation modes. 1.9, new urban zoning classification. 1.11, regional housing needs allocations. 1.13, regional growth considerations. 2.1, compatible and complementary development. 2.2, sustainable building practices. 2.6, building permits. 2.7, high impact uses. 2.8, environmental assessment mitigation. 2.14, general plan land use amendments. And 2.15, I mean, my God, you know them all. I could be here. I mean, there's like 4 different pages of all the things that we could be violating our own rules and policy, which to me makes absolutely no sense. Again, we're the board, but then why have them if we can change when it's something that we don't agree with? And hey, there's always exceptions to the rule. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I think if you took the industrial side out of it, and that's why I was asking about splitting. Could you split those? I mean, put the university someplace else, or move the project into it meets our general plan or closely. And if you took the industrial side out of it, I don't think you would have any complaints about the school or the VFW. Hey, that's something I'm for. I mean, I would love to see that project move forward. That's why I mentioned the Gateway project, or Gateway area is one potential, and Mr. Sandu owns property over there. And so I like to see a way that we can get there. The VFW, I know these gentlemen very well, and they're awesome guys, great guys. And I worked with them, God, before I even got into politics. And, when I was mayor, we were discussing what the city could do to build with Mr. Morales before he passed away. We were discussing, and you too, Joe, how the city could facilitate the VFW and maybe build a building or whatever it may be. And I talked to our state legislators about that also. So, and they're in desperate need, and whatever we can do, even as a county, if we can move forward on this, it needs to be done. We owe, you folks a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. But I think there's a way to get there to build that college and that VFW faster than with this project. With that, Chair, I'm going to leave it at that. But looking at the recommendations, I mean, I don't have a problem. I mean, I think we have to bifurcate, of course. There are 2 different motions on this. I'll receive an update, but direct staff to ensure recovery. I mean, what do you think of that there, Mr. Kwong? I mean, I have an issue of going forward without consulting with the community on both sides.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor. Actually, this is exactly what we wanted to come to you earlier about, because this is a pre-application. And frankly, working with the applicant to get enough information to get to this point was necessary to get your input and actually hear the impact of your input, not just for ourselves, but also for the applicant as well. To to the extent that it's still in the beginning, yeah, we have actually encouraged a strong community engagement program and at the areas as well. I think you heard from the applicant, they're probably going to be complying with that request. So as we move forward, part of our strategy as a county staff, and I'm not trying to be hypocritical here, because I felt like on the city project, I wasn't being heeded. And so I definitely am not following that same approach either. So
I'm sorry, what was that?
On the city project, on the Stockton project that you just heard.
We're in
earlier.
Tracy. So.
So my approach was, we will go to planning commission multiple times. We will come back to you multiple times, and we need to have community engagement multiple times. We will sit down with the city of Tracy and the surrounding areas in the community. We want to be able to do it out there so it's convenient for them. But that is the whole approach. And as they start the application stage, the very first point of contact that we're already talking about is as we issue the notice of preparation of the draft EIR, that we have a community meeting at the same time to discuss all those environmental issues, and certainly to extend the policy issues that can come out. And we haven't decided yet, though, where we're going to have that, of course. But I'm sure we're going to have some meetings, if not more, in terms of being out there. So we are starting this process, and we are frankly pushing the applicant towards that goal. So that's our strategy and approach in moving forward.
Hello? All right. Should I get up and just walk in the audience? We're like a game show host. But my question is, I mean, if you're approved number 2, direct staff to ensure recover all costs related processing a project application by establishing a fund account in lieu of. So what exactly does that mean? Does that mean are we approving? I know we're not approving the project, but I mean, for me, it's as it stands right now, you know, the college and VFW, yes, the industrial for me, as it stands right now, the information that we have is a no, based on just a general plan. So if I vote, how would that affect?
So if I can describe it, this is a applicant privately driven project. They can come in as a whole, or they can come in components as you've provided input towards. If they decide to come in as a whole still, all 1,600 acres approximately, with all the components that they're looking for, then we will have to process that application as a privately driven application. And if that's the case, then we want to be able to have the resources, the consultants, other staff to be able to help us move it forward.
You answered my question. And Chair, the last thing, I just want to give these other 2 general plans. A 2.15 agriculture conversion. And one of the reasons we have this for potential for the project to create development pressure on surrounding agriculture, potential for the premature conversion of prime farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland of local importance, and confined animal agriculture. 7.1, protect agricultural land. The county shall protect agricultural lands needed for the continuation of viable commercial agriculture production and other agriculture enterprises. 7.2, agriculture support uses, open space preservation. Plus, you know, I think every city that sits, every council member, our mayor, you know, person in government knows about, you know, promotion of infill development first before you're going out. And so I'll leave it at that. So thank you. And thank you very much, both of you. I know we had discussion of bringing this back, you know, today before it got so far into it, and that we have a voice, and our residents are in our community, and this county has a voice, kind of what, you know, Supervisor Miller related to. So I appreciate it.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everybody for everyone's input. It's a good study session, and it is what it is. Everybody got to speak on this item, and at this time, you're asking us to go forward and keep going and see what happens in the future, correct? Just an update?
It's an update, Supervisor, through the chair. And should the applicant decide to actually file for a formal application, we are obligated to process it.
Okay.
And along with that, we are asking for a full cost recovery.
Supervisor Miller.
If you're ready for a motion, I'm ready to make one.
Let's make a couple of quick comments. I think Vice Chair Rickman has probably covered globally about everything that could be covered. But I will touch upon a couple of things that I would kind of reinforce. One is the water issue. I mean, that's a big issue. And Director Kwong, you and I have had discussions about, municipal services for several years now. So that's one aspect of it. I'd want to make sure that we covered adequately. The other part, which Vice Chair Rickman has always raised, is we have been dealing with Hanson Road constantly in regards to the impact those particular facilities have had on surrounding neighborhoods. And I think that's what some of the residents are certainly pointing towards, is they don't want to go through the same challenge, I guess. So that's one thing. And I think the other thing, and again, Vice Chair, I can say he's covered most of the area, but one area that when we did talk about, for example, redistricting, et cetera, is that District 5 is agricultural. And that's what I think you're basically saying, is that, that's what we have to really focus on. In spite of all the rules and regulations, I think it's certainly something we have to look at very closely. For the project applicant, I understand and appreciate it. I would offer this, though. I think it's my experience, especially on city council, is when I was mayor, I developed a meeting before the planning commission, because discussions which give you a better opportunity to address those issues before they actually land and cost you a lot of money, I think is important. So I really appreciate Dr. Kwong in regards to offering this to the board and planning commission, et cetera. And I would also say there are some, as I mentioned, the inland ports, there are some other methods by which freight can be transferred, and not always by truck. And I only offer that as a suggestion that you might find a number of ways to reduce the congestion, the traffic, those types of things. And again, I want to thank certainly staff and certainly the developers, and most importantly the public who's been able to take the time to either show up in person or write in comments, because I think it's all good. Eventually we can come up with something where everybody can appreciate certainly the effort's been put into this and the final project. So with that, Supervisor Miller, I think you were talking about making a motion.
Thank you. I would move to receive the report from Community Development Department and to direct our staff to ensure recovery of all costs related to processing of project applications.
Supervisor Miller, would you mind bifurcating that? You having two separate motions?
No, that's fine. We can bifurcate it. First one would just be to receive the report.
Sure. Was there also direction from staff regarding the jobs piece as well? Were we supposed to were you looking for direction as far as jobs for builders trade?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, what we're looking for in preliminary discussions with the applicant is to conduct a market analysis to show that there's actually demand for this amount of industrial activity, and that should also identify the number of jobs. And certainly from your input right here, I think they're hearing specifically they need to do that.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Here we have a first and second. Please vote.
And to clarify, this is a first and a second to receive the report, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
That's adopted 5-0. And on the second part of that?
Yeah, I would move to accept staff's recommendation to direct them to ensure full cost recovery for processing project applications, and then to act on the direction that the board has provided today in terms of moving forward.
A second motion.
I would just add for Supervisor Laputo, I think that the comments you've made and others have been made as far as the workforce issue, I think is included. Certainly, I would say to Director Kwong that I think you heard the conversation, so that would obviously be part of the input that we've given you for that.
Great.
So again, please vote. And that's adopted.
And Chair,
I saw the abstention.
yeah, I'm going to abstain just because I'm still not clear. I mean, like I mentioned before, I think we should go out to public contact first before we allow a full project application. So.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. All right, that really goes to the end of our meeting. Thank you, Director Kwong. And
Thank you, Board.
I would, a couple things. One is Supervisor Villaputa has approached in regards to our agenda and suggested that at least for the personnel evaluation portion in closed session that we defer that to the next meeting, which I think our county council has agreed that that's a possibility. And is that correct?
It's the board's agenda, and so if you want to continue that to another meeting, we can certainly do that. We'll have some discussions offline about what day perhaps it should come back.
Do we need to make a motion on that adjustment or just?
I think a motion is appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Make a motion to move item number 2 in closed session to another agenda, another agenda or another day.
I will
because of time.
second that.
Okay.
Second.
Thanks.
First and second. Adopted 5-0. Thank you.
Quick break.
What's that? No, well, absolutely. I was going to make a comment. One, as far as any comments from the board, I think we can probably forego them and we can talk about it at the next meeting.
Right.
And the second part of it is we have the Fort Commission interviews. So we'll take a 20-minute break and then we'll start. Apologize for the applicants that we've had a full meeting today, so we apologize for the delay, but we'll be back. 3:30 would be the time to restart the meeting. Oh, you could finish. Okay. Reconvene our board meeting. Thank you all for your patience. Our board meetings go longer than their schedule, but anyway. So having said that, welcome. This is a interview session in regards to the Port Commission. So we're glad you could all attend. And what we'll do is I'll turn it over to Mr. Wilferding, who is our CAO, and he will give you basically ground rules in regards to the format for the day's session, and then we'll start from there. So, Jay?
Thank you, Chair Nguyen, and thank you all candidates for the Port Commission position. How we're going to do this is you will all be here. We have a series of 4 questions. We'll start with an opening statement from each of you, which will be followed by the 4 questions. And we're asking that you limit your responses to 2 minutes, because with the number of candidates and the number of questions, we'll be here for a while. And as the chair said, we're pretty long into the day already. And the names are generated by random, so each of you will get a chance to go first, second, third, last, etc. And that's kind of how we'll do it in a bit of a round robin. I'd like to ask each of you to step up to the podium when I call your name. The question after I ask it will be put up on the screen, so if you forget it or whatever, you can just look up there and it will continuously be up there for you to be able to refer to. So with that, I'm going to kick it off, and what I'd like is just a 2-minute opening question or opening statement about why you believe you would be the best suited candidate for the position. And I'm going to start off with James Handley. Please come up to the podium.
Not yet.
Sorry.
Talking to my vice chair.
Sorry? Oh. Good afternoon. I'm Jim Hanley, and I appreciate your time to consider my candidacy. I was born and raised in Stockton, and my father started his construction business in 1954. And from about the age of 9, I worked with him on the summers and during the weekends until I figured out that school had games on the weekends and I didn't have to work for him. I hold a business degree in business management and received my contractor's license in 1980. And then I started my own business. And 3 years later, I got a contract with the Housing Authority to remodel all of Sierra Vista's units out there, 435 of them. And it was a 2.5-year project. And it cemented in me that self-performance of trades, doing my own plumbing, my own concrete, all those things, was a way to be competitive in that market. So we had 75 employees, and it started a decade-long string of multi-million-dollar jobs for me, from Sacramento County down to Merced, doing mostly moderate, low-income modernizations and a few little small cities. Farm labor camps. We did the Harney Lane Farm Labor Camp. Even did a couple jobs, I think, out at the port, too, when the Navy was still there. In the 90s, I transitioned from public construction into industrial, marine, and specialized construction. We did ISO 9000 clean rooms for companies like Baxter International and Dave Microscan up in West Sacramento, and a lot of docks and pile jobs out in the islands. In the past few decades, I've had more of a relationship-based business, doing retail strip malls, TIs, and smaller capitalized credit unions and banks. Those types normally don't have construction departments, and so they need to rely on a contractor intermittently that they trust. That job led on to another business that I have that performs pre-purchase inspections. We do phase 1 and phase 2 jobs and testing and all occupancy to make sure the particular building that the client's looking at is suitable for his needs. I'm out of time, so I need to stop here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next candidate, Armando Bolerio. Opening statement, why you're the best candidate.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen and Supervisors. I was born and raised here in Stockton, attended local schools, graduated from Franklin High School, San Joaquin Delta College, Sac State, and University of the Pacific.
My international experience has been studying Spanish in Mexico at Academia Hispanoamericana, as a volunteer with the Flying Samaritans, which provide free medical clinics in Mexico. My budget experience has been through my position working for San Joaquin County, managing 4 sites in San Joaquin County, and providing services for physically disabled children for 4 sites here in San Joaquin County, and a budget of about almost $2 million. Also, I'm the vice chair of the San Joaquin Delta Measure L Citizens Oversight Committee, which oversees a budget of $250 million. And I also have budget experience being on the board of the Mexican Heritage Center and Gallery. My policy experience has been with my position working for San Joaquin County, setting policy for my department, and with 2 local initiatives. One local initiative was non-emergency medical transportation out of county through SJCOG, which ran for 1 year and provided medical transportation to out-of-county medical facilities. Another was a collaboration with UC Davis to bring telemedicine to school sites in San Joaquin County for disabled children. My community experience has been through various organizations such as my church community, Emergency Food Bank, St. Mary's Dining Hall, Sheriff's Office Citizens Academy, Stockton Leadership, Children's Museum, and Podesto Team Impact Center. I want to be a port commissioner because I feel my varied experiences have provided me with a solid foundation to assist the Port Commission in finding creative and innovative solutions to bring trade, economic prosperity, and jobs to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Kaufman, you're next. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Kevin Kaufman. I'm a resident of Stockton, 3863 Brook Valley Circle. Come by. Many of you have run across me over the years. I'm currently the president of the Rotary Club on Wednesdays. Love to have each of you come and be one of our speakers. I've been in Stockton since '99. Worked for the Stockton East Water District as their general manager. I left at the end of 2012, became firm. I just recently quit consulting, work exclusively for the water group down in Linden, doing groundwater recharge projects. The qualifications I have for being your port commissioner representing San Joaquin County is my experience working for boards and being on boards. Currently, I'm the trustee and president of the Reclamation District 1614. On the north side of the project, you may know as the Smith Canal Project. In the past, I've been on Rotary Club boards. I've been on, gave me a 30-second warning there, startled me a little bit. Stockton Golf and Country Club board and my church Knights of Columbus group. So I understand budgets. I understand how chief personnel need a good, solid board to support them, as well as ask good questions of the director.
Thank you. Next candidate, David Atwater.
David Atwater, lived in Stockton since 1969. That's a while. Went to Stagg, Delta, Fresno State. I currently am a partner in 6 businesses. We do about $600 million in sales. I am currently very active as president of Fuel Delivery Services. What qualifies me to be a part of this board, besides the fact that I sell a lot of oil and gasoline, I do a little bit of business with Delta Crane. I do a little bit of business with the Port of Stockton. Little bits, because everybody buys oil and gasoline. We started a program many years ago called the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund. It's now about a $15 billion cleanup program for the environment. I've been insurance coordinator and controller for state trade associations and federal trade associations for many years with our 500 team members. I know how to run an organization and how to be involved in an organization, how to coordinate an organization as a board member. since I've been on several boards for over 30 years, elected by my peers to the California Oil Market Association, Pacific Oil Conference Management Institute, Society of Independent Gasoline Marketers of America. I was nominated to be on the Workers' Compensation Insurance Board. I did serve on the Governor's Insurance Crisis Panel under Duke Majan. Okay, did a lot of testimony in state and federal level, advocating for those groups. I know business. One little thing that I learned from business is that my insurance cost for my employees is less today per employee per month than it was 8 years ago. That's a 15% per year trend that I've counteracted. We do that for our people. I am in business every day. Someone calls me at midnight, I tell them, don't call my phone at midnight, I will answer.
Thank you. Next candidate, Albert Liwanag.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Liwanag. I'm presently a port policeman at the Port of Stockton, retiring in 6 days. I want to continue with my public service. I believe that public service is one of the greatest things that you can give to society. My background is I'm a Coast Guard Academy graduate. I worked in the Maintenance and Logistics Command for the Pacific. I also worked for Military Sea Lift Command, which deals entirely with ships and moving cargo. I believe that I offer the necessary knowledge in ship movement, how to bring ships over, and I think I could be a very good ambassador to bring more ships into the port, provide more cargo distribution. I also think that I could be that ambassador that if the port needs to send people to other places.
Thank you. And final candidate for this question is Mary Wardell Giradusi.
Thank you for having me this afternoon. I am a seasoned higher education leader. Next year will be my 30 years serving the California public and private higher education. I was born in Stockton, and my parents arrived in 1954. They were part of the Great Migration, and when they came, I became the first member, not only of my immediate family, but 5 generations, going back to my formerly enslaved ancestors to become a university graduate when I graduated from the University of the Pacific. I went on to have a career in higher education where I now serve as a full tenured professor at the University of the Pacific, my undergraduate alma mater, and I was able to get a doctorate at Pepperdine. I share that information with you because one of the things that I have learned over the last 30 years is that when you become a student of the master plan of higher education in the state of California, which has the finest higher education system in the nation, you understand the ecosystems that make the state work. Essentially, everything that happens in K-12 education, at the community college level, at the CSU level, at the UC level, and also at the private universities determines what's going to happen in the economy of the great state that we're in. And so I have been working in communities over a number of years, all throughout the state of California. I've worked in the Southern California region for 18 years in San Diego County and Los Angeles County, again, serving with those universities, various universities. And then I spent the last 13 years in the city and county of San Francisco, where I was appointed by 2 mayors, both Mayor Ed Lee and Mayor Breed, to serve and to lead the commission on the library there. So I'm excited about the opportunity that I have to be back home in Stockton. I've been away for several decades, and I look forward to providing the services to this community that I have been so fortunate to be able to have. Thank you.
Ms. Wardell, if you could stay right at the podium, we're going to rotate to the next set of questions, and you get to be first this time.
Thank you.
I told you we were shuffling the deck here.
All right.
So first question is, please share your interest in the Port of Stockton. Why do you want this job as a commissioner?
My interest in the Port of Stockton is that to understand the transportation and understand the economic drivers of a community is really at the key of understanding where the opportunities lie. And so one of the things that I have learned is that once you understand an ecosystem as deeply as I understand the higher education and the overall education system of the state of California, you take those same skills and you bring them to every situation that you're engaged in. So whether or not I know a lot about a particular area is least important to me. What matters to me is that I know how to analyze, I know how to make sense of information, I know how to use evidence-based methodologies to make sense, and also to focus on the community. And so one of the things that I want to do is that I feel like the port is one of the most important places to understand where the economic opportunities lie in this great region and where the opportunities for us to consider what are some things that we may want to do. And so I want to be able to bring that experience that I have into the Port Commission.
Thank you. Kevin Kaufman. Why are you interested in the position as Port Commissioner?
Thank you. Why I'm interested is spending the prime years of my career here in Stockton have brought great appreciation for the city of Stockton as well as San Joaquin County. Working with the county and your wonderful staff on different issues has brought a lot of respect and humility to my experience. And knowing that I'm in the end of my career, I want to continue to serve. I have a nice pension from my service to the community, and one way to give back to your community is being appointed by a nice board of supervisors like yourself to represent your interests. And I assume that your county administrator would be the person that the commissioner appointed by this board would be communicating with to be sure that the port is acting in the best interest of San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate, David Atwater.
Well, obviously, the Port of Stockton is the economic centerpiece of San Joaquin County. And what happens in the port radiates out like waves through the water. And frankly, we can make it better. And if we can make the port better, we can make this city better. We can make this county better. We can work all through the San Joaquin Valley with what comes through the port. I mean, you don't get much bigger business than the port offers. I think I can bring the port, in terms of giving back, I can bring the port my expertise in many fields. Don't need any litigation specialists, but we do need some economic analysis, and we do need to have some creativity, I think. The more creativity we can have, the better the port can be. And the strength of my contributions, as I learn by sitting on the board through observation and analysis, can make the port better as we've grown our businesses.
Thank you. Next candidate, Armando Valerio.
My interest in the port becomes from being born and raised in this community. I've always driven by the port, been around the port, but not necessarily in the port because of some of the gated-in areas. I've always had an interest in it, and I think in my community service, this is the next step in community service, where you really step up to the plate, where you make policy in regards to a critical economic machine within this community. It also aligns with my personal vision, mission, and strategy statements. My vision is that everybody in this community has the opportunity to thrive and succeed, and I believe through the port we can do that. My mission is to serve, promote, and educate my community through utilizing a strategy of creativity, innovation, and actionable steps. And I think that's what the port needs. Somebody who can bring in some new energy, somebody who can say, hey, yes, we can bring some innovation, yes, we can bring some creativity, but to quote Supervisor Patty, actionable steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate, James Hanley.
Well, like all the other candidates here, I want to give back, and I have all my life. And the Port is a wonderful organization. In the late 2000s, I was asked to serve on the board of Community Bank as a director, and it was a publicly traded company, so I became familiar with SEC filings and banking regulations. But I have to say the larger role that I enjoyed there was being on the loan committee. Everyone that came to a loan had a different business model. They presented those business models to us. We saw all the financials, and were able to ask and pick and understand it. And for me, understanding business models is one of my joys. For 40 years, starting in 1982, I've been on for-profit, nonprofit, trade, and professional boards. And most of them have been in a leadership role. I think if you were to look at the list of a dozen companies or boards that I've been president of, boards like St. Mary's Dining Room, Children's Home of Stockton, the Hagen Museum, the Builders Exchange, all of those had different business models and different strategies. I also served more than a decade on the City Building Board of Appeals, and currently I'm serving my 25th year on the San Joaquin County Building Board of Appeals. A few years ago, we started a company that has acquired more than 24 commercial buildings and residential properties that we lease and rent. And I am part owner and ran for 10 years a local restaurant here in town. All boards need to have directors that have expertise in areas that are critical to their organization. Expertise in understanding the assets of the organization, a good portion of that is real estate, and I understand that. Expertise in how business works and therefore how it can expand. And expertise in how boards operate, along with understanding their governance and policies that guide them. And finally, expertise in the fiduciary responsibilities: care, confidentiality, loyalty, obedience, and accounting. So I hope that with more than 40 years in a diversified construction experience background, 40 years in for-profit, nonprofit boards that I sit on, and a dozen more successful businesses, I have the qualities to be able to guide the organization to a good spot. Thank you.
Thank you. And last candidate for this question is Albert Lewanik.
Thank you. My interest in the Port is I've been a police officer at the Port for 6 years. I truly love the Port. The Port is a wonderful place, great employment, offers the city and the county areas where we can bring in infrastructure to the county. Right now, the Port is going through some changes in its infrastructure. We're picking up Sharp Depot. We're making infrastructure changes on the Port itself. I already know what those changes are. There are some things that I would like to do to make it a better place to work, to make it a safer place to work for our workers, our longshoremen, those type individuals. I also know that the Port has the ability to make donations to charities throughout the area, and I would like to see more money distributed to needy charities and stuff like that. I've seen prior commission meetings. I kind of know what they do at their commission meetings, and I think I could do a wonderful job doing that. Part of the critical infrastructure that they have now, there are a lot of aging things that need to be fixed, and from my point of view, I've seen what needs to be fixed, and I would like to bring it up to get that stuff fixed so the next generation can do better in the Port itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewanik. And you're first up for the next question, so if you could come back to the podium, please. Thank you. Okay, question number 2 is, what can the Port do to engage with the citizens of Stockton and San Joaquin County?
The Port actually does a fairly decent job at that right now. We donate quite a bit to local charities. We have charities that all the way from St. Mary's, the high school, up to some of the orchestras and that stuff. We buy tables. We donate to different major charities that there are in the city of Stockton, also to county facilities. If a person comes to a commission meeting, they'll try to get donations to just about any city out there. We bring in so much stuff into the state of California that we have the ability to influence other cities, other counties, just because of the products that we bring in. I think that I would like to continue that with the port and make it a place where people can come in and ask for things. For instance, like you were talking about today, you were talking about warehouse spaces at different places and there being a shortage of land. Had that guy come to the port after we take over Sharp Depot, we could provide those people with places to do their warehouse stuff. We're going to have lots of stuff for the port. We're going to have that intermodal rail station. We're going to have a lot of stuff that's going to be available to them. But people don't really know what we have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate, James Hanley. And same question, please.
Without having been to a lot of the board meetings, I can only talk to you as a citizen and what I know, which to me seems like they're doing an extraordinarily good job with advertising. I mean, as a citizen, I've taken 2 or 3 of the boat tours on different occasions. I know they sponsor charities, and I love the advertising in the record, getting to see the boats come and go. But they also do other publications, I think in 209 and the Builders Exchange Bulletin they do. I think the state of the city was a stupendously great idea, and I would encourage them to continue that. And I know the owls on the internet are a big hit with my wife. So, you know, as far as engaging the citizens, I honestly think they do a very good job. I guess if I could dovetail into another issue that I think with them is one of their challenges is, and it talks about engaging with the citizens, is in the Boggs Track area where they've done a good job of getting rid of the trucking and traffic, but I know that they're also on a campaign to try to cut off Washington Street, which I think would be a fantastic thing for the Boggs Track community and their environment, and I would fully support that.
Thank you. Next candidate, Mary Wardell Chiriducci.
Thank you for the question. I would say that one of the things that I would like to see the port do is to become a stellar example nationally for what it means to create pathways and programs for youth and children, adolescents, TAG, transitional age youth, perhaps formerly incarcerated individuals, foster children who have aged out of the system, but to create some pathways for employment, pathways to consider how do they become a part of this significant economic driver that is also a major employer. I happen to work for one of the major employers in the county, which is the University of the Pacific. I understand what it means to be an anchor institution. I have only worked for anchor institutions my entire career in major regions throughout the state of California. So I know the responsibility that those institutions have to both the immediate community where they're located. And there is a higher standard for anchor institutions. Anchor institutions have always been the employers that are place-based. They're the ones, as you've heard from the prior candidates, that ensure that the community's needs are met. And yet at a time like this, there are such growing disparities across a multitude of life indicators and quality of life issues that those anchor institutions actually have to do more. And so the records that we have had, and I say we because I am a leader of an anchor institution, we're called to a higher standard to do more at a time such as this. And so so the type of things that I would like to see the port do is to continue the good work they already have, but they have to step it up, and they have to look and see what are the ways in which communities that have been impacted the most, not only out of COVID, but out of the what I call the generational issues that have occurred even as I have went away from Stockton. I came back, and the disparities that I left behind have only increased as I've come back. That places such as the port are one of the few place-based economic drivers that can actually take a higher standard. And so one of the things that I would say is, what are some of the pathways for the children and adolescents and people who are on the margins of society that they can be able to engage in the economic prosperity of the port itself.
Thank you. Next candidate, Kevin Kaufman.
Thank you for the question. I agree with the other candidates saying that the port does a fairly good job. I think they do a great job. Website is solid. The videos that they produce, the economic development that they bring to this area is unmeasurable. It's fantastic what they're doing, and their growth rates are impressive. I would hate to get involved and bring a bunch of programs to the port that would slow down that progress. But whenever you get onto a board, the first thing you have to do is listen. And as a commissioner, that's what I would do. I would listen, and I would try to find what are the best way they can better engage with both the city and the county residents. They've got so many gems on their acreage out there of Ready Island and the Old Port property. Just the 9-hole golf course alone has a lot of opportunity for the community to hold events. I know logistics of getting people in and out of the port is difficult given the security concerns, but there's a lot of opportunities. Their tours are great. Now that COVID's over, I understand they'll be operating those tours again. But I think just getting the word out that they're there and they are the economic engine, along with agriculture, that drives our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate, Armando Valerio.
The port needs to be more engaged with some of the things they're currently doing from my perspective. They have what they call Port Outreach Committee, which my understanding is by phone because of COVID. I'm not sure how many members are part of that and who that engages with, but they have a document stating we have a Port Outreach Committee, and they have like a 4-page document stipulating what they're to do. Unsure about that one. Another one, AB 617. I'm not sure how involved they are with AB 617. So when you're talking about communities, these are two community things that I'm not really sure how well they're doing, that they can improve on that. Now, in regards to some recommendations, ideas for citizens' engagement, increased use of social media. Everybody's on social media. We need to increase that. Collaboration with Visit Stockton to host big community events. As Mr. Kaufman mentioned, the golf course. Why can't we turn that into a community park hosting community events there? Yes, transportation is going to be an issue, parking is going to be an issue, but again, thinking out of the box and being creative. Collaboration with UOP and Beyond Our Gates initiative. We can do that as well. Support a maritime museum that we're going to be putting in by the warehouse over there, or a children's museum. They don't have a display there. They can do that, engaging the community more. They can use the barge for the floating concerts as an idea to engage the community, because this community likes to engage with partying. They want to go to an event, they want to have music, and they want to have a good time. And I think with COVID getting less and less, that would float right into that. Increasing tours of the public for public elected CBOs and FBOs. How much of that are we doing? I believe it's tomorrow, some state assembly are going to be going to the port. That's great. A couple of weeks ago, I believe it was Assemblyman Villapudua and the assembly speaker who were out at the port. Those kinds of things to engage the community, but engage the elected as well. Invite CBOs and FBOs to use the facilities as well, because they're always looking for space in order to do that. So those are some of my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. And last candidate for this question, David Atwater.
So engaging the community, and I heard that with a previous testimony you had here on a development. Engaging people, working with them, using the port as a training center, and more than that. I mean, our company spends, we spend up to $25,000 per candidate training them how to work for our company. We take people who don't have the skills and we train them. We make that investment in every candidate. That's really important because you're engaging especially youth, especially teens through college age. There's the trades. Not everybody's set for college, but you need to engage people through the trades to get those valuable living wage earners as part of your community. It's very important. I also sent out a bunch of letters over the last few months with a different idea. You know, you can buy a used cruise ship right now for pennies on the dollar when it comes to constructing homeless housing, and you could convert a cruise ship into homeless housing that would house all of the homeless in San Joaquin County in one facility that could have all of the services in that one used cruise ship that actively operated in 2019. Okay? You can buy those for pennies on the dollar. The port could be an integral part of that. Okay? You could house the homeless, get them off the street, get them into programs, take care of them, make them less a part of the problem and more a part of the solution. Job training and everything could happen right there. I mean, it costs, what, $500,000 a unit, Mr. Hammond? To build homeless housing? You could do that for fractions on the dollar and involve the port in that effort. Their electronic media is good. You could make it better. You need more interaction from not only the Port Commission, but also the port members themselves, working with the people, especially, frankly, through our high schools and colleges. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're moving on to our third question here. I'll read it first. What have been the significant challenges the port has had to address, and how do you plan to meet these challenges? First candidate for this question is Mr. Kaufman.
Well, the port, fortunately, to my knowledge, has not had significant challenges. They've turned any type of challenge into an opportunity. And when you have the union labor that they have out there and the memorandums of understanding between those unions and the Board of Commissioners that they have now, they seem to be fairly solid agreements. So there are labor challenges in my time in Stockton area. I don't recall many labor challenges that they have. But, you know, the number of people they employ out there, when you're involved with that many people, there has to be challenges from a day-to-day. So I'm sure Mr. Archuris and now Mr. DeJesus have to deal with those every day. But they have good consultants, they have good attorneys, they have good advisors, and the Board of Commissioners are in part of that matrix of their decision making. The challenges of, you know, for instance, the barges that they built and they thought they were going to bring containers in from Oakland, you know, that didn't work out so well. But they have an opportunity now to convert those barges into more bulk material type barges, you know, basically disassembling them and creating them into bulk barges that they can move stuff from Oakland back into Stockton. So that's just one example that comes to mind of mistakes of the past that can be turned into opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate for this question is Mr. Lewanig.
The latest significant challenges that the port has had to address is taking over of the Sharp Army Depot. It was moved back almost a year because of COVID. Part of the problems that we're going to face are how to get tenants into that facility and how it's going to affect our roadways in and out, how we're going to be able to get the cargo from the railroad's intermodal station there into the warehouses and then back out onto the streets. I would like to be able to address those challenges by bringing in contractors that can help us to renovate the facilities themselves, to move some of the warehouse space to usable warehouse space that we can rent out. Right now, a lot of the space that's being used over there is not being fully used because of there's a lot of on any military base there's a lot of hazardous materials. We need to seek out grants to remove a lot of the asbestos and some of the dumping materials that over the last 30 years that the military has dumped on those facilities. If we could get grants, and I would like to see if we could hire people, and me being one of those people, to try to force that to happen, we'll be able to use the infrastructure that we have in a better way. And we still have some significant buildings that are at the port itself that we have not been able to use because it has like Superfund type things that we should have cleaned up years ago, and hopefully we'll be able to seek grants to be able to do that. Those are the significant changes that I've seen and the significant challenges. The latest significant challenges you're going to see is water levels and dredging levels that the port has. So there might be some things that need to be addressed with the Coast Guard to be able to dredge the material and to have that taken out of the area. Those are probably the most significant challenges that I see right now.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Atwater.
I think there are significant challenges at the port are environmental, as was just mentioned, transportation in and out, as has been mentioned earlier. Safety is always an issue. Drones fly around the port all the time, picking out all the little issues as sources for future litigation. Dredging debris is a big deal. Utilizing rail to haul products from the port to Sharp, the future development. I think that's a significant challenge because, frankly, you need to utilize something other than truck transportation because there's just too many trips, especially on the main accesses to Sharp Depot. There's already hundreds of trips a day from the rail interchange facility out there for Union Pacific. My experience in safety, my experience as an environmental expert could contribute to that. Being a part of the solution is what I'd really like to do for the Port of Stockton, using creative solutions to solve these problems.
Thank you. Next candidate, Mr. Valerio.
My colleague took my thunder. Thank you very much. So I just want to add a little bit to that, though. Environmental is going to be a big issue. So on the West Complex, I don't know if you guys have read, but if you go to the Stockton Library, there's this 1,000-page document that's called Remedial Investigation Focused Feasibility Study for Soil, Landfill, Air Rough and Ready Island, Port of Stockton, March 31st, 2021. The remediation that they recommend, $29 million. If we jump ahead to Sharp Army Depot, which is part of the federal Superfund, you're going to have big bucks over there as well. So those are setting aside kind of long-term for the environmental issue. You're still going to have again, like my colleague mentioned, the rail infrastructure needs to be grown. The trucking issue has to be resolved because all those trucks come in and out, CO2 emissions, right? That's going to be part of the environmental issue associated with that. The dredging needs to go deeper. It's at 35 feet. my understanding that if you go down to 38 feet, you can bring bigger tonnage of ships into there, so you can bring more profit in there. The maritime highway they had one time went under. They lost $18 million in sounding the two barges associated with that. So I think with those significant issues, the environmental, the transportation, again with the air, along with the contamination of Rough and Ready Island and Sharp Depot, going to be significant challenges down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate, Ms. Wardell Ghirarducci.
Thank you for the question. I would say that the greatest challenge today, and it has always been there, as my other candidates have said, is the environmental challenge. But I have always analyzed things from how does it impact people, and then what is the necessary policy, and then what will be the changes in the program. And so understanding and having a really deep sense of the ways in which generationally the communities that, particularly the ones that are adjacent and Boggs Tract. I remember being a kid at Edison High School and going to hang out with a friend who had a family who ran a kind of an adult, I guess, adult care home. And so her family house was next door to this, the services that they ran. And I remember even then just being aware, even though I didn't have language for it, and I would have to go to college and understand how the remediation and how the chemicals and the things in the area would impact people over a period of time. I think that itself has been something that has generationally impacted people, not something that just showed up in the last few years. And so one of the things then is that what do you do then when you are aware of something, and how do you use the tools that we have available to us, which is policy, to address how it impacts people and how that has been going on for generations. And so the environmental piece is, I think, quite significant, as you've already heard, as well as the access with the transportation. I know that there is a plan to expand the bridge. The current rail has only one rail can cross it at once, and so to expand that will help with some of those transportation issues. But I think that some of these things have been they're generational issues that still persist. And when there are generational issues that persist, that tells me that there has been either a lack of critical awareness, a lack of enough evidence, or a lack of response to both of those two things. And so one of the things then is that what do you do when you have information, you have good information, and how do you go about making it urgent? And so one of the challenges that the things that I would like to contribute to is take what the information we already know, the information that has existed for a while, but yet hasn't been responded to from a policy level in the way that it should. Thank you.
Thank you. And last candidate for this question is Mr. Hanley.
Thank you. I'm probably going to hit on everything that's been hit already, but there's a few things I'd like to add to that. The dredging of the channel is obviously an annual thing that has to be handled, and I was under the impression a couple of years ago that Rich had said that he was looking to try to get a permanent permit, which I understand takes 15 to 20 years. But that permanent permit, I think, would lead to a lower dredge depth of like 39 feet. Kirk had talked about having starting bulk containerization. So you take bulk product and put them into big bags or smaller containers, and then be able to load more of them on the same types of ships, but because the dredging was lower, you'd be able to bring in more product. So those are innovative things that I think need to be pursued. The rail line was something I was surprised. There's only one rail track going out of the port, tying into the other two, I think it's the other two rail lines that service our area. And they're working on getting a second one. I would promote that wholeheartedly to get that second line in, so that there's even a new soda ash company that's starting. So it's only going to add to the problems, and to get more rail in there is a big deal. Environmental issues, I'm real familiar with those. We do testing for groundwater environmental issues, phase 1 and phase 2, and we've had to do wells and do monitoring of that. And in the buildings, whether or not it's friable and non-friable, I worked with the San San Joaquin County Air Pollution Control Board, have to get clearances from them all the time, so I'm very familiar with that sort of stuff. One thing that hasn't been touched on yet, and that is the age of the real estate currently at Rough and Ready Island. When I asked Kirk if there was a strategic plan for that, he said, no, there hasn't been, but they're starting it. So I would wholeheartedly encourage a strategic plan. Those buildings are, 80 years old from World War II. And while structurally they're questionable, they're probably not that questionable because of the way they were built. That being said, we need to understand, is that the kind of clientele we want? Keep in mind, I understand that the revenues from real estate is 60% of what the port gets, and 40% is through shipping and maritime exercises. So I think it's critical that there is a good plan set in place for the land that's there and existing buildings that are there, plus the land. If I could touch on one last thing, and that would be that they only have one grant writer. And for me, it seems like they get an extraordinary amount, a large amount of their work from the grant writer. So I would want to see that, to make sure that they don't need any continuing help for that. And I suppose you want me to stay here?
Boy, you guessed it. Bonus points.
How smart I am.
Yep, you're up first for the next question. Yeah. And this will be the last of our formal questions, too, for the candidates. Is there anything further you'd like the board to consider before they make a decision on this appointment?
Well, I would take my role as a director. I would first and foremost want to make time that I understand what's the ongoing business models, and if there's a strategic plan to follow that. I would want to, with the help of staff, set direction and policy, which I think is always a requirement of a board member. That said, there's you're there for oversight. You're not there for management. There's a governance policy called nose in, fingers out. So you want to delve down when things seem amiss to you, or that you're not understanding this fully because of your past experiences, and that's why you need to rely on the experiences of the board members that you pick. When I was prepping for this, I wasn't sure after I got through with it whether or not it was for a resume or for my obituary. I think you need a little bit of both on that. But should I be approved, I'd pledge to you to do as good of a job as I've done for my clients and for the boards that I sit on. And I've always done a lot of work to be successful. I'm sure all of you understand that. It's not by luck that you're successful. It's through hard work. Before I started running the restaurant, I went to 2 different seminars, read books on them, so that I was going into this with a mindset that was somewhat knowledgeable. I don't know about you, but I used to have 250-page board packets when I was on the bank board to review for loan committee assignments, and I'm sure you have probably double that. So it takes hard work, and I do hard work to make successful the boards that I sit on and the companies that I'm part of. Thank you.
Thank you. And next candidate, Mr. Valerio.
I wanted to touch a little bit more on question 3 and then question 4. A couple things that I didn't mention, and Chairman Nguyen mentioned it earlier about the inland port project. And I think that's something that the port has to take in consideration and be part of as well, because we're trying to use more rail service to take some of the pressure away from the ports instead of having more trucks on the road. I think that's an important concept that really needs to be taken into consideration, because transportation is going to be a big issue. Along with that, I think also that hydrogen production or refueling plant at the port would be wonderful, and that's going to address a couple of things. It's going to address the environmental, the CO2, and it's going to also address the ability to make sure that we're going green, because the port is going green, the state of California is going green, and we don't currently have any hydrogen production plants in the valley, in the Central Valley. The biggest one they have coming online is in Lancaster, but we don't have anything currently like that. And the reason I bring that up to address question 3 is because it goes back to what I mentioned a little bit earlier. Creativity, innovation, and actionable steps. That's what I can bring to the commissioners, because I think you need somebody with a fresh perspective on things, who's willing to do the research and find out what's going on from a global perspective. I have a number of colleagues and friends who are elected officials as well, so I keep in touch with them to know what's the latest and greatest, because I think that's important as well. And I think the community. I've been community-based in this community, born and raised, involved in a lot of activities within this community, so I can bring that as well to the commission. And with my experience with different boards, I can bring the business side of it, I can bring the oversight of the port director to that as well. Thank you very much. Oh, one last thing. And my overall perspective on the board is, I call it an ICE: infrastructure, community, environment, economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next candidate is Mr. Kaufman.
Well, before you consider making an appointment on this, I think it's going to be a tough decision. I think you've got some qualified candidates that have come before you today, so I don't envy you on that issue. You know, the diamond grade separation project that's in the works, and the environmental document just was released last week, is critical for the port, and I think it's supported by the community. I think it'll be built, and it's really going to help the port do its job. So I wanted to make you aware that I'm aware of the project and fully support it, and the staff at the port is phenomenal. Jeff Wingfield and Steve Larson, just to name two, have brought so much notoriety to the port over the last 10 years, and bringing in all the grant funds from the feds and the state to do the things they're doing now to address their environmental issues. I think the environmental issues are out there, but I think they've got the right people to handle them at the port. So I'm optimistic that it's not as big a challenge as it might appear. Sure, I forgot the last thing. I should have wrote it down. But you know, make a decision. I don't think you can make a bad one in this case. I appreciate the time to listen.
Thank you. Next candidate, Mr. Atwater.
It's interesting that some of the things that have been talked about here is creativity. Our business at one time was the largest solar-powered facility. We're in the petroleum business in the county. We've added 210 solar panels to that facility since. We met with a company 2 days ago in my office to talk about hydrogen, putting in our own hydrogen facility. I also worked with the port with a company from Finland that has production in Singapore. It's a company called Neste. That's renewable diesel. We've been one of the largest importers and marketers of renewable fuels. That cuts greenhouse gases by 80%. We've been doing that for several years now. I think we're in our 4th year doing that. Wanted to hook them up with the port because I wanted their ships and barges to be able to offload the renewable fuel right in our port. So I handed them off to the port, and they've been talking and negotiating. I see Neste just made a deal with the Marathon Refinery. The old Golden Eagle refinery, as it's known in Avon, California. They'll be shipping renewable fuel into the port. We also have won an award for our total opportunities to prevent pollution with our every drop of rainwater that hits our facility gets treated. Every drop of water before it gets released to storm drains or into sanitary sewers, depending upon what it touches before it hits that. Creativity in problem solving has been one of our hallmarks. Being aggressive in that, being creative, being innovative. Alternative fuels is the way. And yeah, this is a guy who delivers hundreds of millions of gallons of fuels a year. Okay? And we need to move in a different direction. We need to move more to rail. Ships are by far the most efficient way to transport just about anything. With the backlogs off the coast, the port has opportunity knocking at its door. We just need to coordinate that and funnel some of it, a little more of it, into Stockton. It's amazing to see almost 300 ships a year come through the port of Stockton. And being able to grow that efficiently and run more products through the port, enhance their rental structure, improve their facilities, modernize, shift fuels, add more solar. Hydrogen production might be a way. That's a lofty goal, hydrogen production, as we found out with our studies on it over the past year. I think you can't make a bad choice, as been said earlier, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next candidate, Mr. Luwanig.
Thank you for the question. I believe right now that the port is doing a really good job on the West Coast. We are the #1 bulk commodity port on the West Coast. One of the problems that the port has that hasn't been discussed, which I would like to have the opportunity to address as a commissioner, is the inability to get the necessary labor from Pacific Maritime Association, which is the managing body for longshoremen. We've requested as a port larger numbers of longshoremen, and we have been denied for like the last 2 or 3 years. What I would like to see us do is to put more pressure on them so that we can get more labor, so that we can, and when I say labor, it's real jobs, the type that people can live off, not the $10 or $15 day labor jobs where people can't live off it. These are really good paying jobs, and we need to make that jump to PMA to get more jobs. If we had more labor at the port, we'd be allowed to offload more ships. Right now, we have ships at the port that we can't even offload because we don't have the labor. I'd like to be that guy that goes out and looks to PMA to see if we could get that labor. Other considerations for me having an opportunity to accept this type appointment is I already know the infrastructure that we have at the port. I really do. I know the tenants. I know the businesses. I know people that are the businesses that are coming in. I would like to have that opportunity to help those people out. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final candidate for our last formal question here is Ms. Wardell Ghirarducci.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. It has been a really wonderful opportunity just to be with the Board of Supervisors for San Joaquin County, the place that raised me and gave me so much opportunity. Is there anything else for you to consider? I don't have anything more. I don't want to belabor the point. Only thing that I will say is that we're at a place right now where people that are in, whether in elected positions or they're in important positions, we're being all asked to do more. And we're being asked to do it in a way that is a more equitable, that is more inclusive, and to consider all the tools that we have available to us. Oftentimes it's legislation, it's policy, and then it's how we go about doing that in a more thoughtful and critically conscious way. And so what do I bring? I bring a deep well of experience as a higher education leader. I am not only known throughout the state of California, but I have a national reputation for the work that I do as both a scholar and an author. And I would be glad and would be honored to be able to contribute to the port in any way that would help advance the mission of the port itself, as well as the opportunity that it affords to the city of Stockton, as well as to San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank all of our candidates for addressing our formal questions. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our chairman and the board for any follow-up questions and or discussions they'd like to have with any of the candidates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilverding. What I'd like to do is probably with each candidate, give each supervisor an opportunity to ask any additional questions. So we'll start with, at least on my sheet, Mr. Atwater, and I'll start with Supervisor Patty. Any questions?
I'm very satisfied with all the questions and the answers we received from all the candidates. I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Supervisor Miller.
I don't have any follow-up questions. I thought everybody did a really great job answering, and we got a wide range of perspectives here today. I think it was some of our better interviews, to be honest.
Okay. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any further questions. I mean, you all did an exceptional job, and, unfortunately, this is the hardest part of our job. Picking one person when you have, a room full of qualified candidates. So thank you all for putting yourself out there and, wanting to step up to help your community. And, everybody should look on that, and, you guys are leaders in this community. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, speaking for the group, that's how we all give back.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleagues. You guys did exceptionally well. You're right. Any one of you could do the job exceptionally well. Thank you.
Well, I would agree with my peers, although I do have a question for each one of you, Mr. Atwater. And I guess from my vantage point as Supervisor Miller, we've done several of these, and I would say, to be honest with you, this is probably the best group that we've had candidates for the Port Commission. So I want to thank all of you, certainly for your application and participation. One of the things that, my dealing with the port and certainly port commissioners, and I know several of them, is that as related by several of you because of your participation on boards and commissions, et cetera, I find that you are, lack of a better term, ambassadors. You are out there marketing your particular organization, and especially with the port and certainly the ongoing success that it has experienced over the past several years. One of the things that I would maybe ask of each one of you is relationships are critical. All of you have demonstrated and shared your experiences in your particular fields and spending a lot of time investing your education, certainly your trades, your experience, those types of things. So I would ask, Mr. Atwater, I would ask you, as the Port Commissioner, if you were selected, what three organizations, businesses, whatever, that you relate to or have been associated with, would you believe would be able to benefit the opportunities and maybe the success of the port? Because obviously you belong to a lot of organizations and businesses.
Yes, we have. Well, there's two ways to look at that. The first way is my direct business relationships. And that is, for instance, Neste out of Finland, bringing product in from their Singapore alternative fuels refinery into the Port of Stockton. You can make those kinds of contacts that can help the port and help do more bulk deliveries. My trucks that are in and out of the port 100 times a day. But, I think the interactions with the charitable organizations that I work with the port, using those as sources of labor. I'm short 50 people, and I pay $100,000 a year or more, and I'm short 50 of those jobs. I could employ that many people. The port is struggling too. They could handle more ships if they had more people. We have sources of people in this area in San Joaquin County that we could better utilize to bring into the port. We support, for instance, the Gospel Rescue Mission, of course, the food bank, but the Women's Center in French Camp. Those are all sources of labor, moving people to the next level. Bringing organizations like that in, helping the port obtain more funds for some of the huge projects they have, especially the Superfund projects, using national contacts that, for instance, I have in Washington, D.C. and places like that to help source those funds so that the port can be economically advantaged in those solutions. They're not trying to dig themselves out of a hole every year because they have to pay for all the myriad of upgrades, the old buildings, the contamination, the former waste sites and things like that out on Rough and Ready and Sharp Army Depot. I've worked out at Sharp Army Depot many years back actually. And there are things like that that they have to deal with. But if we can bring those groups together as commissioners, not shove them down management's throat, because again, that's not our job. Our job is to bring the port opportunities and abilities to work together with people to solve their problems.
Okay.
Have managements get together with commissioners facilitating some of that interaction.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hanley.
Internationally, I do not have a lot of experience. I'm more of a California guy. I had one company in Vietnam that we did VoIP early on in 2000s, and we ended up selling that. But as far as relationships, I do not have any international relationships. I'm more of the AGC, Associated General and Contractors Association, ABC, and also the Builders Exchange. I've had Western States Association of Sheriff's Air Squadron was a 800-man person that I was a president of, but that was way back in the 80s. So I don't have a direct relationship to people that are going to be purchasing from the port. I feel myself more as a guidance on oversight and being able to look at opportunities, ask questions that even if they're bad, maybe there's a portion of it that trickles something and we can do something else with that. I pride myself in getting down to the nuts and bolts to understand what it is that I know, and then rely on staff to be able to give oversight to us to make sure that they're guided along the way. They are the experts in certain fields here. So I'm not an expert in any particular field. General contractors told to be a jack of all trades and master of none. And I like the Clint Eastwood movie, or the slogan that says, a man's got to know his limitations. So I know what it is I know oversight-wise, but I also rely on experts, and that's why I think I've been successful.
Thank you. Okay. Kaufman. And don't get me wrong, I'll be honest with you, to some degree the reason I asked this question is I know Supervisor Patty belongs to a lot of organizations, and he shares his experiences with those organizations with the board, which means that obviously he has an influence and an impact outside of the board itself. So that's why I asked the question as to, what's your experience and how would you facilitate your experience and your relationships in regards to benefiting. And to Mr. Hanley, I'm not necessarily looking for international, because we have contractors, we have all kinds of things. We talk about building hydrogen facilities, things like that. Those are the things that really make the port operate, because we need local businesses to really make it successful. So, Mr. Kaufman.
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's a good one because it helps me bring my thoughts together. And at the next Rotary Club of Stockton meeting that Tom Patty attends, I will make sure he gets fined appropriately for being so nice to him.
I appreciate that.
Okay, great. Locally, you guys belong to, you folks belong to the Council of Governments, and it's a great lobbying group both in Sacramento and in Washington. The port participates as well. That's one group that I would focus on. The other is the international group of ports that the Port of Stockton belongs to, as well as the California subgroup of that international group. I think those are two important ones. And the third one, I want to refer to some of the comments that candidate Dr. Mary made, and that are, I've learned a lot over the last 20, 25 years about environmental justice and inclusion and looking at the communities that are underserved in our neighborhoods. And I don't know what organization it would be, but I think the port does need some sensitivity to environmental justice and those inclusion issues.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lang?
The organizations that I normally would tell you that people that I know, I I'd like to say that I have a lot of friends in the labor unions at the port, because we're always talking to them as police officers. My biggest allies there are the labor unions. I love them to death. That's the only way I can put it. They provide good, strong jobs, and with those people behind you, you can never fail. For internationally or for nationally type organizations, because I'm a Coast Guard Academy graduate, just by longevity alone, most of my friends have outlived everybody else in the Coast Guard. So I have friends that I probably know 6 of the 20-something admirals in the Coast Guard, because they're all my classmates, friends. I have a lot of contacts in that organization, which is the regulatory body that regulates a lot of the stuff at the ports. Those are the only 2 real big organizations I know. What I would like to do is, if I take on this position, I would like to reach out to other organizations. For instance, the Chambers of Commerce for the local cities and stuff. I lived and grew, and my kids started to grow up in Tracy, and then as I got a little bit better off, and my wife decided that we needed to move someplace else, we moved to French Camp. So I have a lot of friends and people that I know in the county areas of like French Camp. My kids went to school in Manteca. I was like a 4-H leader, FFA leader in Manteca and in that area. I've since moved to Stockton after my divorce. Sorry, I guess my wife and I had a little bit of problems there, but I try to make relations with people all over the county. I think that I am a good overall source for the county for every city. I like Manteca. I like Tracy. I have big ties to Tracy. I've met Mr. Rickman, I think, probably he doesn't remember it, but when both of us had hair, you know. So, I mean, that's my tie to the county, is I've lived in different areas of the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Falero.
I want to talk a little bit about not just necessarily my involvement with community groups. I think it's also important to talk about my experience with some public groups as well. For instance, I mentioned that I did the Sheriff's Academy, which I believe is a 1-year program to get familiar with that. I've done right along to the Sheriff Department, the Police Department, Highway Patrol. And as a result of that, I've made contacts. Sheriff Withrow met through that. Sean Setter, Captain Sean Setter through Highway Patrol, know him. So, and Police Department as well. So I've had a lot of experiences in the public sector. But, you know, I always say you have to press the flesh. And if you're not out there pressing the flesh, you're not going to be able to make community contacts. Or you have to be with entities that have a long reach. Al Concilio has a long reach. Public health does too. They have what they call resilient committee. They have CBOs and FBOs involved with that. So those long reaches, being just part of that, I think is very important. Ambassador, ambassador, ambassador. Because if you went to Southside, if you went to Supervisor Villaputa's district and asked him, talk to me about the port, they wouldn't even know, right? Had an issue with a RAD card, right? You know about the RAD card. If you know about the RAD card, how do you know about the port? Well, how do I get a job at the port? I asked that question because I met with the port director. And I said, well, how do you get a job at the port? Because these are well-paying jobs. Well, let me tell you my experience. I contacted the local longshoremen's, and they didn't provide me any information at all. They were like, whoa, hey, we're in negotiations for a contract coming up. We won't talk to you. And I'm like, okay, I was just asking a simple question, because if I go into Supervisor Villaputa's district as a commissioner and say, hey, I'd like a well-paying job, how much do I make? Try to find that answer. You can't find that answer. So what I'm saying is being involved in the community, as best as you can, because obviously we all have a limitation of time. But that outreach, pressing the flesh, making contacts with people, elected, non-elected, that's all important because that goes in the port commissioner. You can't be just one-sided. You have to be multifactorial. And the reason I bring up public is because when I did 2 local initiatives, one was non-emergency medical transportation, I did that through SJCOG. And through SJCOG, I met a friend who worked for RTD. That friend currently works for Livermore-Amador County Transit District. He was the one who is working with Valley Link, and Valley Link is talking about for their trains doing hydrogen. And then in Livermore, his transit district is moving towards hydrogen. But that's an example I'm saying of the linkage. From the linkage you get information, you can bring that back to the commissioner talking about, hey, can we start talking about hydrogen here, whether it be production, whether it be refueling, whatever it is, or even for our own vehicles to bring down CO2 emissions. So, Ambassador, from my perspective, is walk the walk, talk the talk, and press the flesh. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mary Waddell, you're doozy.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I always believe in the power, as I said earlier, of anchor institutions. And so I would first, when I think of who convenes people around the people and the programs and who has deep knowledge and who is place-based, I would think of the United Way of San Joaquin County because they are a convener of many organizations. And they know how to get those individuals who are boots on the ground. They know how to make sure that resources are responded to. They know where the strengths of the community are. They know which organization is able to do that. So I would go to an organization like that. As equally, I would go to San Joaquin Delta College. San Joaquin Delta College is the economic driver in many ways of this county because of the educational opportunities both in the certificate programs as well as the degree programs and the opportunity that they have for, to better the education from literally individuals who have limited English speaking skills to individuals who are going back for additional multiple degrees. And so they're one of the most critical educational entities and partners. And then last but not least, because I believe in the power of your local university and because we're the oldest and first university in the great state of California, chartered in 1851, the University of the Pacific is a 3-city campus and with a campus in Sacramento, a beautiful campus in San Francisco, and we have one of the most beautiful campuses in America here in the Stockton community. The power of that university and the generations of alum, which I am one of them, and the ways in which we have law, we have dentistry, we have pharmacy, we are literally at the foregrounds of research and thinking about what are the problems of tomorrow, and we have the students that are studying for that. You have to always have an academic partner in that. And so if you look at anything that has happened in society, there's always been a critical UC or another academic partner. So you have to have an academic partner, and you have to have a community college that understands all that serves the entire community, and you must have a boots on the ground partner like the United Way that knows how to bring everyone together, such as El Concilio, as my fellow candidate had said, as well as other partners, including the Chamber of Commerce. The United Way of San Joaquin can bring even the Chamber of Commerce to the table. So those are just 3. You asked for 3, so I gave you 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So, Mr. Wilverding, I'm assuming we will ask the candidates to step out when they have a deliberation in regards to election.
Okay.
Chairman Nguyen.
Chairman.
Yes.
To the chair.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe we can take deliberations outside of the public in this one.
I'm just asking, we're staying here, right? Okay, so educate me, Mr. Miles. What I'm saying is, normally we would ask the candidates that are being reviewed step out. I guess what you're saying is, it doesn't matter, we're on camera anyway, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Chairman?
Yes.
Might I suggest, last time we did this, although it was two candidates for two different positions, we had a scoring system. I think if I remember correctly, let's say we went through a scoring system 5-1. Our number one pick would get 5 points. Our number two pick would get 4 points. Number three pick would get 3, and so on. And that might just allow us to tally up. We could pass over. It could be counted. Because we have 6 suitable candidates. I don't know if we want to go first elected, first chosen, first majority. I think a scoring system would be fair and adequate.
That's fine. I agree. So we can do that. So you can stay, and so each one of us will rate the candidates.
I'll just, I personally wrote down 6 names. I'll put a score next to it. I can pass it over to our CAO to our clerk of the board, and let them do the tally, and we're done.
Well, the question is, okay, so you have the 6 candidates. Did you rank them in order, or did you just select one?
No, next to each name, I'm going to write a score.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Chairman Nguyen, sorry. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. We talked about it shortly before this, so I did kind of prepare for it. I have written down the 6 names with each of your names on a piece of paper. If I can pass those out to you, you can rank them 1 through 6. I'm going to put in everybody's rank into a spreadsheet. That'll tally the points for each of the applicants.
Okay, then I'm assuming the one with the lowest score is the selection. Is that correct?
It'll be it would be the lowest score. He's correct, because if you're ranking 1st through 5th, then first place is the higher score, which is a lower point. Yeah.
Okay. Apologize. All right. So.
Okay, I want to make sure that we clarify this, because that's the opposite of what Supervisor Patty just said. So our highest ranked is number 1.
Correct.
And then we just go in order. Then our second place one is 2.
I don't know if that works. I don't know if that works that way.
Then it's low score wins, like in golf.
So just the lowest score wins? Does that work?
Yeah.
Like golf.
Okay.
When clerk of the board tallies the numbers. Okay, does everybody understand? So you start with number 1 for your number 1 candidate, and then you go 2, 3, 4, all the way to 6, and then the clerk of the board will tally the score, and based upon that number, the lowest score will be selected.
I can give them the high score or the low score, whatever you guys want.
No, let's not confuse them. Let's just do it. All right. Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question of County Council? We have one applicant that is a county employee, an active county employee. That doesn't present any kind of a conflict or a problem for us. I just want to clarify it, because it could come up afterwards. No, we're good.
I don't believe that there's a incompatible office there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And also, Chairman, I'd like to state one of our candidates, Mr. Atwater, had stated that I did business with Delta Cranes, and I honestly don't remember ever doing business, but I sold Delta Crane Company, so there's absolutely no conflict or any knowledge of that past crane service that my company may have done. Thank you. But I'm glad you were a customer. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm done. Come back next week to be continued.
She's very quick. This won't take long.
I want to thank all the candidates, certainly for your patience and understanding. I didn't think you expected to be here till after 5. So, no, and I'll be honest with you, usually we have our HR director, which leads us on some of these things. So absent that, we're kind of playing it by ear. But hopefully we'll come up with I'm sure we can come up with a selection shortly.
Okay, Chairman, for first place, I'll read them, I'll rank them in first through 6. So first place.
Well, we can just,
That's fine. And then you guys will need to vote on it. So the first place was David Atwater, received
the lowest score.
The lowest score.
I make a motion then to select David Atwater as Port Commissioner. Is that what we need as a motion? Okay, I make, so moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Again, thank you all. This is the best group we've had for this position since I've been on the board. So thank you for your excellent performances.
Do we have closed session?
And with that, we go to closed session.
The board will meet in closed session on the remaining items listed on the agenda.
Thank you all. Rachel, Nicole, Jay. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And I'm sure I'll be hearing a lot in the future.
For the existing litigation of Jaime Nevarez versus the county, and also for anticipated litigation. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
All right, so we will adjourn till April 5th, I believe. Is that correct?